The fight and subsequent killing between life forms of the same level is known as robbing another's life. It is murder. The oppression of the strong towards the weak is something the strong bring with a presence that can change whether with just a flip of their hands. Their killing of the weak is known as granting others death. As for those that had surpassed the categories of life, their killing would be the will of heaven gathering its attention on ants. That could no longer be known as murder, not could it be known as granting someone death. This was purely wiping off someone's existence from the face of the world. It was like how an artist drew on a drawing board. Within the picture were lives, and when the artist swiped their hand across the drawing board, the picture would be wiped off and along with it all the lives within it. At that moment, the lingering cries from those who had already died still echoed in the ears of everyone within the land of the 100,000 stone monuments. Once they witnessed how Su Ming had casually swung his arm and caused the deaths of nearly 100 people. The idea of these people being wiped off rose in all their heads. Fear, anxiety, panic, shock, and various other emotions turned into a suffocating feeling, causing the world of the 100,000 stone monument to turn deathly silent at that instant. Almost all the people instinctively looked towards Su Ming, including Zhou Kong, and their gazes were filled with deep reverence. How could they not be able to tell that the laws of Sui Zi in this land were obeying Su Ming? How could they not be able to tell that not only were Sui Zi's laws obeying him, it could even be said that there was a special connection between them. If someone had control over the laws in the world of the 100,000 stone monuments, then that person would be someone that no one dared to provoke because he could determine a person's life and death. In fact, if Su Ming wanted to, he could make Sui Zi's law immediately kill all the people here. However, by doing so, he would completely break ties with the 9 Ikang souls. From then on, they would be greatly averse to his presence, and the 9 souls would also be wary of him. If Su Ming wanted to devour them in the future, it would be incredibly difficult. Besides, if Su Ming wiped off the existences of all the people here, then there was a possibility that the 9 Ikang souls would even work together to resist him. There would be more losses compared to benefits in this matter. That was why even if the temptation was incredibly great, Su Ming did not choose such an extreme method. Furthermore, the law in the land was set to protect people, not only kill them. If Su Ming brought up this kind of request, perhaps the law would remain silent. After all, Sui Zi's law was obeying Su Ming because what he was doing was within what was allowed. Until Su Ming's power could set a new law in this place. Su Ming remained calm. Taking away nearly 100 people's lives seemed to be completely insignificant to him. He did not bother about whether these people had truly died. To him, this was not important. What was important was that these people whose existences were wiped off had come to this place to kill him because of the rewards offered by the 4 great true worlds. But besides that, they had cursed him. Because of that, they lost the right to continue living and obtained freedom, the kind Su Ming gave to them. They no longer needed to eternally sink into the worlds within the stone monuments in the land. As the people around looked at Su Ming with respect in their eyes, he lifted his head and swept his gaze past them. All those who met his gaze would feel their hearts shudder. It did not matter what level of cultivation they had. As long as they were a person in this land, they would instinctively lower their heads, not daring to meet Su Ming's gaze, to incite his wrath. Su Ming swept his gaze around the area and paused for a moment on Zhou Kong. He had previously seen that Zhou Kang's stone monument was blue. In the end, Su Ming's gaze landed on the man who was still twitching on the ground. This person only had a breath left in his body, and his body was already as thin as a skeleton, even though he was not screaming in pain. This man was the first person who had attacked Su Ming, and his stone monument was purple. If Su Ming wanted to kill him, he did not need to make any sort of explanations to the 9 Ikang souls, because this man was Su Ming's tribute. Since you must have experienced a lot of difficulties in walking down the path of cultivation, and you are my tribute, I will spare you, Su Ming said flatly and swung his right hand. Immediately, the man who had been shivering and twitching on the ground stopped trembling. Once he recovered his consciousness, he stood up with great difficulty. His fear towards Su Ming reached extreme heights, and he quickly wrapped his fist in his palm to bow deeply towards Su Ming. The word tribute fell into his ears and also entered the minds of all the others in the area, turning into surprise and bewilderment. The hundreds of you are all my tributes. As Su Ming spoke flatly, he walked forward. When he arrived next to the man, the person put on a look of reverence and followed after. When Su Ming arrived before the hundreds of newcomers, he did not stop, but a mighty pressure that only those hundreds of people could notice spread out from his body. This mighty pressure was like the might of heaven itself to these hundreds of cultivators. At the instant they sensed it, their hearts trembled furiously, and a feeling as if Su Ming controlled their lives and deaths rose strongly in their hearts. This feeling was incredibly real, and they discovered to their shock that their heartbeats were beating at the same rate, and this heartbeat belonged to Su Ming. If Su Ming's heart beat once, then their hearts would also beat once. This strange event caused the hundreds of people to move back altogether as Su Ming walked towards them. In fact, a few dozen of them even had loud booming sounds ringing in their minds as their faces turned pale. The mighty pressure spreading out from Su Ming's soul caused their minds to feel as if they were about to break. It was as if there was a powerful will in their minds at that moment, and it was forcing them to kneel towards Su Ming, who was walking over. It felt like if they did not kneel and worship him, they would be destroyed. If they did not worship him, their souls would no longer be in their control. One of the young men fell down to his knees with a thump as his body shivered, becoming the second person after the big man who had attacked Su Ming just now to kneel and worship him. Soon after, the second, third, fourth. When Su Ming walked over, these hundreds of people fell to their knees and worshipped him. When Su Ming arrived before Zhao family's progenitor, the hundreds of people around the purple stone were all kneeling. Zhao family's progenitor had long since averted his gaze from the air above him and focused his attention on Su Ming. As Su Ming walked over and the hundreds of people knelt down to worship him, the mighty pressure pressing down on his mind caused his breathing to quicken, the veins on his face to pop up, and sweat cover his entire body. He was fighting against the will in his body, fighting against his own soul. As Zhao family's progenitor, he would definitely not kneel down to anyone. But the strength of the will in his body was a form of suppression that was born from the soul, not from cultivation bases, so Zhao family's progenitor could only tremble furiously while letting out low roars. "We meet again," Su Ming said calmly, coming to a stop before Zhao family's progenitor. Zhao family's progenitor did not say a single word, because he could not speak at that moment. All his strength was used to fight against the power in his soul. The moment he laxed his guard, he would immediately be unable to control his body and he would kneel. This was only secondary though, because even if Su Ming made him kneel, he was only making his body kneel. What truly made Zhao family's progenitor afraid, and had him regretting stepping into the foreign land in order to avoid being killed, was because he could sense that he fought against his own soul. He discovered that not only his mind and spirit were afraid of Su Ming, but he also respected him. In fact, there was even an intention within him to submit to him, and it was one he could not fight against. This was not just a feeling from his body, but something that came from his soul and his mind. It was as if, after he stepped into the foreign land, a person had showed up to take control of his life, and he now had a master. Su Ming did not speak again. He simply stood before Zhao family's progenitor quietly. The hundreds of people worshipping him around caused the tens of thousands of people standing at the edges of the group to find their jaws falling slack in shock once they witnessed this. At that moment, the one word Su Ming said just now rose in their heads. Tribute. Just what serendipity did he receive in the stone monuments world? How can he be so strong? Even the laws are obeying him. The land of the stone monuments also experienced two abnormalities. This must be the reason why he could become so strong. Just what did he do? What did he receive? Why are those hundreds of people worshipping him? Could it be that he became the law? Even if his stone monument reached 1 million feet and he gained control of a portion of Divine Essence's power, I don't remember anyone who could compare to him among all the people who made their stone monuments reach 1 million feet over the course of time. In fact, forget 1 million feet. Even those who made their stone monuments reach 2, 3, or even more million feet could not do this. There was no buzz of discussion. But these thoughts were part of everyone as expressions of respect appeared on their faces. As they kept thinking about it, their minds turned into windstorms of various thoughts and feelings. Zhao family's progenitor's body was drenched in sweat. He shivered even more violently, and blood capillaries filled the whites of his eyes. As despair appeared on his face, he slowly knelt down. When his knees touched the ground, he worshipped Su Ming, just like all the others around him. Almost at the instant Zhao family's progenitor knelt down and worshipped Su Ming, loud bangs rang out above, and a large crack tore through the air. A long string of laughter echoed in the air, and a person walked out from the crack. 1,000 years have passed, and I've returned to this place. Zhao Tiangang, you old bastard. Did you think that if you escaped here, you'd find the reason why I became stronger? I'll tell you the truth. My real goal was to force you into this land. I will cause you to sink endlessly into nothingness. I will make you suffer the pain I endured after you forced me into this place. I've already granted death to thousands of those in your family. Don't worry. When my stone monument reaches 2 million feet, I will venture out for 1,000 years again, and I will slaughter the rest of your family. As the long string of laughter echoed in the air, all the people noticed an old man in a long blue robe walking out from the air. A person with a stone monument of 1 million feet. This person is Gong Sun Yin. It's him. It's Gong Sun Yin. He left this place 1,000 years ago, and now he's back. Some of the people in the area immediately recognized the old man. The old man was ugly and his hair was a mess, but he had reached the later stage of world plane realm. He was walking forward with an arrogant look on his face, but when he saw Zhao family's progenitor kneeling before Su Ming, his voice died away, and a surprised look appeared on his face. Zhao family's progenitor remained silent. The long string of laughter and the voice in his ears made him lower his head. A wave of complicated feelings he could not describe turned into desolation and anguish in his heart. He did not lift his head to look at his enemy who had killed most of his family members and forced him to step into the foreign land to hide, because at the moment he knelt down, he had already sunk into despair. Su Ming lifted his head. Only I alone am allowed to rebuke my tributes. Who do you think you are? Su Ming said flatly. Once Su Ming said those words, Zhao family's progenitor shuddered before him. He lifted his head swiftly and looked at over blankly. No matter what, he did not expect that Su Ming would speak up to help him. Su Ming's strength was incredibly mysterious to Zhao family's progenitor. He did not know what the other had experienced, but when he saw how he swung his hand and caused the deaths of nearly 100 people and how hundreds of people, including himself, had knelt down and worshipped him as he walked towards them, his mind was left in confusion. The submission of his soul terrified Zhao family's progenitor, and at the same time, an indescribable respect towards Su Ming rose within him. In fact, from all the other people's gazes around him, he could tell that someone like Su Ming had never appeared in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land from what these tens of thousands of people could remember. What caused him to be apprehensive just now was that he could faintly sense with his level of cultivation that Sui Chunzi's law had truly obeyed Su Ming's command when he waved his hand. All of this was a clear sign that Su Ming was an unusual existence in this place. Almost the instant Su Ming said his words, the tens of thousands of people in the area fell into a dead silence. They quickly lowered their heads. Everything that Su Ming had showed just now had already caused their hearts to be in shock, and as Su Ming's words echoed in the air, they had no choice but to be silent. The crowd's silence brought a mysterious atmosphere to the place. Gong Sun Yin was momentarily stunned as he stood in the air, but after he recovered, he looked at Su Ming. His pupils shrank. He had not returned to this place for 1,000 years. When he returned now, he had felt that there was something incredibly off. The first thing was the sight of the hundreds of people kneeling and worshipping somebody. During the years he had been in this place, he had never seen anything like it. The second thing was how that simple sentence from the person who was being worshipped by the hundreds of people had caused tens of thousands of people to fall silent, and none of them even dared to lift their heads. All of them did not dare to speak, and this caused Gong Sun Yin's heart to let out a thump. He had a feeling that something very bad was about to happen. Just what happened here during the 1,000 years I was gone. This person, I've never seen him before. He must be someone who arrived after I left. A glint shone in Gong Sun Yin's eyes. His ability to reach the later stage of World Plane Realm might be related to this place, but his intelligence was definitely nothing ordinary as well. At that moment, an amiable smile appeared on his face, and he nodded towards Su Ming. Brother, how may I address you? My name is Gong Sun Yin, and in this place, my stone monument has reached 1,000,000 feet. Su Ming cut off Gong Sun Yin's words and flatly repeated again. I'm asking you, who do you think you are? Su Ming's brusque words immediately caused killing intent to shine in Gong Sun Yin's eyes. Ever since he reached the later stage of World Plane Realm, he hadn't met anyone who would dare speak to him in this manner. He let out a cold harumph, and the killing intent in his eyes became greater. As he stared at Su Ming, his lips curled up into a smile, but it did not reach his eyes. Ever since my stone monument reached 1,000,000 feet, you are the first person who dared speak to me in such a manner. Looks like leaving this place for 1,000 years has caused the newcomers to forget my reputation. Oh well, I won't punish you too greatly, but I will have you know that the ones who have made their stone monuments reach 1,000,000 feet are the people who are primarily selected by the divine essence in this place. We are not people newcomers like you can easily provoke. Gong Sun Yin sneered and lifted his right hand swiftly before pointing towards the ground. Come forth, my stone monument. At the instant he spoke, a stone monument that was 1,000,000 feet tall let out booming sounds and floated up from the ground before it went to him. Gong Sun Yin's name was carved clearly on the 1,000,000 feet tall stone monument. It was huge and stretched out boundlessly. At that moment, once it floated up, the expressions of the people in the area changed. This is one of the divine abilities which is granted to those who are primarily selected. They can push down other people's stone monuments and make them shrink. That's right. That's the divine ability that only those chosen can obtain. I've seen one of the stone monuments from one of those chosen pushing down a 900,000 something feet stone monument to instantly become merely tens of thousands of feet tall, causing the hard work worth dozens of years to be gone just like that. If that person had not immediately begged for mercy, as long as that chosen he offended remained in the place, he would never be able to make his stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet. Gong Sun Yin is one of those chosen, and Mo Su has a lot of mysterious secrets surrounding him. His stone monument is also 1,000,000 feet. I wonder what will happen if the two of them fight each other. The buzz of discussions instantly rose in the area. Light from Gong Sun Yin's stone monument shone far and wide, and as it spread out in the land, all the stone monuments immediately became blurry, with only Su Ming's stone monument alone remaining as distinct as ever. This was the effect of the divine ability of those primarily chosen. It could allow them to automatically find the stone monument that belonged to the person they wanted without the use of divine sense. And at the instant Su Ming's stone monument appeared, Gong Sun Yin frowned. Su Ming's stone monument was also 1,000,000 feet tall. Gong Sun Yin laughed coldly in his heart. Even if both their stone monuments were 1,000,000 feet tall, his own had been at that height since 1,000 years ago, while it was clear that Su Ming's had only reached 1,000,000 feet after his. If that was the case, he could still push down Su Ming's stone monument slightly. The effect might be nothing extraordinary, but it could still shock the other. Push it down. Gong Sun Yin let out a cold harumph, and his stone monument immediately rushed towards Su Ming's to press down on it. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever as the stone monument pushed down on his own. There was not a hint of change that could be detected on his face. In fact, it was the same for his stone monument. However, at the instant Gong Sun Yin's stone monument pushed down, it immediately started cracking from the bottom, and with a bang, it even began showing signs of crumbling. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the area. It also made Gong Sun Yin's expression change drastically. He quickly controlled his stone monument and lifted it. Then, with an expression as if he had just seen a ghost, he looked towards Su Ming. Within Su Ming's eyes, Gong Sun Yin's stone monument was blue. He was a tribute of the Blue Ikang. There were 10,000 such stone monuments in this place. If they were in the world outside, Then, in the face of this old monster in the later stage of World Plane Realm, Su Ming would need to use his power to fight against him, but here he did not need to do that. He lifted his right hand and pointed towards Gong Sun Yin's stone monument. With this move, booming sounds echoed in the air. During that instant, the signs of shattering on Gong Sun Yin's stone monument became even more intense. Cracks appeared like hideous scars, and Gong Sun Yin's expression changed to reveal great shock. He immediately became alarmed. The damage against stone monuments could directly affect a person's soul, so how could he not be afraid of it? No! Damn it! How dare you damage my stone monument? If you can use the divine abilities of those primarily chosen, then I can, too. It was clear that Gong Sun Yin had misunderstood. Su Ming had activated the law in the land with that pointing of his finger. However, as a primarily chosen, Gong Sun Yin had thought of another unique ability that belonged to people such as him. Master, Gong Sun Yin, beg of you to descend to this place. Please lend me the power of the law here and protect my stone monument as well as suppress this person. Gong Sun Yin let out a low growl. When his stone monument had reached 1,000,000 feet all those years ago and he became one of the primarily chosen, he had seen a ray of blue light that stretched endlessly. The strength of that blue light was so great that it could destroy him with just one thought. In fact, the blue light had given him a feeling that his soul had submitted to it, as if it was his master, and his master had granted him the unique arts given to those who were primarily chosen. He could use his stone monument to push down other people's monuments, and he was also given the right to summon his master thrice. Every single time he summoned his master, he could implore his master to help him do one thing. This was the second time he used this right. The first time was before he left this place. He had summoned his master's will to descend to this place and open up space so that he could leave for 1,000 years. This might seem like 1,000 years of freedom to others, but to those who were primarily chosen, they knew that this freedom was given to them in the form of an exchange. And the longest possible time they were allowed out was only 1,000 years. After that, they could no longer make that request again. Right then, at the instant he said those words, he had great confidence that his master's will was the strongest here and could affect the laws as well as change everything. That was a strength that he had never seen before in his life. As his master's will descended, he could definitely make this junior take a good look and make him know that provoking those who are primarily chosen was the biggest mistake in one's life. He could even imagine how this junior's expression would change drastically after a moment. He would scream shrilly and would kneel down to plead for mercy before him. He could also use this chance to strike a heavy blow to Zhao Tiangang's confidence, sinking him into greater despair and having him taste the pain he had suffered all those years ago. A cruel smile appeared on Gong Sun Yin's lips. He looked at Su Ming, who still looked as calm as ever, and his smile turned into a sneer filled with derision. Almost at the instant that sneer appeared, he sensed the familiar presence of his master's will descending in its greatness to this place with a loud boom. Within an instant, it filled the area above his stone monument. But the shattering of his stone monument still continued. It might have become much slower, but it continued, as if even his master could not completely prevent his stone monument from crumbling further. Gong Sun Yin's expression immediately changed. This surpassed his expectations and his mind instantly turned black. But he still had a stroke of luck. Purple! A dignified voice echoed in Gong Sun Yin's soul. He immediately recognized that this was his master's voice, but it was not directed to him. He could only hear it. At the instant he was taken aback by that one word, he heard another voice. Blue! He was familiar with this voice. It belonged to that young man that was worshipped by hundreds of people, including Zhao family's progenitor, and who Gong Sun Yin had just mocked, prepared to teach him a lesson. This person is my primarily chosen tribute. Could you spare him this once? His master's divine thought reverberated in the air. This was a voice that only Gong Sun Yin could hear among all the others in the land, because the Blue Ikang's will was summoned by him to this place. However, what left Gong Sun Yin in shock and disbelief was that his master's voice was speaking to Su Ming with a tone, as if he was negotiating with him. This made his heart tremble furiously and his breathing almost froze. He did not know just what sort of existence he had provoked that even his master would need to negotiate with it. Let your tribute Zhou Kong leave your stone monument and become my tribute. Su Ming's divine thought traveled forth flatly, but in Gong Sun Yin's ears, this was a tone which placed itself on completely equal terms with his master. Once he remembered how his master's will had spoken with a negotiating tone. A frightening through rose in Gong Sun Yin's mind. This speculation made his heart quiver, and when he looked towards Su Ming, his expression was filled with utmost shock. This scene was filled with a bizarre air to all the others in the area who saw this, because they could only see Gong Sun Yin stunned in midair, his face filled with shock and terror. Very well. The Blue Akangs did not hesitate and agreed to it. This person can be spared from death, but he cannot escape being punished. To show that all of us 10 souls are equal, he should sink into the ranks of those who are not chosen once again to serve as a warning to others. Very well, but you are not to find an excuse and cause my tributes to disrespect you again. All right. The Blue Akangs retreated, and Su Ming's also faded away. During that instant, Gong Sun Yin's stone monument shrank rapidly, eventually turning to only 30,000-something feet before it fell on the ground once again. This scene immediately stirred up great commotion among the people. A stone monument of a primarily chosen has shrank to only tens of thousands of feet. Gong Sun Yin's right as a primarily chosen has been cancelled. How could this be? Could it be because he provoked Mo-Su? How could this Mo-Su be so strong? I remember that he was the same as us in the past. Just what sort of serendipity did Mo-Su obtain? Could it be? Could it be? We absolutely cannot provoke this sort of person. This sort of existence is someone that no one can dominate. I remember that he entered the world in the stone monument through the 5 illusory echelons in the beginning. Could it be that those who enter the stone monument through the 5 illusory echelons become this strong in the future? But in the past, there had been quite a few who entered the stone monuments through the path of the 5 illusory echelons, and no one was like this. At this moment, the color of Zhou Kang's stone monument changed abruptly, turning purple, while one empty stone monument out of the 10,000 that belonged to Su Ming also turned blue. However, this was something no one could see. In fact, not even Zhou Kang himself noticed this. Gong Sun Yin's face turned pale, and as his body trembled, he fell to the ground. He looked at Su Ming, and the terror in his heart could no longer be described with words. At that moment, he was already certain that Su Ming was an existence that was the same as his master. In fact, Su Ming was no longer a cultivator, but a part of this foreign land. He did not dare provoke such an existence, much less grumble or complain. Sir Purple, thank you for sparing my life. As Gong Sun Yin said these words, the buzz of discussion in the area became even stronger. Su Ming ignored Gong Sun Yin, as well as Zhao family's progenitor, who was by his side and was shocked by this scene. Instead, he looked towards Zhou Kang, who was staring at him with a bewildered expression. Big brother Zhou, do you want to leave this place? Can I leave? Zhou Kang lifted his head with a dazed expression and looked at Su Ming. As long as you want to. Can she be revived? Great hope appeared in Zhou Kang's dazed eyes. Su Ming fell silent, then shook his head. I'll stay here. Zhou Kang laughed brokenly, as if he had lost his soul. He knew that if he left this place, he would never be able to see his wife again. But in this place, at the very least, he had the memories in the world of the stone monument to keep him company, even though he knew that the person within them was just a recollection. Su Ming sighed softly. The figures of several women appeared in his mind. After a long while, he shook his head. He respected Zhou Kang's loyal love for his wife. But in this world, besides romantic love, there were other forms of love that needed to be protected. As he turned around, he lifted his right hand and tapped the unresisting Zhao family's progenitor between the brows. The memories of the past 1,000 years appeared in his mind, and once Su Ming scanned through the changes in the world outside, he pulled back his finger and swung his arm at his stone monument. Immediately, the words Mo-Su gradually disappeared from the stone monument that belonged to him. The 1 million feet tall stone monument also instantly started shrinking, eventually turning to an empty one that was only several tens of thousands of feet tall. Su Ming no longer needed a stone monument. The people could not understand this. They could only remain silent and in shock. The only person who understood this was Gong Sun In. At the instant he saw this scene, he completely understood what was going on. As expected, he is the same as my master. He's not a candidate, but has become an existence that chooses others. Su Ming cast one look at Zhou Kong, then turned around to take a step into the air. Under the gazes of the tens of thousands of people in the area, he stepped into space and gradually fused into it before he left. At this time, Su Ming's voice echoed within the minds of the hundreds of people with the purple stone monuments, including Zhao Tiangang's. I am the will of the land. All of you, train here and try to gain your epiphany in this place. I promise you, when the day comes that I complete my Tao, all of you will be completely free. In the sinful barren lands within the 4 great galaxies, at the core beyond Western Ring Nebula, beyond its foreign lands, cracks filled the endless galaxy. The area was filled with silence. Not too far away from the foreign lands area was a gigantic ancient bronze sword floating about. That sword was 30,000-something feet long, and it remained still and unmoving in the galaxy. There were 3 people sitting on the tip of the sword. One of them was an old man, the other middle-aged, and the last a teenage boy. The 3 of them were just sitting there, but their presence already made the galaxy around them to distort, a telling sign of how extraordinary their power was. All of them were in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, and they were the true guards that belonged to the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands. Behind them, on the huge blade of the ancient sword, were 300 people in black armor, who were sitting quietly and meditating. Their eyes were shut tight, and the still presence spreading out from them made them seem dead. In the silence, the middle-aged man said slowly with a slight displeasure on his face, "So many years have passed. Isn't Lord Vice General just making a big fuss over this? There's absolutely no meaning in changing shifts once every 200 years to monitor this place. There must be a reason why Lord Vice General did this. After all, that Mo-Su caused quite a ruckus in the past." The person who answered the man was the old man beside him, and his words were unhurried. The old man was dressed in a white robe, and his white hair fell on his shoulders. He did not look too excited, though. What other reason could there be? That Mo-Su is just a cultivator at the initial stage of World Plane Realm. It was difficult to kill him because he was hard to track down. If that had not been the case, I could have easily killed him. He must have already died after he fled into the foreign lands, and he's causing trouble to us by making us suffer and wait here. We still have about 50-something years before someone will take our place. The man shook his head and cast his gaze on the boy who was seated right before them. Kong Huan, you are the 3rd sword attendant of our Lord Vice General. What do you think? You're very noisy. The boy named Kong Huan replied flatly with eyes closed. There was a green sword placed on his knees, and he had his hands pressed flat on its blade. The man was not angered, but as he laughed heartily, a hint of derision flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lord Vice General had 9 sword attendants, but only Kong Huan was tasked to monitor this place over the past 1,000 years. No one else came to take his place. Every single time there was a change in shifts, only the true guards would be changed. In his mind, the middle-aged man believed that Lord Vice General was not fond of Kong Huan, and this was just another form of banishment. After all, this place was barren of resources, making it difficult for one's cultivation base to grow and improve. It was a big difference from training within the place where the forces of power were stationed. Over there, their level of cultivation would be able to increase by a large margin within 1,000 years. As the 3 people exchanged this meaningless talk, they did not notice a person standing before them in the area where the endless cracks leading to the foreign lands filled the space. It was as if this person was invisible in their eyes and did not exist. 1,000 years passed by so quickly. I originally thought that the time in the foreign lands was different from the world outside, but from what I obtained from Zhao family's progenitor made it very clear that the flow of time is the same. Su Ming mumbled. The 3 true guards could not see him, but he could see them. In fact, Su Ming had known a long time ago that there were people monitoring this place from the area beyond the foreign lands. This was something he learned clearly from Zhao Tiangang's memories. However, these 3 people and the 300 people behind them were completely ignored by Su Ming. The memories of the things that happened after he was forced into the foreign lands 1,000 years ago fleeted past his mind, and he gradually fell silent. 1,000 years became a passing flash of starlight. However, the planets were still around, the brilliant rays of light were still around. When he looked at them, it was as if he was looking at the things from the past, and for a moment he could not differentiate the time. It was just like a person's hair. The strands could dance about in the air, and when they're intersected with each other they might seem similar, but they would be different, just like how the years were different now. Su Ming looked at the galaxy. He did not intentionally try to appear ancient, but as he recalled what had happened in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands during the past 1,000 years and an air of sentimentality rose within him, he could not help but have an air of ancientness surround him. A world-changing transformation could be said to have happened to Su Ming during those 1,000 years. He had run into one of the greatest serendipities in his life. He shook off the control of Death Region's wills over him. He expelled Tion's seal over him, obtained his Akang clone, and he had a cultivation base of great completion in Heaven Cultivation Realm. He was only a hair away from World Plane Realm. In fact, if he had a clone that could train his cultivation base at that moment, he would definitely be able to isolate himself and try reaching World Plane Realm, but alas, he did not have one. His clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole had similarly obtained an incredibly great serendipity. He had risen from the initial stage of World Plane Realm to nearly the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Besides that, Su Ming had also obtained divine essence. The overlapping shadows of the runic symbols that occasionally shone in his right eye would definitely shock those who saw them, and their minds would ponder over the strangeness within those runes. This seemingly broken land, due to the countless cracks that was Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, was not at all different from how it was in the past. If it was not because Su Ming knew that 1,000 years had passed, he would not have been able to differentiate just how much time had passed upon coming out. It was quiet all around him. He could not see too much starlight, and neither could he see any cultivators. It was as if this place had become seawater that was nearly black in color. I have come out. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the endless space in the galaxy above him. As he spoke flatly for the first time, his gaze landed on the ancient bronze sword not too far away, and the people who could not see him. Su Ming averted his gaze and placed his hands behind his back. Then he walked forward. With one step, he moved out of the area leading to the foreign land, and with another, he closed in on the ancient bronze before he moved past it coolly. Su Ming did not want to kill these 3 people. After all, if any deaths occurred, he would alert the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the land. That was why he ignored them. Yet at the instant Su Ming moved past the ancient bronze sword, the ancient and simple-looking green sword placed on Kong Huan's knees, as he meditated in a seated position, suddenly let out a sword whistle. It was faint, trembling somewhat. At the instant it appeared, Kong Huan's eyes flew open. The 2 true guards behind him were stunned as well, and they looked towards Kong Huan's sword at the same time. This was the first time they heard the sword whistle over the 100-something years they kept a lookout over this place. This was also the first time Kong Huan heard the sword whistle over the past 1,000 years he had been monitoring this place. Kong Huan's expression changed drastically. He instantly stood up and looked around him. In his mind, the words from Lord Vice General 1,000 years ago when he gave Kong Huan the sword rang out. This sword is known as Verdant Flames. Take it with you. When it lets out a sword whistle, it will be the day the existence I have been waiting for all this while have appeared. I will grant you this sword to keep a lookout over the foreign land. Once the sword lets out its whistle, immediately let go of it. It was these words that caused Kong Huan to come to this place and sit down cross-legged on the ancient bronze sword without lifting his hands off the green sword. By now, he had waited for 1,000 years. At the instant the sword let out a sword whistle and Kong Huan got up to look around him. He let go of the sword he had placed his hands without any hesitation. At the instant he let go, green flames appeared on the sword. With a bang, That sword turned into a green arc and charged into the space, charging to the spot where Su Ming was with a loud whistle. Su Ming turned around, and his gaze landed on the green arc that was coming towards him. A wave of sword aura charged swiftly at his waist, and Su Ming could not help but chuckle. It's rare to see such an intelligent sword, but by the looks of it, it doesn't seem to have noticed me. Instead, Su Ming lowered his head to cast a glance at his waist. There was a storage bag there. Su Ming shook his head. At the instant the green arc came towards him, he lifted his right hand and pointed forward. With it, the shadows of runic symbols immediately appeared in his right eye. As they gathered on his finger, the tip of his finger tapped the green arc. Boom! A loud bang shook the entire area. The green sword shook and fell back. The blade melted at that instant and turned into two green wisps. One of them charged towards the center of Kong Huan's brows, while the other charged into space with an indescribable speed, intending to flee. This scene caused the people on the ancient bronze sword to immediately widen their eyes. Their expressions changed. Right before their eyes, they saw the green sword stabbing an empty spot in space. But when a booming sound rang into the air, the green sword fell back and melted into two green wisps. During that instant, they saw a wave of ripples that looked like those that would appear on flowing water in the space before them. A figure with a tall and straight back gradually appeared from those ripples. He was a young man with long gray hair, a long robe with dark colors, and whose handsome face had an air of ancientness. Runic symbols shone in his right eye, giving all those who saw it a bizarre feeling. Mo Su. You're Mo Su. The middle-aged man and the old man immediately recognized Su Ming, and surprised delight appeared in their eyes. After all, Mo Su's bounty remained ripe for picking to this date. True guards did not care about freedom, but they longed dearly for the enchanted treasure containing a hint of Solar Culpa's presence. I originally didn't want to make things hard for you. Su Ming lifted his head to look at the space above him. The overlapping shadows of the runic symbols in his right eye shone, and 10,000 runic symbols appeared with a bang. They spread out and surrounded the entire area. Each of the runic symbols was shining, and the entire area froze as if it had been sealed. The green wisp that had charged out into space to flee was also caught within the runic symbols formed by divine essence. It was struggling, wishing to escape. Since you discovered me, then you can become my tributes, Su Ming said flatly. He took a step forward. At the instant he did so, he appeared above the ancient bronze sword, clenched his right fist, and punched it. The middle-aged man in the middle stage of World Plane Realm did not even have time to check Su Ming's level of cultivation when a sense of danger rose within him. He let out an enraged shout, then formed a seal with his hands. An armor manifested on his body, and a gigantic runic picture appeared before him. As it spun, it charged towards Su Ming. Boom! Su Ming's fist landed on the runic picture, and it immediately shattered to pieces. In shock, the man retreated, but before he could move far away, Su Ming's punch had already landed on his chest. He coughed up blood, and his armor shattered. A loud bang rang out in the man's heart, and all his bones were almost shattered. As he coughed up huge mouthfuls of blood, disbelief appeared on his face. Later stage of World Plane Realm. His body was instantly flung away by a great force to land within the crack in the area of the foreign land. He disappeared within an instant, sucked inside. The next is you. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as before. When he turned around, he threw his fist in the direction of the old man who was rapidly retreating and whose face was filled with shock. Booming sounds echoed in the air. The punch that was fused with divine essence could temporarily bring forth the power of the later stage of World Plane Realm and completely suppress those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Unless the old man had a culpa treasure and the same type of serendipity as Su Ming, then there was absolutely no way he could fight against it. The old man coughed up blood, and banging sounds rang out non-stop in his body. As his face turned pale, his body was flung back by a great force, and he landed in one of the cracks leading to the foreign land before disappearing without a trace. It was quiet all around. Kong Huan's body trembled as he looked at Su Ming with fear. The 300 cultivators in black armor on the ancient bronze armor did not dare to get closer to him at that moment. Their bodies might have seemed to be full of a still presence, but their minds were normal. They had practiced the same skill, so they possessed the same presence. This sort of skill could make their hearts almost stop and make them cold and unfeeling. However, the instant Su Ming's divine essence runic symbols covered the entire area, a great, mighty pressure instantly descended on their bodies. That mighty pressure crushed their cold attitude, and fear took form within them. It was especially so when he had, with one punch, nearly killed the middle-aged man, and with another, the old man in white nearly died. Su Ming had clearly done this intentionally, or else the both of them would have definitely died. Those in the later stage of World Plane Realm could suppress all the cultivators beneath their level. This sort of strength brought despair to the hearts of all the people in the area. Space had been sealed off, and even the ancient bronze sword was covered in runic symbols. Due to it, the sword lost its usefulness and could no longer be controlled. What lay before these cultivators seemed to be only the path to death. Either you die or you step into the foreign land, Su Ming said flatly. He swept his gaze across the 300 cultivators in black armor. All those who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble, and they instinctively lowered their heads. There were a few who gritted their teeth after a moment of hesitation and charged into the cracks leading to the foreign land with a single move. With someone taking the lead, the others turned into long arcs under the threat of death looming over their heads. In the span of a breath, the 300 people in black armor went through the cracks leading to the foreign lands and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming and Kong Huan were the only ones left in this place. Kong Huan, who had one of the green wisps fused into the center of his brows, had a ferocious look. Veins popped up on his face, but the terror in his eyes was even more prominent. However, he could not control himself and let out a low roar. As he roared, a green mark gradually appeared at the center of his brows. That mark looked like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, and the image of a gigantic peacock manifested behind him as the space there distorted. The peacock could not be seen clearly and looked as if it was incredibly weak, but at the instant it manifested, Kong Huan's power rapidly rose. However, as it rose, his face turned from that of a teenage boy to that of a middle-aged man. Then he rapidly changed into an old man. His hair also transformed from black to gray before eventually turning white. It was as if his life was being burned and turned into the nutrients for the explosive increase in his power, becoming the source of energy for the peacock. Red filled his eyes, and there was even a hint of madness within them. It was a madness that no longer possessed any form of intelligence. Su Ming watched Kong Huan's transformation quietly. He had a question lying in his heart. The green sword might not have discovered him just now, but had instead discovered his storage bag. Perhaps more accurately speaking, it had discovered some form of living creature or item in his storage bag. Could it be? An answer rose in Su Ming's mind, and sadness showed up in his eyes. He was never a kind and generous person to begin with. The four great true worlds chased after his life all those years ago, and the rewards they promised had forced him into the foreign land. Su Ming had sworn in the past that he would repay them back by several-fold for all that was done to him. However, he still had more important things to do. They were even more important than taking revenge on the four great true worlds, much more important, which was why he had previously decided to ignore Kong Huan and the other two. Su Ming gently touched the storage bag. Within it was the slumbering bald crane. It was slowly dispersing, as if this was a transformation that could not be reversed. This transformation had not been very clear in the foreign land, but once he walked out of there, the process had become much faster. Su Ming did not know the reason for this, but he knew that if the bald crane had not been there to help him, it would not have been reduced to this state. If it was not to help him succeed in his possession, the bald crane wouldn't have burnt its soul and been left in a near-death state. In truth, Su Ming did not even dare to take the bald crane out of his storage bag. He was worried that at the instant he brought it out, it would instantly disappear, and from then on, the bald crane would no longer exist in the universe. The bald crane that loved money as much as it loved its own life but had accompanied Su Ming to the barren lands of divine essence, and the one that possessed a great deal of secrets would no longer be around. Looks like there are also different goals among the forces of power from the four great true worlds. Some of them are after me, and some are after it. The sadness in Su Ming's eyes was replaced by killing intent. He had always been a person who was fiercely protective of those close to him. At that moment, as he looked at Kong Huan, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. At that moment, Kong Huan lifted his head and roared. He had completely lost his intelligence. When he opened his mouth, a large amount of saliva flowed down the corners of his lips. He came charging towards Su Ming while roaring, and his arrival was like that of a crazed peacock. Your level of cultivation rose to nearly the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but you're still lacking. Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it before himself. With it, the 10,000 runic symbols around him immediately charged over from all directions at Kong Huan. While the other was still several hundreds of feet away, the symbols completely filled the entire area around him, turning into an existence that was akin to a grave. I will form a script under the ground, and that will become a grave. Boom! The grave formed by runic symbols buried Kong Huan. At the moment they turned into a stone monument and scattered. A green wisp flew out, but before it could fly too far away, it was seized by Su Ming. Another green wisp also appeared in his palm. That green wisp was the one that had tried to flee into the distance just now, but had been blocked by Su Ming's runic symbols and had been seized by him. The two green wisps struggled in Su Ming's hand as if they wanted to fly out, but could not escape from the restrictions placed on them by the divine essence runic symbols around them. Su Ming looked at the two green wisps with a glint in his eyes and pulled his fingers into a fist. Banging sounds came from his palm, and when Su Ming unfurled his fist and straightened his palm, the green wisps were gone. Only a green feather remained. A faint light spread out from it. There was a dried speck of blood on the feather, and it was exuding an ancient presence. At the instant Su Ming noticed this presence, his heart trembled. This is the bald crane's presence. A crease gradually appeared between Su Ming's brows, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Just what is the goal of the person who made Kong Huan bring the feather to this place? One of the two green wisps was clearly supposed to send a message. Since I stopped it, that person should not learn about what happened here within a short period of time. But what is this person thinking about? If he is thinking about harming the bald crane, why did they hand me this feather? If that person is thinking of returning it, why attack me? Su Ming fell silent. After a moment, his right eye shone, and each of the runic symbols that contain the power of divine essence enveloped his body. Within an instant, they fused into his skin and entered his body. Su Ming closed his eyes. After a moment, there was no longer any light around him, and even his presence disappeared, as if he had vanished from the galaxy. However, the situation in his body right then was akin to a raging sea. All the runic symbols in him were like a giant net. As it contracted and expanded swiftly, Su Ming's body seemed to have turned into a sea, and divine essence runic symbols were a huge net that covered the entire place. It was contracting and expanding in his body, like how an ordinary fisherman would hunt for fish. However, Su Ming was not catching fish, but memories. Those memories were the scenes from when he was in Crimson Flame Planet. Let the divine essence runic symbols be seals, and seal my memories within Crimson Flame Planet. As Su Ming opened and closed his eyes, the runic symbols in his body immediately turned into a seal, sealing up all of his memories from Crimson Flame Planet layer by layer. At the instant his memories were sealed, a dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He could sense that an invisible thread was broken at the moment his memories were sealed. The source of the reason behind why the four great true worlds could find me all those years ago was because they had used someone's memories from Crimson Flame Planet and turned it into those blood identification pearls after executing a mysterious divine ability. I could not understand it in the past and could not grasp the concept clearly, but now, with my divine essence, the blood identification pearl will temporarily lose its effect. If I wanted to truly make it lose its effect, then I would need to wipe off the memories of that person from Crimson Flame Planet. If I did that, The 4 great true worlds would not be able to know my whereabouts, and would not be able to know that I've come out of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. When Su Ming walked out of the land with the 100,000 stone monuments, he had cast this sealing art on himself and wiped off his traces. Now that he had come out, he had executed it once again, forming a complete seal, and his mind was set completely at ease. Once he finished doing all this, Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his storage bag. After a moment, a resolute look appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand to reveal the totem that the Duke of Crimson Flame had turned into on his arm, then sent his power to rush into it. The totem on his right arm immediately started shining. As it shone with a dark light, it slowly disappeared from Su Ming's arm, and the Duke of Crimson Flame's body appeared out of thin air. As if the old man was opening his eyes for the first time from a deep slumber that lasted for 1,000 years, he looked at Su Ming, dazed. However, after several breaths, that dazed expression turned into shock. The Duke of Crimson Flame looked at Su Ming, dumbfounded. He had noticed that the number of disasters from the art of swallowing Hollow Shadow's whole within Su Ming's body had reached 5. His level of cultivation had also reached a level that was almost the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. This was still nothing, however. Most importantly, he sensed a strong, threatening presence from Su Ming's body. This sense of danger came from a presence that dominated over all forms of life. It might still be weak, but even so, the Duke of Crimson Flame was apprehensive. If Su Ming could grow, then perhaps with just one thought, the Duke of Crimson Flame would be reduced to ashes. This feeling caused his heart to tremble. However, he was still wrong. If the presence of divine essence within Su Ming's body truly grew, then with just one thought, the Duke of Crimson Flame would not be the only one who would turn into ashes. The entire universe would turn into ashes as well. This was what it meant to be able to destroy the heavens with one thought. Just how much time has passed? The Duke of Crimson Flame was, after all, an old monster that had lived for countless years. He might be shocked, but the very first question he threw out hit straight on the point. If Su Ming told him that 100,000 years or even more time had passed, then he would have obtained all his answers. On the other hand, if only several hundreds or thousands of years had passed, then it would definitely mean that Su Ming had obtained an unimaginably great serendipity during this period of time. I'll tell you about this later, Senior. Now, please answer me something first. Just what are the origins of the bald crane? The Duke of Crimson Flame was momentarily stunned. When he looked around, he did not find any traces of the bald crane, and when he saw the solemn look on Su Ming's face, a guess instantly formed in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he said hesitantly, "I don't know where it truly comes from, either, but I did find a hint of familiarity on its body. It's very similar to a certain existence during my era. I wish to hear more about it," Su Ming said as he looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame. "I told you before that there are 5 great true worlds in this universe, and within each true world is a Culpa Lord. They are the sovereigns of a true world, just like Dao Chun from True Morning Dao World, Yin Shang from True Sacred Yin World, and the Abyss Builder's sovereign from the 5th True World. They are Culpa Lords, and they are at the realm where they can control fate, lives, and death. After them are the 5 true progenitors of the 5 true great words. These 5 people's level of cultivation is even more shocking. They seem to have surpassed the level of Culpa Lords. In fact, their existences can interfere with some of the operations of the 5 great true worlds. It's as if they are the rules of the 5 great true worlds itself, and they can turn into all sorts of existences. Very few people can know who they truly are. They are a part of legends," the Duke of Crimson Flame mumbled as he spoke of the secrets ages ago. "Only our sovereign of the 5 true worlds within the 5 great true world had his level of cultivation surpass that of the true progenitor. The other Culpa Lords from the 4 great true worlds cannot do this. I don't know who the other true progenitors from the other true worlds are, but the true progenitor from the 5th true world had only ever adopted one single appearance over the years. His name was Wuxia. He called himself a Taoist, and his origins were a mystery. But the universe is huge, and there are millions of races within it. It's impossible for there to only be 10 Culpa Lords and true progenitors who are the strongest in the universe. Within each true world, there were other old monsters whose levels of cultivation were close to theirs, and there were some who were even stronger than them. These people are also part of legends. Some of them moved about alone, and some of them had huge races behind them acting as their support. Some were rumored to be from the vast galaxy beyond the 5 great true worlds. Among the legends of the 5th true world, there is one about a huge crane. This crane always introduced itself as Hayamo, and it was incredibly sly as well as ruthless. It loved killing and plundering, and wherever it went, all the sects would be destroyed and all medicinal cores taken away. It seemed to only be interested in medicinal cores. If one didn't resist, they would be fine, but if they resisted, they would bring upon themselves a disaster. This crane was skilled in transformation arts. In this aspect, it was incredibly similar to our true progenitor. No one knew where it came from, but it was a famous character in the 5th true world. It had done practically every despicable thing in the book. It poked fun of all sorts of old monsters, snatched people's medicinal cores, changed its appearance so that no one could fend against it, causing all the cranes in the 5th true world to almost be massacred for a time being. Nothing seemed to be of much use against this crane. It seemed to have been born with a talent that could break all runes, and sealing arts were also of no effect against it. Its bad name could even make a huge sect migrate and turn a galaxy into dust. It had only failed twice in its life. The first was when it went to the Abyss Builder's homeland and was defeated by the Sovereign. However, it was only injured at that time, and since the Sovereign didn't chase after it, it successfully escaped. The second time was when it stole the true progenitor Lu Ya's medicinal cores. Taoist Lu Ya chased after it for 1,000 years, but no one knows how this ended. Anyway, this is just what people said. Very few know precisely what had happened back then. When the Duke of Crimson Flame spoke up to that point, he cast Su Ming a strange look. There was also a rather strange expression on Su Ming's face. He did not even need to verify to be almost certain that the bald crane was indeed that crane which committed all sorts of heinous crimes and snatched medicinal cores as spoken in the legends within the 5th true world. The one beside you fulfills certain characteristics of that crane. It's greedy, can disregard runes, is skilled in transformation, and is also a crane. However, what left me uncertain and unable to say for sure was that the crane in the legends of the 5th true world was only interested in medicinal cores. It would not even glance at crystals. But the obsession and desire of the one beside you towards crystals has already reached a state that cannot be described with words. That's why I can't be certain whether it is the same crane as the one in the past. The Duke of Crimson Flame said with a wry laugh. If you hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have told you what I've just said, because while I would be safe if the crane is not the same one as the one in the past, if it was, then I remember that the crane was the type that would seek revenge even for the smallest grievance, and it was a creature that held onto grudges. Even if it's just a small matter, it would remember it for life. The Duke of Crimson Flame continued laughing wryly, looking as if he had no way out of this situation. At that moment, Su Ming was not just almost certain. He was almost absolutely certain that the bald crane was the one from the legend the Duke of Crimson Flame had just told. That personality which held on to grudges was one of which Su Ming had a deep impression. Once he remembered how the Purple Akang had mentioned that the bald crane had been injured heavily thrice, it became clear to him that during the era the Duke of Crimson Flame had spoken of, it had needed to recover because of its grave injuries. That was why it had robbed medicinal cores in such a frenzy. However, Su Ming still had a question in mind. Just what thing could make the bald crane shift its obsession from medicinal cores to crystals? This was something Su Ming could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps only when the bald crane itself would be able to understand such a drastic shift in obsession once its memories returned. What the Duke of Crimson Flame knows is just a part of the bald crane's life. After all, it's a life form that is as ancient as Akang itself. After a moment of pensive silence, Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame. The Duke of Crimson Flame hesitated for a moment, and once he thought about how much he had said, he decided that he would tell Su Ming everything, which was why he gritted his teeth and continued. I've also heard of a rumor, but I don't know whether it's true or false. It said that it was also very perverted. There were quite a number of female cultivators in the fifth true world in the past who were associated with it. Every single time they mentioned it, they would grind their teeth in anger, and they would look as if they badly wanted to kill it with their own hands. And I also met a female cultivator who clearly looked very embarrassed and enraged when she mentioned it, as if it did something that would make someone boil in anger. Once he Duke of Crimson Flame finished speaking, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. This was something he had never seen on the bald crane before. Then do you know any place where I can find some clues in the barren lands of divine essence? Perhaps I should reword this. If it's injured badly and is near death, is there any way for me to heal it? A determined look appeared on Su Ming's face. It did not matter to him what sort of background the bald crane had or how many people held grudges against it. Since it had fallen unconscious and was in a state of near death because of him, then he would do everything he could to save it. About that, the Duke of Crimson Flame had some speculations a moment ago, and when he heard Su Ming's words, he became even more certain that an accident had fallen upon the bald crane. A contemplative look appeared on his face, but after a long while he shook his head. My level of cultivation was not the same in the past. I really don't know what sort of method could save it. It's a soul right now, and normal medicinal cores won't be able to heal it. If we can find true progenitor Lu Yen, then perhaps with his skills with medicinal cores he could help it. But this is the same as finding a needle in a haystack, and we don't even know whether true progenitor Luya is still alive. The Duke of Crimson Flame sighed. Just as he was shaking his head, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. It introduces itself as Hey Mo. I remember now. I heard some people mention a theory in the fifth true world in the past. They said that there is a high possibility that it's not a creature from the fifth true world, but something that came from divine essence star ocean. The Duke of Crimson Flame immediately looked towards Su Ming. Are you saying Black Ink Planet? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Hey Mo, Black Ink Planet, perhaps there is some connection between the two, but I can't be certain. You'll have to think about it yourself. The Duke of Crimson Flame nodded. Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long while he opened them, and resolve appeared within them. The bald crane knew Ikang, and this alone was enough to tell him many things. The possibility of it coming from divine essence star ocean was incredibly high, and because of it, there was a high possibility that Black Ink Planet had some form of connection with the bald crane. Black Ink Planet has existed for a long time, and unless someone changed the planet's name during the time before history was even recorded to turn this into a trap against the bald crane, then there is definitely some form of clue lying about it in this sort of coincidence. Su Ming lowered his head to look at the green feather on his palm. As he looked at the blood on it and felt the familiar presence that belonged to the bald crane from that feather, the scenes of how he met it up to the moment it burned its soul for him flashed through his mind. He could even seem to hear the faint voice of the bald crane smugly referring to itself as Grandpa Crane. There are some things that cannot be viewed with rationale. Even if I know it's dangerous, I still have to do it. Since you burned your soul to help me, then what harm is there if I step into danger for you? I originally wouldn't have been able to obtain this feather if it weren't for the divine essence runic symbols around me. Even if I managed to kill Kong Huan, I would have only been able to obtain one of the green wisps. It would have been difficult for me to get both and turn them into this feather. I'll take this risk. Bald Crane, even if the feather turns out to be a problem, let's take this risk. If you can recover slightly after you absorb this feather, then even if it's the dragon's lair, I will go there for you. If we lose this bet, then I promise you that once the cultivation of my divine essence reaches completion, I will destroy the 4 great true worlds and have them be buried with you. Su Ming gritted his teeth and sent the green feather in his hand into the storage bag. At the instant his hand touched the storage bag, his hand shook lightly, and that light shiver was a symbol of how nervous Su Ming was in his heart. At the instant the green feather went into the storage bag, an endless amount of green light immediately shone from within. At the same time, the sleeping bald crane's soul started shining with a brilliant black light, as if it was fighting against that green light. It was also during this moment that the green feather in the light turned into a green peacock. With ferociousness and madness, as well as a hint of intelligence that appeared in its eyes, it charged towards the bald crane. As the black light spread out from the bald crane, it turned into a crane that had its eyes shut, and as if it was out of pure instinct, it charged towards the incoming green peacock. At the instant both sides closed in on each other, a sparkle appeared in Su Ming's right eye, and the divine essence runic symbols swiftly took form. They surged into the storage bag and enveloped the green peacock. I knew it. There was trouble in it. Su Ming let out a cold harumph, and the divine essence runic symbols exploded on the green peacock with loud boom. Within an instant, they wiped off the intelligence within the green peacock's eyes, causing a shrill screech to reverberate in space. Divine essence. That's impossible. As screeches of pain rang out, the green peacock's eyes became unfocused, and its body looked as if it was about to scatter away. The bald crane, which had its eyes shut, pounced on it abruptly, and the two fused together instantly. The bald crane still had its eyes shut and continued to be in deep sleep, but the dissemination of its body immediately became much slower. Though faint, the bald crane also seemed slightly different from before, as if its soul had recovered slightly. It's effective. Su Ming's eyes shone with a brilliant light. Since it's effective, then, bald crane, you've done far too many things for me today. I'll help you. Su Ming mumbled under his breath as he stood in the area beyond Western Ring, Nebula's foreign land. As he did so, a determined look appeared in his eyes. He did not choose to search for the connection between the bald crane and Black Ink Planet. After all, while it might seem certain that there was a connection between them, in truth it might also be a coincidence, and the journey to the planet was long. Unless he absolutely had to, Su Ming would not choose to go there. Besides, there was another path that led to the bald crane's recovery laid out before him, and that was to search for the person who gave Kong Huan that feather. It did not matter what sort of scheme that person was plotting. Su Ming just needed to find the person, crush that scheme, and take back what belonged to the bald crane. This path was incredibly dangerous, because the defenses and the number of powerful warriors within the forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands would continuously serve as a blockage in Su Ming's path. Besides, there would definitely be some old monsters among the forces of power from the four great true worlds. This could be seen by the presence of the two powerful warriors who were half a step away from Solar Culpa realm among those who came after Su Ming's life all those years ago. I'll have to make this quick and not drag the fight out. I'll barge in at the fastest speed possible, find that person, and snatch away what I need. As long as I can do everything at the fastest speed possible, then there is a possibility that I will succeed in this matter. The Duke of Crimson Flame saw the light in Su Ming's eyes, and he also saw the madness within him. He had originally thought that Su Ming was hesitating on whether he would go to Black Ink Planet, but at that moment, Su Ming swiftly closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, his Akang clone slowly opened his eyes. Right when he did so, a dense power of divine essence erupted from within him. He stood up slowly and took a step into space. With one step, the galaxy roared. With another, the world of the 100,000 stone monuments looked as if it was about to shatter. The hundreds of people in the purple stone monuments, including the cultivators in black armor who were forced into the land by Su Ming, fell unconscious. The purple light on their stone monuments became dull, and in the end, not a hint of light could be found on them anymore, as if all of it had been sucked away during that instant. He took another step, and a figure suddenly appeared in sinful barren lands, in the area beyond Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. That figure was dressed in purple and had long hair. His appearance was similar to Su Ming's, but he looked even more ancient. He stood there quietly, and at the instant he appeared, a large area within Western Ring Nebula rumbled. This was a rumbling sound that came out of nowhere, and it was a sound that caused the galaxy to tremble. An innumerable amount of cracks appeared in the galaxy, and as that rumbling rang in space, the laws and rules in Western Ring Nebula looked as if they had descended into a disorderly state during that instant and got entangled with each other. The planets shone, the meteors stopped moving, starlight was distorted, and an endless amount of ripples spread out, causing the entire Western Ring Nebula to descend into huge chaos. It was as if the appearance of Su Ming's Ikang clone made this galaxy wary, and it became greatly averse to his presence. It was as if the galaxy had a will, and at that moment it was seething in rage but was also in a state of anxiety as well. White lightning descended with loud booms from space and instantly filled the area around Su Ming's Ikang clone. As it spread out violently in all directions, this large area within the galaxy instantly turned into a lake of lightning. That lightning was like a prison, and seemed to have been born from the galaxy to prevent Su Ming's Ikang clone from moving out. All of this was completely disregarded by Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. He still had his eyes closed, but in front of him, the Duke of Crimson Flame's expression changed in such a drastic manner that had never been seen before. He instinctively retreated several thousands of feet backwards and stared at the purple figure that appeared within the white lake of lightning with a dumbfounded expression. A wave of respect born of extreme terror rose uncontrollably from his soul. His body trembled, and even his soul seemed as if it was about to collapse. Who is this? This strength, this is... The Duke of Crimson Flame looked as if his mind had become a muddled mess. Disbelieving shock appeared on his face. He saw how the laws and rules of the galaxy filled the area, and saw how the galaxy was greatly averse towards this person. He could not imagine just how strong a person who was repulsed by the galaxy could be. This was a strength that made a galaxy wary. You're just a broken galaxy. How dare you try to prevent me from going out? The purple hair of Su Ming's Ikang clone danced in space. As he spoke flatly, he lifted his right hand and swung forward. With it, all the white lightning around him turned purple right before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, this place became a purple lake of lightning. What was more, right at that moment, a will that made the Duke of Crimson Flame suffocate erupted from the purple figure whose face he could not see clearly. As that will swept outwards, it was as if all the spots where the will passed through in the galaxy would no longer belong to the galaxy, but would be in this person's control. The Duke of Crimson Flame could vaguely see all the laws and rules in the galaxy where this person's will touched forcefully wiped off and replaced by new laws and rules. He also saw the resistance of the galaxy turn into a power that restricts others, as if it was trying to stop this person's will from spreading out. This was no longer something a cultivator could do. It was akin to a fight between a galaxy against galaxy, a scuffle between a cosmos against another cosmos. The Duke of Crimson Flame's jaw fell slack in shock as he mumbled, "Just who is this?" This sort of divine ability had already surpassed the Duke of Crimson Flame's imagination. Only one thought was in his mind: to flee. He shouted at Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, and just as he was about to take it away, he shuddered, because the will that terrified him had already enveloped Su Ming's clone. At that instant, a faint voice echoed in the air. "Broken galaxy, you can destroy all manner of lives, but you cannot destroy me, because you and I are the same sort of existence." At the instant these words were spoken, the Duke of Crimson Flame saw a scene that he would never forget in his life, a scene that shocked him for all eternity. Right then, he saw a gigantic, purple tree that towered into the heavens, and was so big that it was difficult to describe its size appearing behind that blurry purple figure whose face he could not see clearly. That tree used the galaxy as the earth it planted its roots in and as its nutrients. There was also a sound that came from within it which sounded like a heartbeat. With each thump, the galaxy would tremble. At the moment the tree appeared, it occupied an area so wide that its end could not be seen, causing the laws and rules within Western Ring Nebula to be on the verge of crumbling to pieces. His will spread out once again, and with a bang, it enveloped the area where the Duke of Crimson Flame was. Despair filled him, but he did not sense death coming towards him, which momentarily took him aback. Not only did he not sense death, instead, in that will, he found a hint of familiarity which pushed him into a state of disbelief. "Broken galaxy, you cannot stop me, and neither can you destroy me. Today, I came out from my homeland not to destroy you, but to borrow 100,000 lis of your galaxy. Do not try to stop me." At the instant these words were spoken, the purple lightning around Su Ming's Ikang clone spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area where Su Ming's will was, and it was a galaxy that stretched out to 100,000 lis. 100,000 lis of a galaxy filled with purple lightning became a galaxy that belonged to Su Ming's Ikang clone. This region of the galaxy was not big and could not compare to the galaxy which belonged to the purple Ikang in its homeland within the foreign lands. However, this was the world outside, not the foreign land. There was a will from the universe here, and he had already surpassed the limits of a cultivator by being able to do this. As Su Ming's Ikang clone spoke, the Duke of Crimson Flame looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. The repulsion from Western Ring Nebula disappeared. It most likely hadn't disappeared completely and was still monitoring him, but this was a form of compromise, and it meant that this purple figure was on equal grounds with the galaxy. The Duke of Crimson Flame then saw a sight that left his mind blank. He saw Su Ming, which was Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, opening his eyes and slowly walking towards the purple figure before they gradually fused together. This was not the Abyss Builder's fusion, but a form of incorporation. If the Duke of Crimson Flame still did not understand what was going on during that moment, then he would have wasted all his years of life. However, he was still in a state of disbelief. With a dumbfounded look, he watched the purple Su Ming walk towards him to stand before him. At the moment Duke of Crimson Flame's gaze met the Ikang clones, even his soul began trembling, and he slowly lowered his head to wrap his fist in his palm and bow to Su Ming. He did not manage to finish that bow, because the mighty pressure gathered around him had instantaneously vanished. "Senior, you don't have to do this. This is the first time this clone of mine came out, and I still can't really control him properly. I've offended you greatly just now, please don't take it to heart," Su Ming said calmly as he looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame. He might have said these words, but the Duke of Crimson Flame's shock would not disappear due to a single sentence. He looked at Su Ming in a daze, and for the first time, a strong wave of respect rose within him. This form of respect was something he had never felt for Su Ming before, and the connection he formed with Su Ming due to his desire to use him from before also changed instantly. Forget now, even when he was at the peak of his condition in the past, he would still not have dared to disrespect this sort of person and existence. In fact, he had a feeling that Su Ming might be the new sovereign who could make their fifth true world prosper. Once this thought sprouted in his head, it immediately started growing rapidly in his soul, causing respect and excitement to appear on his face. He took a few steps back and bowed to Su Ming once again. "I do not deserve to be referred to as senior. I had approached you with the intention of using you previously. Please forgive me. Young master, from now on, I will use all my strength to help you restore the glory of the fifth true world." The Duke of Crimson Flame bowed deeply, revealing all the sincerity in his heart. It was also during this moment that he chose to truly treat Su Ming as his young master and never betray him in his life. "But allow me to say this, young master. This clone of yours might be powerful and able to fight against the galaxy. But there are some old monsters in this world who can still kill you. Please, don't let this clone of yours come out. It would be better if you had it stay in the foreign lands," the Duke of Crimson Flame said excitedly. "I know, but there are some things that, even though I know are dangerous, I will still have to do." Su Ming shook his head, and in his mind, the image of the bald crane's smug look appeared. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. "Let's go. We will head to the main camp of the four great true worlds, keeping a lookout over this place." A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a step into space, and within an instant, the purple lightning in the galaxy let out thunderous booms. Like a sea of lightning, he swept through the galaxy to charge swiftly into the distance. Wherever he went, the galaxy would tremble, and all those who saw were shocked and amazed. Su Ming predicted that there would definitely be some old monsters among the forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout on the barren lands. These people might rarely venture out, but if an enemy barged into the main camp stationed in the barren lands, then they would surely appear at the fastest speed they could muster. Su Ming was not conceited enough to think that he could fight against those old monsters. He knew that while his Ikang clone could fight against galaxies, that was because of divine essence and because life forms like Ikang were very similar to the universe. It could be said that such life forms were the same type of existence as the universe. However, his clone was still weak and incomplete. That was why, even if the universe could not destroy him, there would be some cultivators in the universe who could do it. The forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands are divided into four regions. Each of them corresponds with one of the four great galaxies, which include Western Ring Nebula. Behind the four regions is an endless cosmos. In its depths is a vortex formed of planets. That place is the spot where the main camp of the forces of power from the four great true worlds is located. The scenes of what he'd seen about the forces of power from the four great true worlds when he used the divinity incarceration rune all those years ago when the bald crane was still awake resurfaced in his mind. I only have one chance. I can only barge in from one of the regions and step into the main camp. The purple lightning rumbled in the galaxy. Su Ming remained cool and unexcited within it as his body floated in space. The lightning under his feet was tumbling about as if in seawater and brought his body to charge forward with a speed that was akin to shifting. The forces keeping a lookout over Western Ring Nebula are from True Sacred Een World. Most of the True Guards who came after my life all those years ago were from True Sacred Een World. Zhe Longxin, Li Hua, and Ji Yunhai were also among them. It won't be difficult for me to learn of the identity of the Lord Vice General Kong Huan mentioned earlier. Su Ming's purple hair fluttered in space, causing that near-ancient presence on his face to give off a bizarre air that was difficult to describe with words. It was especially so for that pale face, which made him look as if he was terminally ill. Due to it, the bizarre air about him became even greater. The overlapping shadows of the runic symbols in his right eye shone, and his left pupil turned into a vortex. There was purple lightning spreading out through that vortex, and it gradually looked as if a world was contained inside there. In that world, there were 10,000 purple stone monuments. There were hundreds of people unconscious under those stone monuments, and two of them were naturally the middle-aged and old True Guards whom Su Ming had forced into the foreign land. As they remained unconscious, purple fog spread out from the stone monuments and seeped into their minds. Within an instant, their memories took shape in Su Ming's left eye. True Sacred Een World, Tea Planet, Vice General, Wu Li Zi, Solar Culpa Realm, has a green sun possessing 5 lights. Tea Planet, outside the main camp, one of the radix planets of the forces of power from True Sacred Een World, keeping a lookout over Western Ring Nebula. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and when clarity returned to his eye, there was a freezing glare in his gaze. So she's not in the main camp? If that's the case, then the chance of success will be around 8/10. Su Ming closed his eyes. As the purple lightning around him let out booming sounds, he became even faster. Within an instant, he had already traveled a great distance, but he was still charging towards the forces of power from True Sacred Een World, keeping a lookout over Western Ring Nebula. He traveled so quickly that he looked like a ray of purple light that was slicing through the galaxy. Wherever he passed, the laws and rules in the galaxy would avoid him, as if they did not want to get close to him, a telling sign of how domineering was Su Ming's Ikang clone. This also allowed Su Ming's speed to reach a terrifying extent. 90 breaths later, I will be able to see the space-sealing rune outside the spot where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds are stationed. 30 breaths later, several cultivators saw a layer of purple covering the white sky above them as they remained in the endless cultivation planets of Western Ring Nebula. That layer of purple caused entire worlds to turn purple in an instant. In the area where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands were stationed, a portion belonged to True Sacred Een World. Within that area was a gigantic set of planets that formed a radix planet located slightly further away but not too far away from the main camp of the 4 great true worlds. The planets in the radix planet that were positioned like a distorted flight of stairs were shining with a brilliant light. In the set of radix planets at the spot which was similar to the spot where the heart of a human would be located was a green continent. Green grass covered the continent, and there were plenty of lush, green mountains on it as well. An endless amount of intelligent beasts were playing around with each other. Wind blew past the grass, causing rustling sounds to reverberate in the air. Those sounds fused with the noise of the wind, forming a beautiful, sweet sound of nature that drifted through the area. At the center of the meadow was a tent. Outside that tent were 8 children playing around with each other. They wore happy expression, and their laughter echoed through the area. Within the tent was a woman in green. Only her back could be seen. She was facing a bronze mirror while combing her dark locks. As she sat there, her graceful body would cause people to think dirty thoughts. Oh! Another 30 breaths passed. The booming sounds from the purple lightning from Western Ring Nebula became even louder. The cultivators from the cultivation planets were no longer the only ones who could see the lightning. Even the cultivators who were charging through the galaxy found their expressions changing drastically. All the light in the area turned into purple during that instant. They could vaguely sense that the laws around them were distorting and shrinking back. This scene shook the hearts of all cultivators who saw it. And during that moment, they looked in unison towards the purple lightning that was like an ocean in the galaxy. Beyond the radix planet called Theia was a young man in blue. He had the mark of a fire at the center of his brows, in place of a peach blossom that had been there before. He had an indifferent expression on his face, and he looked as if there was a layer of invisible fire around him. As he strolled forward, he walked into the radix planet and appeared in the depths of it, where the green continent was. He stopped outside the tent. "Greetings, Vice General Dao Rin." Almost the moment the young man appeared, the 8 children who were playing around stopped laughing. They came to stand in front of the young man, then wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards him. Once Dao Rin smiled faintly at the 8 children, he directed a gentle gaze at the tent. "Wu Lizi, do you still refuse to see me?" he asked softly. Not a single word came from within the tent. The woman in green acted as if she did not hear him and continued combing her black hair. "Oh." When the 90th breath passed, Dao Rin shook his head with a bitter smile as he stood outside the tent. He turned around, intending to leave. Ever since he became true General Huazhu's messenger, Wu Lizi had refused to see him even once throughout the last 1,000 years. Even though he came here once every few days, he still could not improve their relationship. Right at the instant Dao Ren turned around and was about to leave Theia Radix planet, a booming sound so strong it shook the sky, the Earth, the entire galaxy, and all the planets within it reverberated in the air. Theia Radix planet trembled violently, and all the living creatures on the green continent were shocked and terrified. The 8 children's expressions changed. As that loud boom echoed in the air, a cold and apathetic voice spread through the area where the forces of power from true sacred in-world were stationed. "There is a 15th tier power attempting to break the space sealing rune beyond Western Ring Nebula. 2,135 years will be required to break the rune with this power." Once that voice spoke, all the cultivators within the planets in the area, where the forces of power from true sacred in-world were located, immediately sported changes in their expressions. And many people swiftly flew out of their cultivation planets. Some of them even had a hint of shock on their faces as their hearts trembled due to the booming sound. It was not that they had never met those lunatics from sinful barren lands who tried to break the space-sealing rune. But since ancient times, there were only 3 times where the power exerted reached 15th tier or surpassed that. Right then, this was the 4th time. Even though the previous 3 people from sinful barren lands had failed in their attempts to break the rune. But this was the first time a person's initial attack could bring forth a 15th tier power. So what if it's a 15th tier power? No one has ever successfully broken the space-sealing rune before, and it will be the same this time. What nerve! These criminals! How dare they try to attack the space-sealing rune? I remember reading the records that after those people 3 fail, true guards from true sacred world moved out in great numbers and executed a wide-scale attack to kill them. Humph! They're just asking for death. As the cold voice reverberated in the air within the Radix planet, divine thoughts immediately echoed within the galaxy. Immediately, thousands of people charged forth. As those figures flashed past, they charged towards the space-sealing rune. They were the first wave of attackers, and they wanted to see just what fools would dare to offend the four great true worlds. However, right as they flew out and had not even managed to close a distance of 10,000 feet, an even stronger boom suddenly shook the galaxy, which was left trembling. The violent echoes could make a person's ears ring. At the instant that sound left the cultivators in endless shock, the cold voice from the radix planet spoke once more. There is a 19th-tier power attempting to break the space-sealing rune beyond Western Ring Nebula. 125 years will be required to break the rune with this power. At the same time that voice spoke, in the mid of a layer of purple lightning beyond the space-sealing rune was Su Ming, who stood there quietly. He pulled his right hand back. Before him was an endless galaxy. At that moment, booming sounds were ringing in the galaxy. The countless planets within it were smashing into each other, and violent crashes were sounding non-stop. As expected of the space-sealing rune, Su Ming remarked flatly. But there is a fatal flaw within this rune that can even block those who can control fate, lives, and death. It belongs to this galaxy. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and as the divine essence runic symbols in his right eye shone, he gently let his hand fall. At the instant his palm landed on the rune through the air, the booming sounds from the galaxy before him became much louder. As they echoed in the air, an endless amount of planets crashed into each other and exploded. The booming sounds continued non-stop. Su Ming's will spread out abruptly, and within an instant, it covered the entire area. Once he did that, the laws and rules surrounding the galaxy in this area disappeared. Instantly, the galaxy looked as if it had lost the power that could make it float in this cosmos. And right before Su Ming's eyes, it started plummeting down at a rapid speed. From the distance, this was a scene that could shock the hearts of many, and it was enough for the hearts of the cultivators to quicken their pace. The galaxy had turned into rain and spilled all over the cosmos. For the first time, the space-sealing rune beyond the area where the forces of power from the four great true worlds were stationed was broken. There was a bizarre air to this action that would leave people in disbelief of this method of breaking the rune. It was not a forceful break, and neither was it a skillful evasion of the rune. It was done by extracting the laws and rules within it, causing the rune to lose its source of power. After this, it simply came crashing down like rain, like how a bead curtain that wards off dust at the entrance of a room falls once the strings holding it to the doorframe are gone. Once it collapsed with a rustling sound, the place lost its door. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. The Duke of Crimson Flame was not of much use here, and had been turned into a totem. At the instant the space-sealing rune fell, Su Ming swept up the 100,000 lis of purple lightning, and took a step forward into the galaxy, where the forces of power from four great true worlds were stationed. This was also the area into which no one from sinful barren lands had managed step into over the course of an innumerable amount of years. This battle must end swiftly. I'll make this quick. The space-sealing rune has lost its source of power and has been broken. The invader has entered the galaxy where the forces of power from the four great true worlds are stationed. At the instant the space-sealing rune plunged down, the radix planet's cold voice reverberated in the galaxy. All those who heard it spotted changes in their expressions. The destruction of the rune was too quick. No one had even prepared for the eventuality of it when it was already over. Several cultivators who could control fate, lives, and death were needed to be able to do this, but it was impossible for those beings capable of controlling fate, lives, and death to exist, unless the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean had awakened. Because of it, almost every single person thought that this matter had happened because the other party had plenty of cultivators in Lunar Culpa and Solar Culpa realm, and there was also a possibility that the other party had obtained some sort of incredibly powerful enchanted treasure. A great sense of danger and shock immediately spread through the people in the area where the true guards from True Sacredine World were stationed. Radix Planet will now show every single person what came here from sinful barren lands. Dao Ren heard the violent booms on Tea Radix Planet and also heard the voice echoing in the Radix Planet. His expression turned dark, but there was not a hint of panic on his face. However, 3 breaths later, his expression finally changed drastically. An illusory picture had appeared out of thin air before him. Within that picture was a layer of purple lightning that was 100,000 lis wide, and there was only one person in that purple lightning. It was a young man with purple hair and purple robes. This was the reason behind Dao Ren's expression changing. He was not afraid that there were many people in the other party, because the more people there were, the more it would show that the strongest cultivator they had did not have a high level of cultivation. However, he absolutely did not expect that there would be only one person who broke the rune. The faces of the 8 children around him also turned pale. There was great wariness in their eyes, and booms rang out in their hearts. This scene surpassed their expectations. Almost at the instant Dao Ren looked towards the young man with purple hair. He saw the young man lifting his head, and as if his gaze had penetrated through an endless distance of the galaxy, he met Dao Ren's gaze. It was as if he could see Dao Ren. Boom! Who are you? Dao Ren staggered. When he fell back a few steps, his face turned pale. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. He raised his head swiftly, his face filled with shock and astonishment. Don't you? An indifferent voice came from the picture. Only 2 words might have been said, but they were capable of making the ground tremble furiously. The 8 children and Dao Ren saw the young man with purple hair taking a step forward within that illusory picture. As purple lightning rumbled, the thousands of cultivators that were swiftly charging towards him to block his path were immediately submerged in the purple lightning. Recognize me. At the instant these words echoed in Taya Planet, Dao Ren trembled. He saw the purple-haired young man take another step forward in that picture. With that one step, he moved past half of the galaxy. The countless cultivation planets around him immediately started letting out booming sounds, and their trajectories were changed. They retreated from the area with loud booming sounds as if they were avoiding him, not willing to get closer to him. This sort of power and divine ability was enough to make all those who saw him terrified. Any more? When this last word was spoken, Dao Ren retreated. The 8 children's expressions changed completely to those of fear. They moved back together, because they could see the young man taking a step forward once more, and then, right before him was the radix planet. It was a radix planet that was like a flight of distorted steps, and it was the Taya radix planet where they were located at that moment. The world rumbled. The ground trembled with an intensity which it had never experienced before. Intense booming sounds came from Taya radix planet. In the mid of them, all people including Dao Ren saw the young man in the picture before them, walking over as if he had just descended among them. With one step, he landed on the grass. This scene was so bizarre that Dao Ren and the others had misconception that Su Ming had walked out of the picture. But in truth, he was simply too fast. During the period of time he said those words, he had already taken 3 steps and moved from the space ceiling rune to his destination, Taya Planet. Because of his speed, this kind of misconception had been created. At the instant Su Ming's feet landed on the grass of Taya Planet, the complete form of his sentence finally echoed in all directions. Don't you recognize me anymore? Right when Su Ming stepped onto the grass, purple lightning spread out with a bang. With Su Ming as its center, the lightning covered the entire continent. In the span of a breath, all the green grass in the meadow became purple. As it withered away, the true form of the grass was revealed. It was a meadow filled with endless brambles. As Su Ming's purple lightning covered the entire area, various intelligent beasts were reduced to a bloody mess. As shrill screams of pain rang in the air, their bodies shattered, and ferocious creatures crawled out from within. Each of these beasts were incredibly ugly, and shadows of an incomplete peacock could be seen vaguely behind them. However, as they roared, they gradually prostrated themselves on the ground, suppressed so greatly by Su Ming's will that they did not dare move an inch. It was as if Su Ming became the master of the planet at that instant. Every single spot in the purple area was controlled by his will, including the sky, the earth, the planet, the stars, and the entire galaxy. As the purple lightning spread out, booms rang out from the 8 children's bodies. Bloodlines appeared at the center of their brows, and once they went down their entire bodies as if the lines had cut them into 2 halves, a layer of their skin melted as if it had been corroded, revealing ferocious faces of ghosts underneath the human skin. These were not children. These were clearly 8 existences that were akin to malicious spirits. At that moment, the 8 people before Su Ming grew to about 30 feet tall. Blood was still pouring out from their bodies, and as their expressions twisted, 8 shadows of peacocks appeared behind them. The mark of a peacock that was similar to Kong Huan's also appeared at the center of their brows. The mighty pressure spreading out from their cultivation bases made it clear that they were all near the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. These 8 hideous existences were trembling violently at that moment as they roared at Su Ming together. They rushed forward swiftly, charging towards him with ferociousness. There was madness in their eyes. They were completely deranged, without any intelligence left in them, and it made it seem as if they wanted to tear apart all their enemies. Yet at the instant these 8 existences closed in on Su Ming, he lifted his right hand and casually pushed forward. With it, a bang rang out in the world, and the bodies of the 8 creatures plummeted from the sky. It was as if there was an invisible power that had pressed down on their bodies, forcefully pushing them onto the ground. Terror rose within the hearts of these 8 hideous-looking cultivators. They might have lost their intelligence, but they still had natural instincts, and due to them their minds broke as they trembled. At the instant Su Ming lifted his right hand, booms rang out from the 8 people's bodies, which turned into wisps of green smoke. Once their bodies shattered completely, those wisps gathered together to form 4 green feathers that landed on Su Ming's palm. Master of fate, lives and deaths. Daoren glared at Su Ming. He recognized him now. This person was Mo Su, the one he had led a team to pursue 1,000 years ago. At the instant he recognized Su Ming, disbelief rose in his mind, along with fear and shock. Without any hesitation, he made the mark of the flame at the center of his brows shine brightly, and that light immediately enveloped his entire body, making it look as if he had been set ablaze. At the same time, 3 wills swept through the galaxy. As they came forward, the galaxy began to show signs of breaking. These were 3 presences of Solar Culpa realm, and they were charging forward from the distance. Judging by their speed, in about another 10 breaths they would be able to arrive. Right behind these 3 presences were 2 wills that exuded an ancient air, as if countless years were contained within them. They were also coming forth swiftly, and the strength of these 2 wills surpassed Solar Culpa realm. They were close to that which belonged to the masters of fate, lives, and death. They would only need the span of 5 breaths to arrive. But that was not all. Right behind those 5 wills was a Psi, and it came from Tea planet. That Psi contained a power that could control all manner of lives. At the instant it reached them, Su Ming's purple lightning froze. They sure are quick. Su Ming shook his head. He sent his will outwards, and as the purple lightning rumbled, it enveloped the entire Tea planet, turning it completely purple. A young man in red came near Tea planet. He had a handsome face, but there were wrinkles at the center of his brows, giving him an incredibly bizarre appearance. The ancient look in his eyes gave him an air that all manner of lives was contained in his gaze, and no one knew just how many years those eyes had witnessed passing by. He stood in the galaxy. The laws and rules in space around him were distorting, growing dull, as if a series of changes had occurred to them due to his will. I am Hong Sang-zi, one of the sanctified among the forces of power from true sacred Yin world, keeping a lookout over the barren lands. Fellow Taoist, for what reason have you come here? Pray tell. Your essence-dominated world can only stop me for about 10 breaths. Why must you do this? Su Ming averted his gaze from the sky as he stood on Tea planet, then took a step forward. He did not bother about Daoren, who was beside him and was surrounded by flames, but walked straight towards the tent. This was where his target was located. Daoren moved back. His heart was in shock at that moment. Su Ming's strength had almost made his mind break, so there was no way he would have the courage to stop him right then. It was also at this moment that the flaps of the tent were lifted up and the woman in long green robes walked out. When she looked at Su Ming, there was a complicated look in her eyes, along with a hint of hate. But once she saw Su Ming's face clearly, she was taken aback. You are not it. The woman screamed shrilly and instantly moved back. As she formed various seals with her hands, A green sun appeared in front of her. There was a green peacock in that sun, as if the sun was brought forth once the peacock spread its tail feathers. I am not it, but I came here in search of you. As Su Ming spoke calmly, he took a step forward to walk straight into the green sun. It shattered, and during that instant, Su Ming appeared before the woman. He lifted his right hand, and with a presence as well as a speed that the woman could not hope to put up a fight against, he seized her neck and lifted her into the air. Give me all of its feathers and physical body, or you will die. I will give you 3 breaths to think, Su Ming said calmly while looking at the woman. 1, 2. I hate it. The eyes of the woman in green whose neck was seized by Su Ming turned red. She glared at Su Ming and suddenly began laughing shrilly. There was hatred in that laughter, along with deep enmity. Su Ming frowned, and purple lightning immediately erupted from his right hand and enveloped the woman in green from head to toe. As crackling sounds echoed in the air, it looked as if a layer of skin was peeled off her body, and her true form was revealed. She had a hideous appearance that looked like it belonged to a ghost. Her hair was a mess. Her whole body was covered in scars, and blood poured out from all over her. She had the mark of a peacock at the center of her brows. But what made hers different from the others was that her mark was not an illusion. Instead, it was formed by 9 tiny green feathers stuck between her brows. As expected, it's injured. If you're here in search for its feathers, then it proves that it's heavily injured. My plan is a success. Even if it isn't here personally, it's enough that you're here for it. There was a forlorn expression on the woman's face, but her bloodshot eyes were shining with a brilliant light. At that moment, she looked as if she had become deranged. 3, Su Ming stated flatly. He ignored the woman's shrill voice ringing in the air. When he said that number, the purple lightning in his right hand shot up with a boom. A presence that could destroy all manner of lives instantly gathered. During that moment, he looked as if he just needed one single thought to kill this woman. I had my sword attendant bring that feather to Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. If you kill Dao Ren, I will tell you the whole truth and give you all the feathers I own. The woman in green immediately shouted. At the instant she said these words, a boom rang out from Su Ming's right hand, and the woman's voice turned into a muffled groan. Once he loosened his grip, she coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. When she staggered backwards, his cold voice reached her. I am not a sword you can use to kill others. Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it in the direction of the woman in green. Immediately, an endless amount of divine essence runic symbols appeared on her body, covering her up as if sealing her. Neither do you have the right to use this to threaten me and make me attack. However, since you provided me with a clue, I will help you once. But you must pay the price for having me attack. As Su Ming spoke plainly, he lifted his right index finger and tapped the center of the woman's brows. She started trembling violently. She could feel that the finger at the center of her brows was like a vortex that was rapidly devouring her life. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years of her life were gone. The woman might have an ugly face, but everyone could still see her becoming older. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. The woman in green felt her life flowing away, and she immediately shouted out, I know Kong Mo, and it knows me as well. You are its friend, you should. It is my friend, but you aren't. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and once he absorbed another 2,000 years of life from her. He lifted his finger away from the woman's brows. If he liked someone, that didn't mean he would also like everything that was associated with that person. In Su Ming's mind, he could have all sorts of friends, but a friend's friend had nothing to do with him. When the woman mentioned Kong Mo, it was clear that she meant the bald crane. Su Ming turned around, and with a chilling gaze, he looked at Dao Ren, who was surrounded by fire. He had a feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, and there was definitely some sort of secret contained within it. Based on the woman in green's words and expressions, he had already formed some assumptions. Dao Ren's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Wu Lizi would want him to die, but this was not the time for him to think. Almost the moment Su Ming turned his gaze towards him, Dao Run retreated, intending to flee without care for anything else. He was feeling nervous, and his heart was filled with shock as well as terror. At that moment, the only thing in his mind was to flee at all cost. Intense hatred also grew within the depths of his heart for Wu Lizi. Right then, the entire Tea planet shuddered, and a great will seemed about to descend from beyond the planet. This was the initial sign that the envelopment Su Ming had cast on this place was about to break. Su Ming lifted his head and cast the sky a gaze, but he remained calm. At the instant Dao Ren took a step backwards, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed towards him. A power that seemed like it could determine a person's life and death, could change laws, and overturn rules shot out with a bang from that finger. Before Dao Ren could retreat more than a couple hundred of feet, purple lightning came towards him with loud booming sounds and instantly gathered on his body. Those booming sounds continued without stop. Dao Ren let out a roar, and the mark of the flame at the center of his brows shone abruptly. The flames around him became even brighter and started burning even more furiously to fight against the purple lightning. Boom! 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 As the purple lightning gathered on him and as the booms echoed in the air, Dao Ren coughed up blood. As he staggered backwards, all the flames around him dispersed. At that moment, the purple lightning was about to descend on him once more and destroy him. Lord True General, save me! Dao Ren let out shout in despair. The mark of the candle flame at the center of his brows shattered at that instant. As it crumbled to pieces, Dao Ren's body looked as if he had turned into a candle, and his soul as well as his life became flames. From the distance, he looked as if he was no longer a cultivator, but had turned into a burning candle. The purple lightning came crashing on him and collided with the flames. As booming sounds surged into the sky, Su Ming suddenly walked out of the air beside the flames. He lifted his right hand. A power that felt like time gathered on his palm. It was a temporal divine ability formed by 5,000 years of the woman in green's life. He seized the flames. These flames should be extinguished. At the moment Su Ming said these words coolly, the flames were snuffed out, and as wisps of green smoke drifted into the air, Dao Ren's life was also put out. This was one of Ikang's origin divine abilities, disaster befalls all. Now you can speak. Su Ming turned around and looked at the woman in green coldly. The woman's face was pale and looked much older. This was not a gradual loss of 5,000 years of her life, but an instant extraction. That was why she could not immediately regain her usual appearance. Sending out the feathers was my plan, and it was also something Huazhu tacitly consented to. Our goal was to lure Kong Mo to this place. If it saw the feathers, then with how it is, it would definitely come to this place, and if it came, then it would fall into the trap Huazhu and I placed. But I am innocent. If I don't do this, then I would have been trapped in this hideous form forever. This wasn't what I wanted. All of it was imposed upon me forcefully by Huazhu. True General Huazhu managed to obtain a small portion of Kong Mo's physical body from some unknown place and used it to train. She also fused Kong Mo's blood and feathers in my body in an attempt search for Kong Mo's secret. I had no way of fighting back against it and could only endure it quietly. That's why I turned into this state. But Huazhu promised me that once she succeeded, she would return me my freedom. She wants to devour Kong Mo's soul. She is the instigator for all of this, and she also had her will descend on Dao Ren to monitor me. If you want the feathers, then take all of the 9 fledgling feathers at the center of my brows. However, these are just part of all the green feathers. The remaining ones are with Huazhu. If you want all of them, then you must kill her. You've destroyed her will that descended to this place and killed her messenger. So even if there was no Kong Mo in between, there would be enmity between the two of you now. If you kill her, you will obtain all that you want. If I kill her, you will also be free. As Su Ming spoke calmly, he lifted his right hand and swung it before himself. The woman in green immediately let out a scream of pain, and the 9 feathers between her brows flew out to land on Su Ming's palm. During that moment, the sky rumbled, the ground trembled, and several great wills descended onto the land. The strongest among them could almost cover the entire sky in this place. As those people descended, a sigh echoed in all directions. Fellow Taoist, why must you do this? This place is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The world rumbled. At the instant the wills descended, Su Ming lifted his head. As a freezing glare shone in his eyes, an intense fighting spirit burned within him. Up to this point, Su Ming had yet to bring forth all his power in the place where true sacredine world was stationed. He had only executed part of the might of his Ikang clone. However, this portion of power had already let Su Ming come to a deeper understanding of how powerful this clone of his was. The danger when he was possessing Ikang became all worth it once he verified just how powerful was his Ikang clone. A clone that can change my entire destiny. As Su Ming mumbled, he put away the feathers. When he lifted his head, the divine thought from the old will echoed in the air, and all the purple lightning from those 100,000 lis at the spot where he was rose up from the ground and charged towards the wills in the sky. There were 6 wills in total, and the weakest of them was in solar Kulpa realm. As for the strongest, it was the presence that had stirred up Su Ming's will to fight, a master of fate, lives, and death. With them around, it's impossible for me to head to the main camp and search for Huizhu. If I went there with the power of my clone, it'd be impossible for me to leave. Su Ming sighed in his heart. It was not that he did not want to take this risk, but this was simply a dead end. If he took that risk, there would simply be no hope winning. Besides, once he went too deep, it would become impossible for the Ikang clone to leave under the mysterious forces of power from the 4 great true worlds whose power he did not fully comprehend. After all, only about 30 breaths had passed since Su Ming had appeared in this place. However, within this short time, so many powerful warriors had appeared. If he dragged this on any further, more powerful people would be lured out. However, that person isn't really a master of fate, lives, and death. He is just close to that state. At the instant the purple lightning from the ground crashed against the will from the sky, Su Ming took a step forward and turned into the strongest bolt of purple lightning. He swept up the lightning around him, stirring up booming sounds that shook the sky and earth. From the distance, the layer of purple lightning seemed to draw the outline of a big tree. The lightning served as the tree's branches, and Su Ming was the trunk. He swept past the sky and crashed violently into the will up there. Booming sounds surged through the air, and as the entire planet trembled, the purple bolts of lightning dispersed, but the incoming wills were also forced to scatter. It allowed Su Ming to rush out of Taya planet and come back into the galaxy. At the instant Su Ming came out, his face became pale, but without any hesitation, he took a step forward. However, right at the moment he did so, the 6 wills rushed at him with loud booming sounds. The one right at the end was the one in Solar Kulpa realm, and the one right in front was the old man that was near the state of a master of fate, lives, and death. His foot landed. When Su Ming appeared once again, he was already at the center, near the exit of the galaxy where the forces of power from true sacredine world were stationed to keep a lookout over Western Ring Nebula. Yet the moment he got there, the voice of the old man chasing after him reverberated in the air once again. Nan, Di La Mi, Dong. At the instant these 5 syllables were spoken, a gigantic hand appeared in the air in front of Su Ming. The hand was semi-transparent, and it exuded a supreme might that contained a special law as well as a rule that charged towards Su Ming to seize him. At the same time, another hand appeared behind Su Ming, closing in on him. As the booming sounds echoed above and below Su Ming, 2 vortices appeared out of nowhere. A strange enchanting light shone within them, and faint figures of people could be seen sitting in them while meditating. These vortices pushed down on him from above and below, as if they had sealed off all of his exits. At the moment the hands and the 2 vortices manifested in the air, the final syllable from the old man rose into the air with a shocking bang, as if it could replace the sounds of heartbeats of the people who heard it, causing their hearts to slow down to a pace where they had nearly stopped beating. When these things closed in on Su Ming, the overlapping shadows of the runic symbols in his right eye shone. In an instant, they spilled out from his eye and surrounded him. The 100,000 runic symbols gathered about to turn into a huge purple heart. As that heart began pumping, it collided against the hands and crashed into the two vortices as well. Booming sounds shook the galaxy, stirring up an endless amount of ripples that spread out in all directions like waves. Su Ming's runic symbols disappeared, along with the purple heart and his body. All of them disappeared under the loud booms. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the exit that belonged to the galaxy where true Sacredine World was stationed. Only 10,000 feet remained, and then he could leave. Yet suddenly, the old man who was still chasing after him manifested in the space behind Su Ming. But he was not alone. During that instant, Su Ming sensed three wills that were almost on equal grounds with the old man coming from three different directions from the galaxy where true Sacredine World was stationed. In fact, an even more ancient will from the depths of the galaxy gradually spread out as if whoever it belonged to had just woken up. It was a will that caused Su Ming's pupils to shrink. Right at the moment the person woke up, he immediately suppressed the might of the galaxy and the mightiness of all four wills accumulated together by the four old men. To control. These were the first two words uttered by that oldest will right after he woke up. His voice echoed in the entire galaxy where true Sacredine World was stationed, and all those who heard it felt their hearts tremble before instantly prostrated themselves on the ground. Greetings, true saint. As these cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, voices filled with zealousness and respect rose and fell like waves within the galaxy where true Sacredine World was stationed. In fact, even the 6 wills of the old men as well as the 3 other wills near the state of masters of fate, lives, and death who were rushing forth from other places wrapped their fists in their palms at that instant. It was also the enunciation of these 2 words that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble viciously, and for the first time, he coughed up a mouthful of purple blood in this place. As he did so, Su Ming swiftly retreated. His face was pale, but his eyes were incredibly bright. This was a true master of fate, lives, and death. Even cultivators who were already close to becoming masters of fate, lives, and death would need to worship it. Fate, the oldest and recently awakened, will spoke his 3rd word at that moment. The world instantly stopped moving, and a huge eye appeared in the space before Su Ming. That eye was shut, but even it was closed, there was a feeling as if all space had disappeared, and the galaxy no longer existed. While the voice still lingered in the air, the eye slowly opened. There was an endless ancient air within it. At the moment it looked at Su Ming, a bang shot up in his mind, and as he moved back, he coughed up blood once again. In fact, during that instant, cracks appeared on his body, as if he was about to shatter. A powerful suppressive force that could not be described with words descended on Su Ming's body, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. This was the strongest person Su Ming had ever met in his life. The eye shone like the embodiment of that one word from the ancient will. At that moment, it was charging swiftly towards Su Ming, as if it wanted to seal him within itself. In fact, Su Ming could even see a cosmos and a galaxy contained within that eye. There were an endless amount of planets inside, along with various living beings. Clearly, if he was sealed in it, he would become one of the many living beings within it. This is a master of fate, lives, and death. This is the true master of fate, lives, and death. Su Ming's heart rumbled, and more cracks appeared on his body. At the moment the shadow of death enveloped him, he let out a low shout, and as the light of divine essence shone brilliantly in his eyes, he lifted his arms and flung them sideways. Boom! A gigantic tree that towered into the sky manifested behind him. The end of the tree could not be seen, and it was all purple. At the instant it appeared, it started trembling viciously, and there were divine essence runic symbols shining viciously around it. Su Ming had all his power within his Akang clone erupt forth and crashed straight into the incoming eye of fate. The galaxy shattered and space fell back. As the booming sounds echoed in the air, the eye touched Su Ming's towering tree. The purple tree immediately trembled, and as it fought against it, it started showing signs of shattering. In the end, with a loud bang that shook the entire galaxy, the eye disappeared. Su Ming's Ikang tree also disappeared. He tumbled backwards as he coughed up blood. With a few steps, he moved out of the region where true Sacredine World was stationed and stepped into Western Ring Nebula. Then, without any hesitation, he shifted and disappeared without a trace. It was also during that instant that the Ancient Will said its fourth word. Lives! Su Ming, who was in Western Ring Nebula, was forced out of his shift. He coughed up his fourth mouthful of blood, and a dried-up, shriveled palm appeared under him. That palm seemed to be moving so slowly that it did not seem to be moving at all, but as Su Ming moved forward, it started growing endlessly bigger, as if it could grow as big as the galaxy. A great sense of danger warned Su Ming that he absolutely could not allow the palm under him to surpass him, or he would definitely die. Yet no matter how far he fled, the palm continued expanding. It was already so great that its end could not be seen. As the echo of that last word echoed in the air, ferociousness appeared on Su Ming's face. He lifted his hands and seized the air of the galaxy around him. Immediately, Western Ring Nebula shook. If one were to describe the entire Western Ring Nebula as a piece of gauze, then as Su Ming seized the air, it was as if he had yanked up the entire cloth to fight against the fourth word. With loud booms, the fragmented Western Ring Nebula became even more broken. Su Ming's eyes were crimson. As he spread his arms wide open, he spared no pain in spreading his will outwards. This particular move was him revealing all 100,000 of his galaxies in Western Ring Nebula. This was an act that meant he would be fighting against this galaxy with all he had. At the instant he spread his will outwards, Western Ring Nebula began trembling violently. An endless amount of planets shivered, and an innumerable amount of living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Winter! Su Ming let out a low shout and started retreating nonstop. With one step, he disappeared, and with another, he reappeared, charging towards Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. A layer of ice instantly appeared under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, it spread out to cover the endless galaxy, freezing all parts his will touched. Autumn! When Su Ming's voice echoed in space once again, all the frozen parts of the galaxy melted. The will of autumn representing cold and heat, as well as life and death spread out in all directions, forming his life matrix of winter and autumn to fight against the incoming palm. He moved away once again, disappearing one moment and reappearing the next. Summer, Su Ming said. This was the summer life matrix which he had yet to completely master. Right then, in this life and death crisis, Su Ming activated this part of his life matrix. Death disappeared, and life appeared in abundance. There were raging flames burning the galaxy at that instant. Booms rang out in the galaxy. When Su Ming disappeared once again and reappeared later, he had left the exit of the region where true Sacredine World was stationed far behind himself and returned to the core of Western Ring Nebula, where Western Ring Nebula's foreign land was located. At the instant he returned to the place, the palm that had stretched out from the region where true Sacredine World was stationed had already moved from under Su Ming's feet to cover the galaxy. If anyone stood in Su Ming's place and looked down, they would not be able to see a black galaxy any longer, but a boundless palm that looked like a continent. The palm lines on that palm were like ravines. If sweat ever went down it, then they would become huge rivers. The spots where the palm lines intersected were the plains. The palm stretched out endlessly and looked as if it had an endless amount of living creatures on it. It was as if the palm itself was a world, and this scene was enough to make all those who saw it to feel shock. And death! At the instant the ancient voice said the final word, the endless palm under Su Ming's body started curling its fingers into a fist. The galaxy where its fingers swept past would shatter, and with an indescribable speed, it quickly moved to form a fist. So this is the true meaning of those who control fate, lives, and death. Su Ming's heart trembled. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. He had already been injured badly, but an epiphany appeared in his mind. This epiphany was something that was impossible for him to gain unless he faced a master of fate, lives, and death himself. Later, this epiphany could even point him towards a path for him to become a master of fate as well, if there was enough time. It was very difficult for people to gain value from this sort of serendipity, because all those who came face to face with this would die without exception, unless they had the same level of cultivation themselves. This was a suppression based on levels of cultivation, a difference of strength that could not be changed even if a person had a supreme treasure on his or her person. This sort of epiphany caused Su Ming's footsteps to freeze at the moment he was just about to enter Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. His face was pale, but his eyes were shining brightly. He looked at the incoming palm and at his own injuries. The other person's divine abilities appeared in his mind. None would be able to survive before a master of fate, lives, and death. In fact, if Western Ring Nebula's foreign land did not exist, even if Su Ming had an Ikang clone, he would still die. However, the existence of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land could make Su Ming the first and perhaps the only person who could survive and receive an epiphany before a master of fate, lives, and death. This chance was like a sudden serendipity. The gigantic hand covered the vast galaxy, and also enveloped the numerous cracks in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. At that moment, as the palm swiftly furled into a fist, understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he stood at the edge of a crack. He looked at the 5 fingers coming towards him and looked at how the galaxy was swiftly replaced by the palm that was swiftly furling itself into a fist. Booming sounds surrounded the entire area, and wherever the fingers passed, the galaxy would look as if it was about to shatter. The final word of the declaration to control fate, lives, and death was still echoing in the air, and a power that was strong enough to destroy all lives seeped out continuously from the palm. The galaxy trembled, and the cosmos scattered. This was a mighty power that was inconceivable, and so it enthralled Su Ming. He seemed to have forgotten that he was in danger and that if the palm seized him, he would be destroyed from then on, even if he possessed the purple Ikang clone. He could not tell whether time was flowing quickly or slowly. It was as if all laws regarding time could no longer be found. This lasted for only one breath, but also seemed like an endless passage of time. The palm furling itself into a fist had replaced space itself, and by then had almost completely formed a fist. Booming sounds echoed in the galaxy. From the distance, this was an incredibly shocking sight. The vast palm seized the entire Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. In fact, if anyone looked over, they would not be able to see Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. There was only a gigantic palm that was swiftly furling itself into a fist. Su Ming looked at the incoming fingers from above, and he saw ravines as well as plains that were growing bigger continuously as they swiftly charged towards him. To control fate, lives, and death, as Su Ming mumbled, the palm completely furled into a fist, and during that instant, he moved back and stepped into the crack leading to Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. At the instant he stepped inside, a muffled bang that sounded as if the galaxy had shattered spread swiftly in all directions. That was the noise once the palm completely formed itself into a fist. That was an impact caused by the power that could crush everything. A ring-shaped ripple appeared out of nowhere and tumbled backwards into all areas. Wherever it went, booming sounds would surge into the sky. That ripple was like a surging wave. As it continued spreading out, the boundless galaxy was filled with distorted ripples, as if the universe was about to be destroyed, as if all lives were about to die. Yet during that instant, a furious roar came from inside the fist. That roar contained a domineering presence, an air that looked down on all manner of life, along with a supreme, mighty presence as well as an overbearing attitude, as if the owner of that roar placed itself above all. The roar swiftly spread out. Get lost! At the instant that roar traveled outwards, the gigantic fist suddenly trembled. As it did, power erupted from inside the palm. The strength of that power seemed to want to push open the fingers, as if it was a soul that the palm could not hope to destroy. Be gone! As the enraged roar still lingered in the air, a second roar immediately came from the fist. The voice was sharp, but even though it was piercing to the ears, it still contained an endless domineering and mighty air, as if all wills had to submit to this voice, or else they would be wiped out for showing any sign of disrespect. As that voice spoke up, the huge fist started trembling again, showing vague signs that it could not remain clenched. "Damn you, you ant! How dare you come to this place and offend us, Akang? Go away!" The third furious roar immediately came out and shook the entire galaxy. "So what if you're a master of fate, lives, and death? How dare a cultivator like you stretch out a hand before us? Leave this place!" A fourth roar rang out in space. The palm trembled even more furiously. The 5 fingers were forced to raise themselves as they shivered. The furious howls grew in number as the 5th, 6th, and up to the 7th voices shouted at the same time. "All of you lives are mere ants. The universe is all but emptiness to us. In the endless passages of time, you are not the first person who has dared to offend us, but you are the first fool who dreamed of destroying us. How dare a mere master of fate, lives, and death who doesn't even have his own true world come to this place? You're just asking for death. Go back to the place you sleep. This is not a place where ants like you can destroy." Booming sounds rang violently. When the 7th roar echoed in the air, the 5 fingers of the gigantic hand were forced to unfurl as booming sounds traveled out from within the fist. As it trembled, signs of destruction appeared, as if the palm could not fight against the 7 roars that symbolized the 7 wills. "Heh. Boy, what is your name? You are quite the brave one. Do you dare tell me your name? I will remember the mark of your life, and when I move out, the first one I will devour will be you." The 8th voice rose with a loud bang. The degree of destruction on the palm became even more intense, and the 5 fingers were completely stretched out. "All those who offend us, Ikang, must die." The 9th voice brought with it endless madness and killing intent. As it traveled out with loud banging sounds, the palm was torn to shreds. 3 of the 5 fingers were separated from the palm, and as they fell away, they turned into ashes. "Master of fate, lives, and death, you can come out from the region where true sacredine world is stationed for my life, but this place is my galaxy. How dare you still not shatter?" The final voice belonged to Su Ming. At the instant his voice traveled outwards, the final 2 fingers from the already shattering palm crumbled to pieces, revealing Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, which had been encased earlier. At the same time, 10 wills erupted forth from the endless cracks leading to the foreign land, turning into an indescribably mighty impact that charged straight into the broken palm. This was not Su Ming's will alone, but all 10 of the Akang wills within Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, having their full power burst forth once they detected danger. In this place, they were invincible existences. In this place, no form of life could destroy all of them completely in one go. In this place, they were the symbols of the strongest in the universe. Booms rang out, shaking the entire universe. The palm continued shattering. There was not a single existence that could provoke Akang. This was Akang's pride and dignity. They could devour each other, but if any outside force intended to destroy them, it would be faced with their frenzied retaliation. This was the reason why Su Ming dared to try and understand his opponent's method of controlling fate, lives, and death despite being in danger. As long as he returned to this place and his enemies still dreamed of killing him, then what would fall onto their head would be the counterattack of all 10 Akang souls. In the face of such retribution, even a master of fate, lives, and death was nothing. Loud booms surged into the air. During that instant, a large portion of the palm shattered, revealing the complete Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, and also revealing a gigantic tree shining with 10-colored light while towering over the universe. 10 colors surrounded the tree and exuded a presence that could destroy all lives. As furious roars echoed in space, the 10 wills used the simplest method to crash into the crumbling palm, without even using any form of divine ability. Boom! 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 The palm that had stretched out of the region where the forces of power from true sacredine world was stationed shattered inch by inch. The speed of its destruction was so quick that in the blink of an eye, the portion of the palm around Western Ring Nebula's foreign land shattered. As the destruction spread out, anyone who stood at a spot where they could see the entire Western Ring Nebula was able to see clearly that half of the gigantic hand had already disappeared while it continued shattering and disappearing even more. As a large portion of the palm vanished, the galaxy that had been enveloped by the palm showed up once again. The planets that had been hidden away revealed themselves once more, and in the span of a few breaths, the destruction of the palm had reached the area near to the region where the forces of power from true, sacred world were stationed. Only a small part remained of the previously boundless hand. However, its destruction had not ended. 3 breaths later, the palm that had stretched into the Western Ring Nebula was completely reduced to ashes, and the destruction of the palm finally extended into the area of the palm covering the region where the forces of power from true sacred world were stationed. Booming sounds spread out. The galaxy trembled. The destruction from the palm finally extended to the main camp, which was located in a vortex. Once the entire palm was destroyed, the 10 wills still didn't seem to be done. Just as they were about to continue destroying the vortex formed by countless planets, 3 divine thoughts that were on equal grounds with the ancient will that had gone after Su Ming's life spread out with a bang from that vortex. Enough! Leave this place. Neither you nor we from the 4 great true worlds have disturbed each other. Do not think that we really cannot destroy you. You have not recovered. Broken entity. If we summon our sublime paragon from the 4 great true worlds, you will be destroyed. These 3 divine thoughts echoed in space at the same time, shaking the area beyond the vortex. Only after some time did the sounds gradually calm down. In the depths of the vortex in the main camp was a planet filled with black earth. Within it was a never-ending mountain range. That mountain range looked normal, but if anyone took a closer look, they would discover that it was in the shape of a human. It was a human lying on the ground. At that moment, that person's eyes were slowly falling shut. As booming sounds rang through the world, he closed his eyes completely, and at that instant, his right hand shattered. To control fate, lives, and death means to have everything in our grasp. Yet, how are we supposed to seize control of a being that is beyond the boundaries of fate? A murmur echoed in the planet. In the realm of controlling fate, lives, and death, I have only managed to reach the realm where I can control. I do not know whether I will have the chance of stepping into the realm of the rise and fall of fate, much less the realm of life, which is the reincarnation of life, and the realm of death, which is the death of the universe. Master of fate, lives, and death, rise and fall of fate, reincarnation of life, and death of the universe. These are the 4 great realms. There is no end to the path of cultivation. Each word, each flower, each leaf, and each world. Each of these words are gems, and each of these words will last for eternity. There is also the sublime after the 4 great realms, as well as Avicania. Is there a realm after Avicania? There should be, because there is no end to the path of cultivation. A sigh traveled through the entire planet. Within the world of the 100,000 stone monuments in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands, all the cultivators opened their eyes and woke up. During the moment just now, they had all fallen asleep. They woke up confused, not knowing what had happened. In the space where they could not see, the Tenakang souls were growling and sending out their thoughts at that moment. Purple, all of this is because you provoked them to come here. Purple, you first killed our tributes, then lured Blues primarily chosen to offend you. Just what are you doing? Purple, if it wasn't because your soul weren't still that of a Kang, I would suspect that you were possessed by a tribute. It doesn't matter whether you were possessed or not, Purple, your soul is still that of a Kang. If you aren't possessed, then fine, but even if you are, and you're no longer the previous Purple we know, it doesn't matter to us. You just need to keep the promise made between the 10 Kang souls. Before we are fully recovered and have fused together to decide who will be the one who will dominate over the rest, do not go and provoke other masters of fate, lives, and death outside, and do not bring trouble to us. What if someone comes to this place to provoke me? Su Ming's divine thought immediately rang in space. We are a Kang. If they provoke you, then it means that they have provoked us. If they insult you, then it means that they have insulted us. If someone comes here, we will fight back with our full strength. All right. After listening to the divine thoughts of the 9 souls, Su Ming fell silent for a moment, then agreed to this matter. In truth, he had long since noticed that the 9 souls had become suspicious of him. However, his soul belonged to Akang. Because of that, even if they knew that he had possessed the purple Akang, they were still fine with it. This was the Abyss Builder's inborn talent, a power that gave Su Ming a feeling that it was growing more mysterious with every new thing he learned about it. He also had a sense that Abyss Builders were an existence that even surpassed Akang. Akang is a form of life that forms its soul from a sublime paragon's soul and devours divine essence to be born. And I possessed Akang to be strong. Su Ming pulled back his divine thought and opened his eyes while remaining seated in the 100,000 purple galaxies. The power of a master of fate, lives, and death certainly shocked me. Su Ming looked at the purple hue in the galaxy, and determination appeared in his eyes. The rise and fall of fate, and the lives of all manner of living are in one hand. Before I possessed Akang, I didn't know whether I would ever be able to understand this realm. But with this Akang clone, I will be able to head down this legendary path. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, covering the determination in them. But the act of shutting his eyes did not manage to hide the obsession in his heart. When I fuse with the other 9 Akang souls, I will be able to surpass this realm. Su Ming did not say these words. He only quietly thought them at the instant he closed his eyes. When Su Ming's Akang clone closed his eyes, his other clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole opened his eyes in the purple galaxy. He was sitting cross-legged in space. When he opened his eyes, no determination or obsession could be seen. There was only a profound look in his eyes that made them seem like bottomless pits. If anyone took a closer look into them, they would be able to vaguely see overlapping shadows of runic symbols in the right eye, while a palm was swiftly forming in his left eye. That palm was a mere illusion, but after Su Ming had survived under the hands of a master of fate, lives, and death, he had obtained an epiphany, and this palm was the result of that epiphany. The palm was changing its motions endlessly as Su Ming continued trying to understand his epiphany. After a long while, he lifted his right hand and looked at his palm, as well as the palm lines on it. After a moment, he swung his right hand, and a green feather in it. This was the one and only feather he had gained after fusing all the green fledgling feathers he took from Wu Lizi's brows. There was no blood on it, but at the instant the feather appeared, the image of a green peacock manifested in space, as if Su Ming was not holding onto a feather, but a peacock. Su Ming looked at the feather, then lifted his left hand to strike the storage bag. The sleeping bag immediately turned into a ray of dark light that appeared in front of him. The dark creature had its eyes closed and still did not show any signs of waking up, but at the instant it appeared, the dark light on it shone even more intensely. At the same time, the green peacock in Su Ming's right hand started screeching, as if it had run into a great enemy. In Su Ming's senses, these two creatures were clearly from the same source, but their current actions caused his eyes to sparkle. He had formed a guess in his heart previously, and right then he became somewhat certain of his guess. The dark light from the bald crane burst forth. As it shone furiously, it turned into a black crane. That crane did not have its eyes shut, but they were unfocused. As it let out a piercing screech, it charged towards the green peacock. The peacock also let out a screech before charging forward. The two birds immediately crashed into each other before Su Ming. There were no sound of collision. In silence, they looked as if they had begun merging with each other. It might seem like a quiet and calm process, but Su Ming could feel that this fusion was akin to an act of devouring. It would be either the bald crane devouring the green peacock, or the peacock devouring the bald crane. However, since Su Ming was around, he would definitely not allow the green peacock to succeed. He let out a cold harumph and lifted his right hand to point swiftly at the green peacock's body as the two of them continued devouring each other. At the instant he pointed towards it, the green peacock let out a shrill screech of pain. Its body collapsed and turned into bits of glittering green light that were instantly absorbed by the bald crane. This process lasted for about 2 hours, and after that the bald crane's body trembled. Its shut eyes showed signs of opening, but it seemed that the amount of power gathered was not enough, since it could not fully open its eyes. There probably was still a little bit of power left required for it to fully open its eyes, but if it did not have the power to open them, then it would mean that it would not be able to wake up. I need Sti. As the bald crane struggled, it said these 3 syllables with a great exertion of strength. Its eyelids, which had moved apart to form a small crack, seemed to have lost all strength, and looked as if they were about to fall shut once again, causing the signs of it waking up to also disappear. Su Ming's expression remained the same as usual. He looked at the bald crane and said flatly, "Stop pretending. The green peacock was enough for you to wake up. I don't have crystals anymore, so I can't give you the stimulation you need." He said that, but the bald crane looked as if it hadn't heard it. As its body trembled, an expression of struggle appeared on it, as if it was gathering all its strength to not fall asleep again, but it could not do so. Its eyes fell shut at that moment, and a feeling that it had fallen into deep slumber spread out from its body. Su Ming's gaze became focused. The bald crane did not seem to be pretending, and Su Ming could not accept it if the bald crane could not wake up due to crystals. He had risked danger to enter the region where the forces of power from true Sacredine world were stationed, and had only been able to obtain the green feathers after barely escaping death when a master of fate, lives, and death chased after his life. When he saw that the bald crane was about to wake up but was going to fall asleep again, he lifted his right hand and pressed down on his storage bag without any hesitation. Immediately, the hundreds of spirit stones remaining in his storage bag were all brought out. The quality of these spirit stones were incredibly good, and they were the last of Su Ming's savings. After all, with the bald crane around, it was incredibly difficult for Su Ming to even keep the crystals he had by his side. It could be said that all his money was in his hands at that moment. However, to give the bald crane the stimulation it needed, Su Ming had to bring out these spirit stones. Almost at the instant these sparkling spirit stones were brought out from the storage bag, the bald crane looked as if it had sniffed their scent, even though crystals had no scent. However, it was clear that the bald crane could somehow sniff them. Its nose twitched slightly, and it looked as if new strength had immediately appeared within it. As it trembled, it struggled to open its shut eyes, as if it wanted to look at the crystals it was besotted with. The strength of that newborn power seemed to provide support for the bald crane wake up from its coma. When it opened its eyes with great difficulty, it cast a glance at those crystals with sparkling eyes. But when it saw that there were only hundreds of them, it instantly lost all its strength and looked as if it was about to enter into deep sleep once more. The stimulation is not enough. I need more stimulation. The bald crane continued speaking haltingly and looked as if it was incredibly weakened. But Su Ming could clearly see the spark in its eyes. That was clearly the appearance of someone who was highly alert and full of vigor. How much stimulation do you still need? Su Ming snorted coldly in his heart, but his words were spoken in a relaxed manner. I need 1,000, no, 10,000, 100,000. The bald crane struggled to not let its eyes fall shut, and it looked even more weakened. Is 100,000 enough? Do you want more? Su Ming asked softly. The bald crane was momentarily stunned, but soon, it looked as if strength had returned to its body, as if Su Ming's words were as effective as all forms of medicinal cures. Then, give me 1,000,000. Emicham, go on ahead and continue sleeping. Su Ming stood up and swung his right arm in the air before him. The hundreds of crystals immediately vanished, placed back into the storage bag. Once he did so, he turned around, intending to leave. A shrill screech of pain tumbled out of the bald crane's beak at the instant Su Ming turned around. It seized its chest with its wings and narrowed its eyes into mere slits, looking as if it was out of sorts. You, how cruel. I'm going to fall asleep. Farewell. Su Ming. I'm going to sleep. Su Ming walked into the distance. I'm really going to sleep, the bald crane quickly shouted. Su Ming moved even farther away. I'm really going to sleep. The bald crane screamed wretchedly and closed its eyes completely. Its body fell to the side and begun to float in the galaxy, unmoving, looking exactly how it did when the bald crane had been in deep sleep. Su Ming's figure could almost not be seen. Well, damn you. The bald crane opened one eye and glared at Su Ming's already indistinct figure, as he continued walking into the distance. I used my life to help you possess that Akang, and you're not saving me even if I'm about to die. Why you're going overboard. It's just a few crystals, just external objects. The bald crane was mumbling furiously under its breath when it suddenly saw ripples appearing around Su Ming, who was already in the distance. When it saw that he was about to leave the galaxy, it abruptly let out a scream and instantly opened its eyes. At that moment, there were no signs of weakness on it, and it clearly had a look as if it had been infused with a great boost of energy. Hey, I'm all right now. That's strange. Why did I suddenly become better? Haha, Grandpa Crane have recovered. I am me again. As it shouted loudly, it swiftly flapped its wings and flew towards Su Ming before crashing head first into those ripples. As Su Ming disappeared, it also vanished. Its smug laughter alone continued echoing in the galaxy. It fell into the ears of Su Ming's Akang clone in the distant cosmos. The Akang clone did not open his eyes, but a hint of a happy smile could be seen at the corners of his lips. Oh. Hey, Su Ming, where are you taking me? Let me tell you, I'm not going to a place without crystals. Black Ink Planet. Not only does that place have crystals, it also has a part of your physical body there. You can choose not to go. I'm going. There are crystals and my physical body there. Darn it all, I'm definitely going. Say, you're too slow. Just watch me. I'm fast. The galaxy had no end. Its boundaries could not be seen, and it only had that monotonous color scheme filling the entire area. If anyone looked at it for a short period of time, they would think that it was slightly beautiful, but if they looked at it for a prolonged period of time, they would not be able to help but feel lost, as if they did not know where they were. Their insignificance of their own self compared to the vast galaxy would usually deliver a powerful impact on a person. At that moment, there was a long arc charging through Western Ring Nebula. That long arc could almost not be seen clearly, because its color was similar to that of the galaxy. They were both black. There was a dark light within that arc, and it was a black crane. The smug expression on its face and the nasty look in its eyes belonged solely to the bald crane. No other crane possessed this look in the whole universe. Within the dark light was also a red coffin. There were runic symbols on it that formed bumps, giving the coffin a rough surface. They exuded a mighty pressure. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the coffin, meditating with his eyes closed. The Duke of Crimson Flame was by his side like an old servant. He was looking around vigilantly, no longer indifferent towards everything like before. This was the 16th day since they left Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Perhaps it was due to the appearance of a master of fate, lives, and death as well as his subsequent fight against Su Ming. But during those 16 days, ripples had appeared non-stop in Western Ring Nebula, which was why all the cultivators in that galaxy had been terrified and did not dare to move out of their planets. Because of this, everywhere Su Ming had passed during these 16 days had been very quiet. He liked this type of silence. Western Ring Nebula was rather far from Black Ink Planet. Unless his Akang clone ventured out, he would be unable to get there within a short period of time with his own speed. However, once the bald crane woke up and used the divinity incarceration rune which had been reactivated, their speed became much faster. According to Su Ming's estimations, he would need about 6 years before he could see Black Ink Planet. However, before he left for Black Ink Planet, he still had one more thing to do. Once he settled this, he would no longer have many burdens left in Western Ring Nebula. 3 more days passed. On the 19th day since Su Ming had left Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, he opened his eyes slowly while seated on the coffin. At the instant he did so, a planet appeared before him. That planet was dark red, like the color of a ball of flame that was about to die. Crimson Flame Planet, Su Ming said softly. Crimson Flame Planet. So we've returned to this place. The Duke of Crimson Flame had a rather sentimental expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. When he thought back on the things that had happened, a slightly dazed expression appeared on his face. The bald crane gradually shrank. At the instant the crimson coffin closed in on Crimson Flame Planet, it returned to its normal size and landed in front of Su Ming before sticking its head outward. Boom! The red coffin descended straight into Crimson Flame Planet. At the instant it touched the highest layer of wind in the planet. A sea of flame that was born due to the friction spread out in an arc in front of the coffin. A strong gust of hot wind crashed into Su Ming's face. That wind was strong enough to crush all cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm. In fact, a normal cultivator in the initial stage of World Plane realm would need to use enchanted treasures for some extra protection. They could not use their physical bodies alone to touch it. However, Su Ming remained calm. The hot wind blew against his body and lifted his hair, but did not manage to move him even in the slightest. He watched quietly as the ground gradually grew bigger in front of him. Watched as the mountain ranges, ravines, plains, and volcanoes grew larger before his eyes. He continued watching until a booming sound echoed in the air. The coffin on which Su Ming sat shot through the highest layer of wind in the place, and the hot air immediately became weaker, though it still existed. However, it was no longer able to harm cultivators. It would only cause them to feel uncomfortable. As he breathed in the familiar hot air and looked at the familiar ground, Su Ming could not help but remember his past self from 1,000 years ago, when he had just appeared in Crimson Flame Planet. He sighed softly. As his body remained in midair, ripples spread out from him, and he disappeared along with the coffin. When he reappeared, Su Ming stood on a dried-up piece of land. It was empty all around him, without a single person to be seen. It was clear that the place where he was located was a rather remote area. He looked at the ground. This place was the spot where he had lain when he was shifted to this place from Yin Death region. It was also in this place that he met Yu Hongbang. He remained silent for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, Su Ming saw the bald crane digging by the side. He remembered that this spot was the place where it had turned into a stone in the past. As he watched, he saw that once the bald crane dug out a small pit in that spot, it brought out 3 crystals. Heh, I knew they would still be here. I knew it, I'm a smart crane. I hid these 3 crystals here in the past just to be on the safe side. Since we're now passing by this place, I might as well take them away. Let me think whether I should take away the crystals I hid away in the other places as well. That smug expression, that act of immediately taking away the crystals with excitement, and especially those murmurs made Su Ming's understanding towards the bald crane's love for money to become even greater. He then stopped paying any attention to the bald crane and cast a look at the Duke of Crimson Flame. When he saw the nostalgic look on his face as he looked at the ground, Su Ming knew what the Duke of Crimson Flame was thinking of, and he sent a thought to the old man. The Duke of Crimson Flame lifted his head and looked at Su Ming before he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him. Then, he turned around and disappeared to head to the place that had sealed him in the past. After the Duke of Crimson Flame left, Su Ming took a step forward and left as well, leaving the bald crane alone in that place as it was still thinking about whether it should take away all of its crystals. When Su Ming reappeared, he was standing before a small hill. He looked at it. There was a cave abode in there, and beyond it were an endless amount of densely packed blue stones. At first glance, there was no end to them. However, this place was already covered in dust. It had been a long time since anyone came to this place. The cave abode had also been deserted. Someone had destroyed the cave from within. It might still look like a hill, but in truth, this place was already ridden with wounds. Or else someone would have definitely occupied this place after it was abandoned for so many years. This cave abode had belonged to Qi Beishan in the past. And those blue stones were items that Su Ming had asked Yu Hongbang to find for him 1,000 years ago. So many blue stones. Hundreds of years must have been used to gather this amount. I wonder how is Yu Hongbang now? And is the Crimson Python Phoenix still around? Su Ming shook his head. As he spread his divine sense outwards, he covered the entire Crimson Flame Planet. After some time, Su Ming found that he could not find any traces of the Crimson Python Phoenixes. They had clearly left this place. However, Su Ming did find Yu Hongbang. To the northeast was a continuous stretch of mountains, one of which towered all the others. That mountain was crimson, and was clearly not any ordinary mountain. Instead, it was a volcano whose magma had already cooled. There was a karst cave within the frozen magma at the foot of the volcano, but it was filled with putrid water. The water was black, and there were even bubbles appearing in it, as if it was boiling. In that puddle of water was a man, submerged up to his chest. His arms were pierced through by chains, and those chains were connected to the walls on both sides of the cave. Waves of sealing power constantly seeped into the man's body through the chains. As they suppressed his power, they also delivered excruciating torment upon him. The man's hair was a mess and his body was thin. He looked disheveled and incredibly pathetic. His eyes were closed, and his face was covered in rotting wounds. There were maggots squirming about in them, so anyone who saw him would not be able to resist vomiting on the side. That man did not know how many years it had been since he was submerged in this place. In fact, most of his body in the puddle of water had already decayed. However, his life force hadn't yet dispersed. There was still a hint of it left. Clearly, this was done intentionally by someone because they did not want him to die. The man did not move. If it was not because there was still a hint of life within him, it would be incredibly easy to think that he was a corpse. Occasionally, waves of power would spread out from him. These waves did not belong to those in Heaven Cultivation realm, but were waves of power in World Plane realm. He was a lord of World Plane. He might only be in the initial stage of World Plane realm, but there was no mistaking this presence. Footsteps arrived from the area outside. After a moment, the light from an oil lamp approached him. It was a young man dressed in black. Once he placed the oil lamp by the side, he sat down cross-legged beyond the puddle of water and looked at the man who was sealed. "Have you thought this through?" The hanging man did not move, and neither did he say anything. He merely kept his eyes closed and his head lowered. "That person has already disappeared for 1,000 years and hasn't showed up from Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. He is already dead, so why are you still protecting a dead man's secret? As long as you say it, my master will immediately let you go. In fact, with your level of cultivation, you will immediately become one of the 3 masters of Crimson Flame Planet, an existence that can be on equal ground with Senior Meilon." The man still did not move, as if he was dead. Even if he isn't dead, so what? He's trapped in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, and it's impossible for him to venture out. Even if he does, he has the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds going after his life. He'll be too busy fending for himself, so why are you still protecting his secret? Tell me why Mo Su gathered the blue stones in the past. Tell me how he absorbed the power within the blue stones and made his physical body so strong. Tell me and you'll be free. If you don't tell me, you'll continue being sealed in this place and live while enduring a fate worse than death. The young man's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he shouted at the man. The man's head moved slightly, and he slowly lifted his head, revealing a face that was ridden with scars. He opened his eyes and stared fixedly at the young man with his dull eyes. "Your master has already searched through my soul. If he didn't manage to find an answer like that, I have nothing to say to him either." There was a deep-seated hatred laced in that voice, and his words tumbled out of his mouth as if he was gnashing his teeth while speaking. The atmosphere between them instantly became gloomy. "Humph, that's because you have a method to protect your memories. If it wasn't because you knew Mo Su's secret, how could you have become a lord of World Plane from a mere cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm within such a short period of time?" The young man's face remained ferocious as he stared at Yu Hongbang. After a long while, he swung his arm, turned around, and left with the oil lamp. His expression was dark. In his heart, he remembered that his master had assigned him to this place to keep watch over the prisoner. Master's birthday was near, and he originally wanted to obtain an answer from Yu Hongbang as a present. But the man continued to refuse saying anything, and he decided that once he celebrated his master's birthday, he would think of some other ways to torture Yu Hongbang. Yu Hongbang watched the young man leave and gradually closed his eyes. He did not know of Suming's secret, but the young man refused to believe in this sort of thing, because Yu Hongbang had indeed become a lord of a world plane within a short period of time, but that was his own secret. If he told it to the young man, he would die. If that was the case, it would be better if he did not say anything, then perhaps he would have a chance of survival. Yu Hongbang sighed and closed his eyes again. He knew that the torture he would have to suffer would only increase, but he was confident that the other would not let him die, because when he died, there would truly be no secrets left in him. However, besides doing this, he could really not think of any other way. If he said it, he would die, and if he did not, he could survive. But the pain of living would make him feel as if his will was about to disperse. At the instant he closed his eyes, an indifferent voice suddenly spoke airily in the karst cave. "Just what sort of secret do you have?" Yu Hongbang instinctively remained silent and ignored that voice. He thought that the youth had come once again, but suddenly his body trembled, because that voice did not belong to the young man, but to a person that he knew a long time ago. At the instant Yu Hongbang shuddered, the voice spoke once again. "It's been many years since we last met, and you've become a lord of a world plane. Congratulations are in order." Yu Hongbang's body trembled, and he opened his eyes to see a young man in white standing before him. That young man had gray hair and a handsome face, but the ancient air about him could not be hidden. That young man was looking at him calmly at that moment. My liege!" Yu Hongbang trembled even more furiously. He could almost not believe what he saw, but the person's face and expression were the exact same as those from long ago. Because of it, he became even more certain that this was not a hallucination. But he remembered clearly that Mo-Su had been forced into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land 1,000 years ago, and only a handful of people could survive that place during the endless passage of time. "This is payment for what you did for me in the past," Su Ming said flatly, and he lifted his right hand to swing it at Yu Hongbang. Immediately, the chains on his arms shattered inch by inch with loud cracking sounds. Before they fell into the puddle of water, they turned into ashes. In fact, even the puddle of water in which Yu Hongbang had been submerged and dried up and revealed his body, which no longer looked like that of a human. Su Ming cast a glance at Yu Hongbang's wretched body, and though his expression remained as calm as ever, he let out a cold harumph in his heart. Yu Hongbang was an intelligent person, and he was skilled at seizing the right opportunity. He knew when to take action and when not to. This sort of person would usually have a lot of selfish motives. When he acknowledged Su Ming as his lord in the past, he did so to obtain Su Ming's protection. He had even spared no pains and killed most of his companions without leaving any trace to prevent anyone else from discovering the secret that he was a first-generation criminal in this place. Because of that, he became the only person who knew about Su Ming, and he also preserved a path of escape for himself after he acknowledged Su Ming as his lord. In fact, to obtain Su Ming's trust, he had given Su Ming the enchanted vessel he used to protect his life to show his firm loyalty. This sort of vicious and ambitious person was usually disliked by others, but that was mostly by those who could not stop such them. Jealousy would rise within them, and they would not want this sort of person to exist beside them. They would constantly think that such a person was a lurking threat. However, in Su Ming's eyes, this person had been very obedient while following him, and even if he left from the number of blue stones, he could tell that this person had continued obeying his orders for hundreds of years. It was also clear that he had stopped only because he was imprisoned in this place. That was why it did not matter to Su Ming how this person was. It did not matter to him whether he was ambitious or spiteful. He was obedient, and that was enough, but this obedient person had been tortured to this state. Su Ming might not pity or have compassion for the treatment he received these hundreds of years, but he was a person who protected those close to him. "I will not allow anyone to harm those who are mine as they please," Su Ming said flatly, and he swung his right hand at Yu Hongbang once again. With it, Yu Hongbang, who had fallen to the side, immediately felt a wave of life force surge into his body. Flesh and blood instantly grew on him, and in the blink of an eye, he discovered to his shock that his body had recovered instantaneously. In fact, his cultivation base had become even more refined and profound. A presence which belonged to the initial stage of world plane realm erupted with a bang from within him. Yu Hongbang lowered his head to look at his own body. He clenched his fists, and a feeling that he had control over great power rose madly in his heart. This sort of strength was something that he had never possessed. The refreshing and relaxing feeling of having life force fill his entire body formed a stark contrast to the torment he had suffered for hundreds of years, causing him to be barely able to constrain the instinct to lift his head and roar. He looked at Su Ming excitedly, but the emotion in the depths of his heart was completely different from the expression on his face. Su Ming had become so powerful that Yu Hongbang was terrified of him. With just a swing of his arm, Su Ming had healed him, and killing was a much easier act compared to healing someone. From this alone, it was clear that Su Ming only needed to swing his arm to kill him. "Thank you for saving me, my liege." Without any hesitation, Yu Hongbang immediately knelt down and worshipped Su Ming. The excited expression was put on his face for Su Ming to see, and his trembling body was his respect, which he could not suppress. "I heard that someone intends to hold a feast to celebrate his birthday. Come with me to take a look," Su Ming said calmly, then turned around to walk to the entrance of the cave. Yu Hongbang quickly followed behind him, his heart racing in his chest. He had understood what Su Ming meant, and a powerful desire filled his heart. He had suffered for hundreds of years, and now he was finally going to make the other pay. "Zhao Guangyu, I will make it so that you won't be celebrating your birthday." Mountain ranges rose and fell. Not far away from the mountain where Yu Hongbang was sealed was another one. At that moment, there were many voices talking at once at that place. Most of the cultivators in Crimson Flame Planet had arrived, and were waiting to present their gifts during the birthday celebration 3 days later. This was the birthday feast of the strongest person in Crimson Flame Planet at that moment. That person had suddenly come to Crimson Flame Planet 1,000 years ago. With the power of a cultivator at the peak of the initial stage of World Plane Realm, he overpowered Mei Lan with brute strength and sealed Yu Hongbang, who had just become a lord of a world plane. With a single move, he became the strongest in the planet, occupying the land and building his sect there. From then on, this place practically became the sacred land in Crimson Flame Planet. At that moment, Su Ming was strolling confidently up the stairs up the mountain where the sect was located, heading straight to the top. He looked at the cloudy sky and the mountain range in the distance with his usual calm expression. Yu Hongbang was behind Su Ming with an incredibly respectful face as he followed with his head bowed. The two of them were not walking quickly. On their way up, they saw quite a number of cultivators sitting around the area meditating. These cultivators were located in various parts of the mountain range and were waiting for the birthday feast 3 days later. As Su Ming and Yu Hongbang walked over, several cultivators who were sitting cross-legged were speaking to each other in low murmurs. But when one of them cast their gaze casually to the side, he was suddenly taken aback when he saw Yu Hongbang behind Su Ming. Only when Su Ming and Yu Hongbang were already in the distance did he let out a cry of surprise. Yu Hongbang. That person just now was Yu Hongbang." "What? Yu Hongbang? Wasn't he imprisoned and sealed by Sir Zhao Guangyu hundreds of years ago?" As that person spoke, the expressions of the cultivators by his side immediately changed. When they looked over, they could only see Su Ming and Yu Hongbang's backs. Gradually, more people noticed Yu Hongbang walking to the top of the mountain. After all, this person was a local of Crimson Flame Planet, so it was difficult for them to forget him in just a few hundred years. Slowly, a commotion rose up, and as it spread among the people, more learned of what was happening. It's indeed Yu Hongbang, but who is that person in front of him? Judging by how Yu Hongbang is behaving, the person in front of him deserves extreme respect. That person, why is he somewhat familiar? I find him somewhat familiar as well, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. But if Yu Hongbang is so respectful towards him, then this person, I remember now. Mo Su. He's Mo Su. In an instant, when someone mentioned Mo Su's name, a loud buzz went through the mountain range as everyone began speaking. The shock that came straight from the depths of their bodies and souls caused all the people to think of far too many things. They remembered the scenes from 1,000 years ago, as well as the commotion that was brought upon the entire Western Ring Nebula due to this. Something big is about to happen. Sir Mo Su is Yu Hongbang's liege, and Sir Zhao Guangyu imprisoned Yu Hongbang for hundreds of years. Sir Mo Su has returned now, and they will definitely have a dispute over this. I didn't expect that Sir Mo would actually manage to walk out of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. This will definitely shock the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over this place. It'll definitely cause a new disaster in sinful barren lands. Long arcs swiftly rose into the air and charged towards the direction where Su Ming and Yu Hongbang were at the top of the mountain. But they did not dare to come too close to them. They still remembered how Mo from 1,000 years ago had killed countless people. It was said that wherever he went, he would cause planets to collapse, and none of the cultivators in those planets survived. At that moment, at the top of the sect built in the mountain was a hall on a piece of rock. Crimson Flame Planet's strongest person, Zhao Guangyu, was sitting on a big chair. He was dressed in a long robe with dashes of blue and white on it, and he appeared to be a middle-aged man, but his face was filled with pitted scars, making him look rather ugly. He was looking at the 8 young men in front of him. These 8 people were the disciples he took under his wing in Crimson Flame Planet. All of them were incredibly handsome. As he looked at them, a strange light appeared in the depths of Zhao Guangyu's eyes. Master, more than 3,000 people came to send you gifts. There are still more coming as well. After all, this is a major event that causes a stir in the entire Crimson Flame Planet. Master, I hope to wish you in advance that you will have endless years, and you will live throughout the ages. With his disciples' wishes upon him, Zhao Guangyu laughed loudly and swept his gaze across them before fixing his eyes on the last person among the 8. Has Yu Hongbang spoken? Master, that person still hasn't said anything. It's my fault for being so worthless. The young man whom Zhao Guangyu was looking at lowered his head. Naturally, he was the young man who had appeared before Yu Hongbang earlier. At the instant he said those words, uproars and the sound of something breaking suddenly came from outside the hall. The noise that rose and fell was incredibly strong. Zhao Guangyu frowned. What is going? Before Zhao Guangyu could finish speaking, a loud bang rang out beyond the hall. As the sound shook the ground, a sinister voice rushed into the hall. Zhao Guangyu, I'll never forget how you treated me during those hundreds of years. We will settle our matter later. Today, my liege has arrived. Now come out and pay your respects to him. This was Yu Hongbang's voice. In an instant, the expressions of the 8 young men in the hall changed at the same time, while Zhao Guangyu let out a cold harumph. Your liege? I didn't even know that you had a liege. As Zhao Guangyu took a step forward, he turned into a long arc and looked as if he was just about to fly out of the hall. But during that instant, his expression suddenly changed drastically, because he had just remembered the liege Yu Hongbang spoke about. Based on what he knew, Yu Hongbang had only one liege, and he was Mo, the man for whom the 4 great true worlds had offered a reward, and the man Zhao Guangyu had once joined a group to hunt down. However, he had been scared away by the amount of blood the other had spilled. Zhao Guangyu remembered clearly that because he had been late to the fight 1,000 years ago in Heavenly Treasure Planet, he had been outside the Ocean of Wind as he witnessed the crazed slaughter. Those in Heaven Cultivation realm all died, and plenty of other cultivators didn't leave alive either. Aside from that one cultivator in the middle stage of World Plane realm, it was as if every other person had to die before Mo. The sight of a hunter turning into a hunted had shocked Zhao Guangyu. If he had not reacted to the situation quickly enough and decisively chosen to immediately leave Heavenly Treasure Planet, he would have probably been one of those who had died as well. Heavenly Treasure Planet had been torn to pieces and reduced to ashes. But under that terrifying strike, Mo had once again appeared in Western Ring Nebula, and the shock it brought to Zhao Guangyu was incredibly great. He was one of the very few people who had managed to survive after witnessing Su Ming's attack. That was why, after the other was forced into Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands, he chose to come to Crimson Flame Planet. He saw the might of Su Ming's physical body and wanted to search for the reason behind it. He had heard about Su Ming gathering blue stones in Crimson Flame Planet to absorb them, and he tried to do it as well but failed. However, he was the first powerful warrior to arrive in Crimson Flame Planet, and was also the first to imprison Yu Hongbang. From then on, there were quite a few powerful warriors who came to Crimson Flame Planet in search for the reason behind Su Ming's strength. But they were the same as him and did not obtain any answers. As 1,000 years passed, fewer people came, and it was especially so during the last few hundred years. Practically no one came to this place. It was as if Emosu's name had already been forgotten. Zhao Guangyu did not harbor any hope anymore. The imprisonment of Yu Hongbang had been without much purpose, just because he was a reminder. After all, if Zhao Guangyu had still cared about it, he wouldn't have thrown the task of watching that place to his disciple. In his heart, he saw no point to it anymore. He had already done everything that he could do, but he still did not obtain any answer. In fact, in his mind, Crimson Flame Planet was a good place, and he had already decided to stay here for long, which was why he had built his sect here and taken in disciples. However, he did not expect that he would run into Mo here, the man who had terrified him in the past. This was something he never thought about. In his mind, all those who stepped into the foreign lands were dead men, since it was so rare to see anyone walk out alive. In fact, even if they managed to come out, they required at least several thousands or 10,000 years to do so. Even if Emosu managed to come out, he would definitely be cautious, because the four great true worlds had yet to cancel his bounty. If they could chase him down the first time, then they could do so a second time and all the times after. Yet now, only 1,000 years had passed. Yet now, this person had appeared in Crimson Flame Planet in such a brazen manner. Almost at the instant he registered what was going on in his head, Zhao Guangyu's expression changed rapidly. His body came to an abrupt halt just as he was about to fly out of the hall, and he turned around to immediately change his direction and retreat. He did not fly out of the entrance. Instead, as he retreated, he shot up and rushed straight towards the roof of the hall with a bang. In the mid of that booming sound, he tore through a hole in the hall and charged out from within. Dim sunlight scattered on the ground. At the moment Zhao Guangyu appeared on the roof, the first thing he saw were the thousands of cultivators standing close to each other far away from the area, and immediately after, he saw Yu Hongbang, who was not only healed, but was also standing with all of his cultivation base restored and refined. Then he saw a figure that made his heart tremble furiously, and the one thread of hope remaining in his heart wishing that he would be lucky was shredded to pieces. The figure was dressed in white and had gray hair as he stood there allowing the mountain breeze to blow against his robes. His face was handsome, but exuded an ancient air, and he was naturally the person whom Zhao Guangyu found impossible to forget, and who was buried deep in his memories after terrifying him all those years ago, Su Ming. "I see, so it's you." Su Ming placed his hands behind his back as he stood at the top of the mountain. The booming sounds from the roof of the hall echoed in his ears as he looked at the person who had flown out. Su Ming had seen this person before. He was one of the cultivators who had fled from Heavenly Treasure Planet from fright. At the moment he heard Su Ming's words, Zhao Guangyu felt his skin crawl, and he was almost terrified out of his wits, because at the instant he heard Su Ming's voice and looked over, a loud bang rang out in his heart, and his mind went blank. The only thing that remained in his head were Su Ming's eyes. Those were a pair of eyes that shocked him. It was as if they could suck away his soul and make him lose his consciousness. In fact, he could feel that Su Ming could damn him for eternity with just one thought. This was an incredibly distinct feeling, and it was clearer to Zhao Guangyu than anything before. He's not in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. He's definitely different from 1,000 years ago. He couldn't make my heart tremble with just one gaze back then. Just what sort of serendipity did he obtain in the foreign land? Zhao Guangyu's body trembled, and right after, without even having time to speak, he swayed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It turned instantly into blood mist, and he chose to flee without even fighting. This was not any ordinary form of escaping either. This was a frenzied escape where he flung all caution to the wind and even injured himself to execute an art that allowed him to instantaneously reach the horizon. Since he was a cultivator at the peak of the initial stage of World Plane Realm, the thousands of spectators burst into a commotion due to his actions. They had originally expected a great battle. After all, in their eyes, while Su Ming was strong, Zhao Guangyu had been a supreme existence during the hundreds of years that were nearing 1,000 he was in Crimson Flame Planet. That was why, in their minds, Zhao Guangyu's strength was not to be questioned. However, the scene unfolding before their eyes immediately overturned their beliefs. Paragon Zhao he's running away. He's definitely thinking about executing a powerful divine ability in the sky. It's impossible for him to immediately run without even attacking. Nonsense. He's clearly running away. Sir Mosu is so strong that he can make a cultivator in the initial stage of World Plane Realm choose to not fight but flee by sacrificing his blood. The thousands of cultivators in the area were not the only ones shocked by this. Zhao Guangyu's 8 disciples in the hall also had their mouths hanging open in shock. They stared at Zhao Guangyu turning into a ray of blood-red light that fled madly into the sky from the hole that appeared on the roof in the hall. Their master, who was an incredibly powerful existence in their hearts, was running away pathetically. In fact, he looked as if he did not even dare to say a single word. It caused the shock in the 8 disciples' hearts to change into astonishment and fear, especially that of the young man who had kept an eye on Yu Hongbang. His face had instantly turned pale. When Yu Hongbang saw that Zhao Guangyu was about to disappear, anxiety appeared in his heart, but he did not dare to chase after him rashly. It was not because he was afraid of Zhao Guangyu, but because Su Ming had not said even a single word by his side. "He's a clever one, at least," Su Ming remarked flatly. This person had escaped the disaster in Heavenly Treasure Planet with that intelligent mind of his, but he should not have set his eyes on Su Ming. Su Ming did not do much. His left eye only shone once, and immediately, the mark of the palm which he had formed in his left eye through the epiphany he had gained after he survived the attack of a master of fate, lives, and death disappeared. In the next breath, the sky roared, and the dim heavens tumbled about to reveal a sight that caused all those who saw it in the area to cry out together in surprise. Zhao Guangyu's 8 disciples also looked as if they had instantly lost all their strength, and despair appeared on their faces. Even Yu Hongbang's breathing quickened when he saw this scene. As his pupils shrank, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, as the clouds tumbled about and ripples were formed in the sky, a huge palm replaced the sky and appeared before everyone's eyes. There was no end to this palm, and it completely replaced the sky, making it seem as if there was a giant standing in the galaxy, right outside Crimson Flame Planet, and he was striking the planet with his palm. The sky rumbled, and the heavens twisted. The gigantic palm was Su Ming's epiphany. At that moment, the epiphany gained form, and the palm descended as if it was falling from the sky. As it pressed down, it looked as if a sea of fire had risen up due to friction, causing the sky to burn. As the palm swiftly descended, a loud bang rang out in the sky. The fleeing Zhao Guangyu's body formed from the blood-red light. His face was distorted in shock. With a piercing scream, his body plunged down as he tried to avoid the palm from seizing him. Su Ming shook his head. The understanding he had was still not enough. The palm only possessed an outline and did not have much power. It was impossible for it to be compared with that of a master of fate, lives, and death, but its appearance could be used to scare others. "Kill him." Su Ming averted his gaze from the sky. When he spoke lightly, killing intent shone in Yu Hongbang's eyes. He had been waiting a long time ago for Su Ming's orders. At that moment, he let out a prolonged shout towards the sky and rose up, turning into a long arc that charged towards Zhao Guangyu, who had been shaken by the palm in the sky and was currently retreating. "That person is already scared out of his wits. He might be slightly stronger than you, but he won't be able to bring out his full power. I will give you the span of 10 breaths. If he doesn't die by then, you will die with him. I do not need weaklings under my wing." Su Ming's voice was calm, but there was a ruthless tone within it that caused Yu Hongbang's heart to tremble. He did not suspect the truth of that statement at all. Once he witnessed Su Ming's strength, he once again remembered the other impression Su Ming had left in his mind all those years ago. Temperamental. His heart shuddered, and Yu Hongbang clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and with a low growl he rushed towards Zhao Guangyu. He had to give everything he had in this fight. If he did not manage to kill this person within 10 breaths, then he himself would die with the other. This was not something he could choose, and neither did he have time to dawdle. Even if he would be severely injured, he had to kill Zhao Guangyu. In this bout of madness, besides respect, he also felt terror towards Su Ming from the depths of his heart. This terror would accompany him for the rest of his lives, and it would not leave. Is this how the superior are? There were 4 superiors recorded in Yu family scrolls, and the experiences of the older generations of the family while dealing with them were recorded in the scrolls as well. The first was a forthright person and the second a somber one. Yu family's progenitor was that somber person. This sort of person was easier to serve, since those who are forthright are easier to get close to. The third was temperamental and the fourth was also temperamental. The first of the 2 pretended to be emotionally volatile and the second was born this way. It didn't matter which sort of temperamental person they were incredibly difficult to serve. Yu Hongbang's heart was filled with anguish, but he did not have time to think much about this at that moment. With red eyes, he closed in on Zhao Guangyu. Su Ming closed his eyes. He did not pay any attention to the battle in the sky. Time passed. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and eventually, during the 10th breath, a shrill scream of pain traveled through the air. When Su Ming opened his eyes, Yu Hongbang returned to him with a head whose face was filled with despair. It looked as if there was fire burning on Yu Hongbang's body, and there were many parts of him that had turned into a bloody mess. When he knelt down on the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. There was a dispirited look on his pale face. It was clear that he had only won after burning his cultivation base, gave it his all, and executed his family's strongest divine ability. At the moment he knelt down, one word echoed in the deepest recesses of his mind. Temperamental. When I appear in your memories once again, you will remember me, and you will then truly become my subordinate. Su Ming raised his right hand and tapped the center of Yu Hongbang's brows. Yu Hongbang's injuries were immediately healed, but a dazed expression appeared in his eyes, and he slowly fell to the ground. Su Ming swung his right hand, and a gentle gust of wind immediately swept through the area. It gushed forth in a manner as if there was nothing in the world that could stop this wind spreading out. It did not matter whether it was mountain ranges or cave abodes. All the geographical structures in the land with cultivators around seemed as if they were just illusions. All the cultivators that the piercing wind touched instantly began shuddering no matter what their levels of cultivation were. A dazed look appeared in their eyes. All their impressions and memories about Su Ming vanished into the wind, as the cultivators fell on the ground unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming became the only person who remained standing in the mountain range. The wind continued spreading out. With this place as the center, the wind spread through the entire Crimson Flame planet. This was a windstorm aiming to wipe off all memories regarding Su Ming, as if he had never existed in Crimson Flame planet no matter whether it was the past or the present. In fact, even those who had died and were now soul fragments drifting in the world had their fragmented memories wiped off. The parts in their minds where those memories had existed turned into blank slates. As the windstorm swept outwards and spread out continuously, Su Ming took a step towards the sky. With it, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing on a mountain. There was a small house made of stone at the top, and an old woman was sitting cross-legged in there. She stared at the door of her house. There was a dismal expression on her face, as if she was waiting for something. Su Ming walked forward, and when he arrived outside the house, the wind he had stirred up earlier had already swept past most of Crimson Flame planet. In another few breaths, it would cover the entire planet. Su Ming pushed open the door to the house, and the door swung open with a creak. He did not go in but stood outside the house. His gaze met the old woman's. You still came here in the end. The old woman was Mei Lan, and she was also the source for the creation of the blood identification pearls when the 4 great true worlds extracted her memories. I'm here. As Su Ming spoke calmly, he walked into the stone house and sat on a chair by the side. I'll thank you if you allow me to die in a more dignified manner. The old woman closed her eyes. Once she finished saying these words, she stilled. 5 breaths later, the windstorm finally covered the entire Crimson Flame planet, and all the cultivators in the planet forgot about Su Ming, their memories taken by the wind. This was an irreversible erasure of their memories, and they would not be able to recover it. Crimson Flame Planet was the start of Su Ming's journey in the barren lands of divine essence. That was why certain mysterious aspects had appeared in the planet, such as the possibility of forming the blood identification pearl through the memories of the people in this place. When Su Ming eventually left Crimson Flame Planet, all those who had once seen him would no longer be able to form the blood identification pearl through their memories about him. This divine ability was related to the power of Plain Culpa Realm, and the mysteries contained within it could not be described with words. Once the windstorm spread through the entire Crimson Flame Planet and gradually vanished to allow the planet to return to a state of peace, while all the cultivators remained in deep sleep, Su Ming walked out of the house. He cast a final glance at Crimson Flame Planet and turned around to stroll towards the sky. Gradually, a crimson coffin manifested around him. Su Ming stepped on it and walked into space. 2 long arcs flew up from the ground. One of them was the Duke of Crimson Flame, and the other was the bald crane. They caught up to Su Ming and vanished into space with him. Damn it all, those jerks. I've hidden crystals in about 7 to 10,000 places, but the crystals in 2 spots where I hid them were gone. I can't believe it. I'm so frustrated. I absolutely can't hide crystals anymore. It's not safe and it's far too easy for me to lose them. My heart hurts. Su Ming. My heart really hurts. The bald crane had an expression that its heart was aching terribly, and by the looks of it, it was not pretending. It was really feeling that its heart was bleeding from emotional pain. Its hurt lasted for so long that the bald crane still had a distressed expression on its face and looked as if it was in anguish even after Su Ming left, as if it had lost the most precious thing in its life. 10 breaths after Su Ming left Crimson Flame Planet, the first to open his eyes was Yu Hongbang. A perplexed look appeared in his eyes, as if he knew that something had happened, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that there was a person missing in his memories. That person's figure was indistinct, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember him. When he lowered his head, he saw Zhao Guangyu's head in his hand. Soon after, more people woke up, but all of them were the same as Yu Hongbang. There was a person missing in their memories, along with his name. On a mountain in a stone house was an old woman sitting cross-legged inside. She gradually opened her eyes, and there was a dazed look within them. After a moment, she sighed lightly. I can't remember. She did not die. Crimson Flame Planet still had its set trajectory, and it was still moving about that trajectory. However, in all of the people's memories, a series of events had been eternally wiped off. It was just as Su Ming had told Yu Hongbang earlier. If Yu Hongbang could remember, then he would truly become Su Ming's subordinate. If he could not, then they would no longer have anything to do with each other. Oh. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the red coffin in the galaxy as he meditated with closed eyes. Time trickled by. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, up till 5 years passed. During the course of these 5 years, Su Ming headed swiftly towards Black Ink Planet. Occasionally, he would shift using the power of the rune, increasing his travel speed by a lot. As of then, he was almost at the borders of Black Ink Planet. With just a little more time, he would be able to enter its area. The amount of time they spent getting to this place was slightly shorter than what Su Ming had expected. The blood identification pearls had lost their effect, so no one could track Su Ming any longer. The bald crane had also fused with the divinity incarceration rune, so that particular method of using the rune to track him down no longer posed a threat to him as well. Perhaps only if a master of fate, lives, and death covered the entire Western Ring Nebula with their will would they possibly be able to find Su Ming. However, he did not run into any true guards on his way to Black Ink Planet, and neither did he hear the 4 great true worlds mentioning anything about him again. Su Ming was well aware of why it was so. During his trip to the region where the forces of power from True Sacredine World keeping a lookout over Western Ring Nebula were stationed, Su Ming had killed Dao Ren and demonstrated his might. He also managed to survive after a master of fate, lives, and death chased him down, and had even caused a stir in the entire galaxy. He refused to believe that they did not know who he was. Even if Dao Ren, who recognized him, had died, Wu Lizi was still around. True Sacredine World must already know that he was the Mo Su that they had chased after in the past. So they've given silent consent to my continued existence, huh? Su Ming opened his eyes. Or are they gathering up a new storm? No matter what, the feud between me and the four great true worlds hasn't ended. With a calm expression on his face, Su Ming closed his eyes once again. He might have done so, but it was not silent around him. During these past 5 years, Su Ming had come to know just how good the bald crane was at talking nonstop. My heart hurts. Oh, my heart hurts. Su Ming. My heart hurts. Say, I've hidden them so well, so why did the crystals in 2 spots go missing? 9 of them went missing, just like that. The bald crane's voice traveled through the air, and the crane sounded as if it was beating its chest in anguish. The Duke of Crimson Flame quickly closed his eyes and pretended he did not hear anything. I've lived a pitiful life of saving up by cutting down my expenses, of running about searching for crystals. I've worked hard and kept constant vigilance over these years. But why did I lose them? I can't accept this. This is the first time I lost my crystals. My heart aches. Su Ming. My heart is already hurting so much. Why aren't you giving me a response? Even after chattering away for half a day, the bald crane did not feel thirsty. It simply looked at Su Ming with eager eyes. Su Ming ignored it. Su Ming, I burned my soul for you in the past. You still owe me 1 million crystals. Why you? My heart is aching so much I can't handle it. And I need comfort. But you're not even speaking to me. My heart hurts. I've given you 86 crystals during the past 5 years. Su Ming frowned and opened his eyes to glare at the bald crane. When the bald crane noticed that Su Ming was responding, it was immediately filled with energy and even its fighting spirit began to burn, making it clear that it wanted to argue with him for a long, long time. That's not the same thing. If you gave those crystals to me, then those are the things you gave me, but the ones I lost are forever lost. Even if I get 10 billion crystals in the future, I should actually have 10,000,000,009 crystals. The bald crane seized its chest, and based on its expression, it could be seen that this problem had been troubling it during the past 5 years. Su Ming forced down the irritation that had risen in his heart after being tormented by the bald crane for 5 years and said flatly, "Then go and snatch 9 crystals. But even if I snatch them, I would still have lost 9 crystals. Then go steal some more. Even if I steal, I still would have lost them. Go pick some up." Where to? Even if pick some up, I still would have lost them. The bald crane put on a long face. Then what do you want to do? Su Ming let out a long sigh. He could tell that the bald crane had not been making a fuss out of nothing during these 5 years, but was really troubled by this. To the bald crane, who would consider itself to have lost crystals if it did not see any when it ventured out, truly losing 9 crystals would definitely be a disaster to it. Let's go back to Crimson Flame Planet. I want to search for them again. I swear I'll definitely find the person who stole my crystals. The bald crane ground its teeth in anger. We're almost at Black Ink Planet. Su Ming sighed again. I have a feeling that if we go to Black Ink Planet, I'm going to lose more crystals. This feeling is incredibly strong, very, very strong. The closer we get to Black Ink Planet, the stronger this feeling gets, and I can't stand it anymore. The bald crane was using every trick in its disposal to speak and emote with great feeling. It did not have any sort of premonition that made it feel like it was going to lose its crystals, but at that moment, it did not know that its nonsensical words right then would turn into a heartache very soon, which would drive it crazy for the rest of its life. Who's that? What a familiar presence. As the bald crane continued speaking, it was suddenly taken aback and let out a light gasp. It could sense all the things within a very large area, since it had fused with the divinity incarceration rune. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He fused his Atman into the bald crane's divinity incarceration rune, and immediately, the large galaxy showed up clearly in his mind. In a place that was rather far away from where they were, Su Ming saw a snake-like beast whose body was rotting away but was not dead, struggling forward while filled with the aura of death. By the looks of it, it was on the verge of death and already had 1 foot in its grave. Before long, it would die. Behind it were hundreds of cultivators. There were moths under their feet, and they were chasing after it while letting out strange cries. These cultivators were dressed in rags, but there was a fierce light shining in their eyes. The person in the lead was a woman. She was thin and tiny, and there was dirt on her face, making it so that no one could see her true appearance. However, she was the fastest among them. There was a string of bells on her wrist, and every single time they swayed, the galaxy would distort and the beast before them would let out a pained roar. At the instant Su Ming saw the snake-like beast, he was stunned. The abyss dragon let out a sad cry. It was exhausted, with little strength left in its body. After it had all of its power taken from it, its life after it was sent to the barren lands of divine essence had been filled with hardships during these past 1,000 years. In fact, there were even a few times when it had nearly died because it was severely wounded. It was not because it still had some of its physical power left and the other abyss dragons going against the wills of their progenitor and true sacredine world by leaving it some methods to defend itself when it was banished to this place, it would have died a long time ago. After all, the dragon tendon which gathered all its chi and allowed it to possess great physical strength had been extracted from its body. Without the dragon tendon, it was as if it had been reduced from a dragon to a snake, and it had lost everything. As of then, it could only bring out power that was equivalent to those in man cultivation realm, and this was due to its people helping it in secret. During the 1,000 years, it struggled to live in agony, and from its initial refusal to yield, it had descended into despair. The repeated escapes and roars at the heavens when it was alone filled its heart with madness and hatred. This madness was not against Yuxian, and the hate was not aimed at the berserkers in Yin Death region, but was instead aimed towards the Emperor of Abyss True World, as well as the Abyss Dragon's progenitor. The dragon had risked death to bring Yuxian back, but had ended up in this state. It was loyal to the Abyss Dragons, but had its dragon tendon taken from its body. It was a creature that had prided itself for being a part of the Emperor of Abyss True World, but had its power completely abrogated by that same Emperor of Abyss True World. It hated them, yet aside from hating them it could do nothing else, because it did not have sufficient power. With a level of cultivation that was only equivalent to those in man cultivation realm, it did not have enough strength to protect itself in the barren lands of divine essence, and since it had lost its dragon tendon, its level of cultivation had not increased during these 1,000 years. No matter how hard it tried, it could only have its life run its course in the barren lands of divine essence. If it was not a dragon, then perhaps things would have been slightly better, perhaps things could still change and it would not have ended up this way. However, it could not transform and could only appear as a pathetic abyss dragon, and this, to many people in the barren lands of divine essence, meant that its body was full of treasures. Its flesh could provide nourishment to all those that ate it. Its scales could be turned into an armor if someone gathered them together and fused their power, or could be turned into enchanted treasure. Its blood had the power of a spirit stone once it was dried, and its organs were the greatest supplement to cultivators. Its bones were even more precious, for they could be turned into extremely powerful enchanted vessels. Its brain could allow others to learn the abyssal world's arts if they gained an epiphany through it. In fact, even its soul had its uses. If it was refined by a powerful warrior, it could be sealed in an enchanted treasure and turned into a vessel spirit. It was a miracle that this abyss dragon that had no power to protect itself could survive for 1,000 years. During this time, the abyss dragon had thought about dying many times. From its initial fear and despair, it had gradually become apathetic, and in the end, death and living lost their importance to it. Compared to living in agony like this, it would be better to just die and gain freedom. However, when such thoughts befell it, it always remembered the abyss dragon that helped it by quickly telling something before the banishment took place. There were numerous alien races within the galaxy behind Black Ink Planet. However, there was also a serendipity there that could turn something decaying into something miraculous. If there was a place which could allow its cultivation base to be restored in the barren lands of divine essence, it would only be Divine Essence Star Ocean. That was why during these 1,000 years, the dragon had continued flying without stop, wanting to reach Black Ink Planet and head to Divine Essence Star Ocean. However, all of this had now turned into a mere dream. Yet there was still unwillingness to admit defeat in the depths of its heart. This refusal to give in was an obsession that not even time managed to take away. The dragon hated the Emperor of Abyss True World and wanted to take revenge on that world. It wanted to return to the Abyss Dragons and win against the Abyss Dragon's progenitor. It also wanted to meet its young mistress once more and hear her call its name. However, it knew that this was impossible. Forget even being able to leave the barren lands of divine essence. This disaster of being chased by the cultivators alone was something it could not escape from. The howling behind it continued non-stop. The weird shouts and killing intent had locked onto the dragon firmly. Its speed was not fast to begin with, and the people behind it had those moths under their feet. Could not escape. Its will gradually became clouded. The pain in its body made it unable to tell the source of the pain. It was as if there was not a single part in its body that did not ache. As blood poured from its body, the strange yells from the cultivators behind it became something that urged it forward. The echoes of the bells especially sounded as if they brought death in their wake. The dragon still remembered that it had only wanted to rest for a little while when it passed by a floating group of meteors in the galaxy 3 days ago. It had not shown any ill will, but the meteors actually served as a cave abode for a group of cultivators. When they appeared with those moths under their feet, the Abyss Dragon had even degraded itself by trying to curry their favor while begging to leave. Yet what it got in exchange was a chase after its life that lasted for 3 days. It could tell from the desire and murderous light in the pursuers' eyes that they had recognized that it was an Abyss Dragon, and they wanted to devour it alive. There were 4 lords of world planes among these cultivators, and there was even one who was at the middle stage of world plane realm. Even when the Abyss Dragon was at the peak of its condition, it had never reached this state. When it was in Death region, it had only attained completion in the initial stage of world plane realm. With its cultivation base and its physical body of an Abyss Dragon, it could have somewhat put up a fight against those in the middle stage of world plane realm, but it could not have won against them. However, the powerful warrior in the middle stage of world plane realm had not personally joined in the chase. Instead, the other 3 cultivators in the initial stage of world plane realm had led nearly 100 cultivators and initiated this hunt for its life that lasted for 3 days. In truth, the Abyss Dragon could sense that they did not really need nearly 100 people to chase it down. Any one of the 3 cultivators in the initial stage of world plane realm could kill it within an instant. In fact, most of the 100 people could do so as well. However, they did not do it. Instead, it was as if they were intentionally toying with it. They only chased after and forced it to continuously flee, so it would use up its strength. At this point, the dragon was like a dying ember, only instinctively escaping forward. It had already lost all power to fight back. The strange cries in its ears sounded like mocking laughter. The bell chimes were like an illusion that made the Abyss Dragon's consciousness become increasingly more clouded. Wherever it went, blood would spill into the galaxy. Its vision blurred, and its eyes were about to fall shut at any moment. The howling sounds were closing in from behind. Whenever its blood spilled, someone from the near 100 cultivators would immediately fly out and use a jade bottle to pick it up. Laughter came from the near 100 cultivators behind the Abyss Dragon. The laughing was a young man who had just collected the dragon's blood, and he said with mirth towards the woman in front, who had the bells tied to her wrist, "Lady Yuluo, the Abyss Dragon's consciousness is about to scatter." The hunt this time was very interesting. Abyss Dragons are incredibly precious in the Emperor of Abyss True World, so it's difficult to find any who would venture out, much less enter the barren lands of divine essence. It must have offended the influential powers in the Emperor of Abyss True World and was banished to this place. That's right, it only has power equivalent to those in man cultivation realm. During these 3 days, it was easy to see that its dragon tendon had been taken away. It's the same as a piece of trash. Haha, this isn't an Abyss Dragon, it's just a big snake. Lady Yuluo, you're wise indeed. You made this snake continue running so its blood would circulate and the effect from each drop that spilled would be better than if we extracted it forcefully. In fact, this sort of chase would force its consciousness to fade, and it'll become even easier for you to control it and refine it into a flying enchanted vessel. In the future, it'll be much easier for us to head out. Laughter rang in space. The near 100 cultivators saw that the abyss dragon's speed had slowed down, and they knew that the dragon had reached its limit. The woman in front of the crowd had a prideful look on her face. She swung the bells on her wrist, and with a glint in her eyes, she looked towards the cultivators around her. She was the one who had discovered the dragon, and she had also suggested the plan to toy with it while chasing after it. By the looks of it, her plan was very effective. We'll chase it around for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, since the abyss dragon's soul is about to fade away. At that time, we'll use the secret art and gather its soul in its body. Then, it'll be much easier to search through its soul. Excitement appeared in the woman's eyes. She did not bother about the dragon's blood or any enchanted vessels. What she cared about was the abyss dragon's memories. Ever since she was born, she had been in the barren lands of divine essence and longed to go to the 4 great true worlds. However, all the people around her were the same and had never left the barren lands of divine essence before. However, the abyss dragon should have been banished to this place. If that was the case, then the sights of the world outside should be contained within the memories in its soul. That was what made her curious. Young mistress, we can't fool around anymore. That old monster Xianxia's territory lies ahead. The progenitor has stated before that we are not allowed to enter other people's territory. Just as the woman became excited, one of the 2 middle-aged men who had been following silently behind her all this while spoke flatly. These 2 people were in the initial stage of world plane realm just like the woman. However, the feeling they gave others was as if they had gone through perilous battles, and there were hints of murderous aura surrounding them. The woman might be unwilling, but after a moment of hesitation, she could only nod in resignation. She shook her wrist, and the bell chimes immediately rang loudly. The speed of the near 100 cultivators behind her instantly increased exponentially, and they surpassed the abyss dragon and surrounded it. The hunt has ended. Kill the dragon and preserve its soul properly, the woman said coldly. In her eyes were excitement and cruelty. The sounds of affirmation rang out around her, and greed appeared in the eyes of the cultivators. The abyss dragon had already turned into an ingredient that they could eat to increase their levels of cultivation. At that moment, with a single shout, they spread out. The abyss dragon's consciousness had already become clouded. It knew that it was about to die. It might be unwilling to, but there was nothing it could do. As it laughed brokenly, it closed its eyes, but at the instant they fell shut. A gentle voice immediately echoed in its soul. Xiao Huang. At the instant the voice reached its soul, a violent shudder wrecked through its body. It trembled incredibly furiously, and even its soul began trembling. Its fading consciousness abruptly stopped scattering away. It was as if there was an endless amount of thunderbolts roaring in its heart. That name was the most precious existence in its memory. There was only one person who would call it by that name in the world, and that was a young woman called Yu Xian, the abyss dragon's young mistress. The dragon had not heard these 2 words for more than 1,000 years. Those 2 words seemed to have awakened its memories, causing tears to fall down the abyss dragon's eyes as it trembled. However, it knew that the person who called it was not its young mistress, but another voice that it was familiar with. Xiao Huang. When the voice called out the second time, it did not echo in the abyss dragon's heart. Instead, it spread throughout the galaxy. That voice seemed weak, but when it reached the place, ripples spread out and the galaxy even looked as if it was distorting. When that voice landed in the ears of the near 100 cultivators who were closing in on the abyss dragon with the intent of dissecting it, that voice instantly turned into a loud bang that shook the entire galaxy and was deafening to their ears. Crashed straight into their hearts, crushing their minds and breaking their souls. Blood poured out from all 7 orifices in their bodies. There were nearly 100 cultivators, and all of them were bleeding from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Their eyes immediately lost focus and all forms of luster turned into streams of blood that flowed out of their eye sockets. The moths under their bodies also let out shrill screams of pain and exploded into bits and pieces of flesh and blood. The bodies of the near 100 cultivators tumbled backwards, as if they had been swept back by a huge force. They coughed up blood in midair, and all of them died. All of this was caused by the enunciation of the 2 words. Those 2 words killed nearly 100 cultivators. Even though there were no cultivators in World Plane Realm among them and the strongest was just in Heaven Cultivation Realm, the ability to do this was enough to shock all those who witnessed it. As the cultivators died altogether, their bodies shattered to pieces as they fell backwards, turning into a picture of mangled flesh. The stench of blood immediately filled the area. The woman with the bells on her wrist instantly turned stark pale, and the 2 middle-aged men behind her put on solemn expressions that had never appeared on their faces before. There was shock in their eyes, and cold sweat had even broken out on their foreheads due to extreme nervousness. Xiao Huang. The 3rd call traveled clearly from a faraway distance at that moment. It landed in the Abyss Dragon, the 2 men, and the woman's ears. Once it did, the Abyss Dragon opened its eyes and saw a person walking over from the space in the distance. That person was dressed in white and had a head full of gray hair. As he walked forward, he gradually closed in, and the dragon saw the young man's handsome face, his ancient presence, his familiar gaze, and the time the Abyss Dragon always thought back upon with nostalgia. His arrival made it seem as if he brought the past with him, and the galaxy around him looked like it had stilled during that moment. Once the Abyss Dragon saw Su Ming clearly, it trembled even more furiously. Those were tremors caused by agitation and disbelief. It had not expected that it would be able to meet an old friend in the barren lands of divine essence. You? The Abyss Dragon only managed to say 1 word before its eyes slowly fell shut. It was already extremely exhausted, and after going through despair, at the instant it saw Su Ming, its soul began to disperse. Su Ming walked over to it and lifted his right hand to gently place it on the Abyss Dragon's wound and blood-ridden head. With it, the Abyss Dragon's fading soul began converging once again, and all its wounds were instantly healed. It was with this touch that Su Ming learned of what had happened. Xiao Huang's power had been abrogated, so the dragon could only bring out power equivalent to those in Man Cultivation Realm. Because of that touch, Su Ming also learned that the dragon tendon was missing. Su Ming did not know how many years the dragon had been in the barren lands of divine essence, but he could imagine that the life of one who could only bring out the power of those in Man Cultivation Realm must have been filled with hardships even if they only were around for several dozens of years. Not to mention that Su Ming saw numerous injuries on the Abyss Dragon's body as it recovered. In fact, some of them were old, a telling sign that they had been left hundreds of years ago. There were even some injuries on the Abyss Dragon which were nearly fatal. Su Ming was infuriated. He was truly enraged. But besides anger, he also felt worry. He did not know why the Abyss Dragon came to the barren lands of divine essence. He only knew that he had saw it take Yuxian and leave when they were still in Yin Death region to head towards the Emperor of Abyss True World. Yet now it had appeared in this place. Then, where was Yuxian? I am a daylily in the rain. This is the name my mother gave me. She wanted me to forget the sadness in my life and be happy forever. Yuxian's voice seemed to echo in Su Ming's ears, lingering there for a long time. When Su Ming fell silent, the 2 middle-aged men not too far away were shivering. The shock on their faces was incredibly great. They could not see through Su Ming's level of cultivation, but they could sense a bloodthirst and murderous aura that they had never sensed before from him. They had originally thought that they had killed plenty of people, and they were even proud of the invisible murderous aura that had formed around them. But the moment they saw Su Ming, they discovered to their disbelief. The heavy murderous aura on Su Ming's body was something they could not hope to compare to. Theirs was like the light of a firefly compared to a bright moon. In fact, the mighty pressure Su Ming gave to them almost made these 2 people's minds break. Even when they were before their progenitor, they had not faced such great pressure as this. With this in mind, they could immediately be certain that this person was at the very least at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, and there was even a high possibility that he was an old monster in the later stage of World Plane Realm. This Abyss Dragon is the pet of someone in the later stage of World Plane Realm. As the 2 people's hearts shook, they saw Su Ming fall silent, and without any hesitation, They grabbed the woman who had become dazed and fell back in frenzy. Ever since they came under the progenitor's wing, they had never fled in this manner. They instantly moved with great desperation, but as they moved back, they saw Su Ming lift his head. During that instant, they roared together, and veins popped up on their faces. They pushed the dazed woman thousands of feet away before they shouted at her, "Young mistress, run! Go!" The woman trembled. The change had happened too quickly, and she found herself somewhat unable to accept what was going on. At that moment, as the two middle-aged men roared, she turned around and fled with an incredible speed. Almost at the moment she turned around, a shrill scream of pain came from the area behind her. She was familiar with the owner of that voice. It belonged to one of the two middle-aged men. Her heart ached. Tears fell down her eyes, but she could no longer repent. As the shadow of death loomed over her head, she experienced fear from the depths of her heart for the first time in her life. Your loyalty is commendable, but you won't be able to escape death. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. He pulled back his right index finger and looked at one of the two middle-aged men in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. His body had shattered. Once he was shredded to pieces, Su Ming cast his gaze on the other person. That man's face was pale. He was incredibly certain that Su Ming was an old monster in the later stage of World Plane Realm. Even the progenitor would be a mere ant before this person. The difference between them was like heaven and earth, so he was unable to manifest any will to fight against him. The middle-aged man's face was pale. When he saw that Su Ming had lifted his right hand once again, madness appeared on his face, which was filled with despair. His cultivation base and his soul burst swiftly into flames at the same time, and he charged toward Su Ming as if he had gone mad, choosing to self-destruct. However, while self-destruction would be an effective move against many since it was an art that caused death. But before an abyss builder, as long as that abyss builder had awakened, it would mostly be useless, especially since Su Ming had already somewhat understood the will of summer in his life matrix through his epiphanies. He lifted his right hand and swung forward. A feeling of time filled the middle-aged man's body. In an instant, time reversed about him, and he went back from the state of self-destruction to the moment before he triggered it. But it did not stop there. Time was still flowing in reverse, and so his face gradually stopped being that of a middle-aged man's, but became that of a young man, then a teenager, and several breaths later, after an unknown of time flowed in reverse on him, his body was reduced to ashes. Once he finished doing all this, Su Ming turned his head around and cast the sleeping abyss dragon a look. It was in deep sleep, and it was clear that it had been a long time since it had rested like this. When he saw that the wounds on its body were healing, a gentle look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. "Sleep. I am here, so you will be safe," Su Ming mumbled. He tapped the dragon lightly with his right hand and put it away into his storage bag before turning his head around to look in the direction in which the woman was leaving, and the chilling glare in his eyes appeared once again. It did not matter whether the person was a woman or a man, nor whether they were ugly or pretty. All of these things were just their outward appearances and were superficial in Su Ming's eyes. They had nothing to do with him. He only needed to know that a person wanted to kill Xiao Huang, and that was enough. If Yu Xian was around, she definitely would not have let you suffer so much with the way she was. But she isn't around, so I'll be the one to help you, Su Ming said gently and took a step forward. He did not rush after that woman, but started walking slowly towards her. Because of that, a powerful and mighty pressure could be formed. That pressure gathered on the woman, causing her to almost sink into despair in the mid of her fear, making her experience what the abyss dragon went through when she had been chasing it down in cold blood just then. She shivered. Despair and fear filled her heart and soul. This feeling almost caused her to descend into madness. Tears continued falling down her eyes, and in her fear, she continued escaping non-stop. Su Ming followed her calmly, occasionally lifting his right index finger to point at her. A bloody gash would immediately appear on the woman's body, and when her blood gushed out, a jade bottle would fly out from Su Ming's storage bag. Once it caught her blood, it would continue floating in the area to be retrieved at any time. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. He did not think that he was boasting about his status because of the difference between their levels of cultivation or that he was doing something that was unbefitting of his level of cultivation. In Su Ming's mind, the phrase using one's strength to bully the weak was something that if he needed to do towards enemies, he would find no problems with doing. He would use a similar method when faced with those of a high level of cultivation as to those with a lower level of cultivation. He would not mind persecuting either of them in such a manner. Su Ming didn't think that there was anything wrong with his actions. As long as he thought that he should be doing so, then no one could change it. In truth, the person who understood him the most was Yu Hongbang. Describing him as temperamental was indeed an apt description. Temperamental and willful. No law or rule could restrain Su Ming's actions, because he didn't believe that his actions were wrong. I will chase you down just like how you had chased down Xiao Huang. This was the simplest way to describe Su Ming's thoughts. Time passed. The woman's hair was a mess by the time a day had passed with her being chased. Her consciousness had almost faded away. Her face was pale. Her body was covered in wounds, and blood continued flowing out. It was continuously taken by Su Ming, and the pressure brought by this had left her in extreme despair. There was still about an entire day before she could reach the progenitor's cave abode. But her mind could no longer withstand this torment. Eventually, she stopped running away and instead turned around to plead for mercy from Su Ming. "Senior, please spare me. I know I've done wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything you ask." The woman was beautiful. At that moment, her clothes were in tatters and could not hide her body, giving her a tempting charm. "Anything?" Su Ming asked lightly. "Anything." The woman seemed to have thought of something and instinctively bit her lip. A red flush immediately appeared on her cheeks, and the desire to continue living became extremely strong in her heart. Su Ming cast the woman called Yu Luo a look. She was rather good-looking. Her body was curvaceous, and a large portion of her skin was revealed as it was now difficult for her tattered clothes to cover her up. With the shivers born from fear and the desire to live shining in her eyes, she was filled with an air that would cause the hearts of men to pump with excitement. Her expression, the color of her face, and the look in her eyes all said that she was willing to pay any sort of price, was willing to do anything. In fact, she was even willing to be ravaged any way Su Ming wanted. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever as he slowly walked towards the woman. When he approached her, Yu Luo instinctively wanted to dodge, but after a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and stood there, simply allowing Su Ming to get closer to her. By then, their bodies were almost touching. In fact, she only needed to lean forward slightly and she would fall into Su Ming's embrace. He lowered his head slightly, and by the looks of it, he seemed as if he was going to kiss her lips. Yu Luo's heart thumped loud in her chest. As the sound rose and fell, her cheeks gradually gained a red flush, and her eyes shone with a woman's charm. It did not matter what sort of request Su Ming would make. She would do her best to curry his favor in order to survive. Su Ming was about to touch the woman's slightly parted lips, but right at the instant he was about to kiss her, he moved his head to her ear and stopped there. "I may choose not to kill you as long as you—" When Su Ming whispered, his words traveled straight into Yu Luo's ear. As she listened to his voice, she lifted her hands to place them on her clothes. Her face turned even redder, and the gaze in her eyes turned even more alluring. Yet right at the moment she was about to undress herself, he spoke once again. "As long as you run like you did just now," he said flatly and lifted his head. He moved hundreds of feet back and put on a smile on his face. Yu Luo shivered. She stared at Su Ming as her expression changed nonstop. Right when anger born from humiliation rose in her heart, despair reared its head once more. She might have been pampered and cared for since she was young, but she had still seen quite a number of cultivators with different personalities. However, none of them had ever terrified her like the person in front of her right then. Just as she was about to speak, Su Ming's smile turned into an indifferent one. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm, stirring up a violent gust of wind that swept up Yu Luo and flung her into the distance. Oh! Time had a very mysterious law. To those who were happy, The passing of time seemed as if it was so quick that it was hard to notice it. In the blink of an eye it would be gone. However, to those who were in torment, time would pass in a terrifyingly slow manner. This was the case for Yu Luo. As she fled during the last half of a day before she reached her home, she felt as if she had fallen into hell, as if she was submerged in the endless passage of time, and it was moving at an incredibly slow pace. She was extremely weakened. Her face was pale, and she had lost a large amount of blood, which was all retrieved languidly by the nightmarish existence behind her, who would then continue chasing her at a relaxed pace. Her consciousness had become clouded and her mind had broken down. The only thing that remained in her mind were Su Ming's words telling her to flee, to continue running. She did so until a group of meteors floating in the galaxy finally appeared before her. This was her home. At the instant she saw the group of meteors, Yu Luo looked as if she had recovered a hint of her sanity. A strong light appeared in her eyes, and she became slightly faster, instantly heading towards a large stone. Progenitor, save me. At the instant she landed on the meteor, she let out a forlorn cry. When her voice echoed in space, she lost all her strength and collapsed on the ground unconscious. Su Ming stood in the galaxy and looked at the large group of meteors before him, then watched Yu Luo collapsing on one of them. He heard her forlorn cry echoing in space, but even several breaths later, there was no answer. The unconscious Yu Luo did not know that her progenitor did not appear. Another 3 breaths passed before Su Ming spoke lightly. Not coming out, He lifted his right hand and swung it in the air. The overlapping shadows of the divine essence runic symbols in his eye shone abruptly, then flew out from his eye to surround him before spreading out swiftly. Loud booms instantly broke the silence. As they reverberated in space, most of the meteors were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The destruction continued, as if it would not stop until all meteors were destroyed. An anguished sigh came from the collapsing meteors, and an old man in a long blue robe walked out from one of them. That old man had a head full of white hair, and when he walked, he cast a complicated glance at the unconscious Yu Luo. Then once he looked at Su Ming, he lowered his head. Senior, please calm down. I am Yu Han, a member of the extended family of Yu family in Black Ink Planet. I have been ordered to keep watch over the members of the family in space. Our daughter of the family, Yu Luo, is young and ignorant. Please spare her, and I will definitely offer you great gifts in return. The old man was incredibly respectful as he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He cast the old man a glance, but did not speak. He did not even ask what gifts the old man would give him in order to solve this matter. He turned around and walked into the distance, without paying any more attention to the old man. The old man was momentarily stunned by Su Ming's actions, but once a barely noticeable spark shone in his eyes, he immediately took a few steps forward and bowed towards Su Ming again. Senior, please wait. I am also at fault in this matter because I have not taught the child properly. I will definitely offer you a satisfactory conclusion to this matter. Senior, since you came to Black Ink Planet, you should be here to attend Black Ink Planet's famous Barren Lands auction, or to head over to Divine Essence Star Ocean to fight against those from the alien race. I have a map detailing part of Divine Essence Star Ocean here with me, which can help you save a lot of time. As the old man spoke, he immediately brought out a piece of beast skin from his bosom, as if he was worried that Su Ming would leave. There were a few lines drawn on it, and it seemed like a map. Yet strangely, this map was not printed on a jade slip, but was drawn on a beast skin, which was a more primitive manner of drawing a map. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt, and he turned around to cast the old man a look with the ghost of a smile on his lips. With it, the old man's heart let out a thump, as if all the secrets he hid in his heart were seen through with that one glance, as if everything about him was laid bare before Su Ming. This feeling immediately turned into a sense of danger that rose swiftly in the old man's heart. Senior. The old man's heart pounded against his chest, but he put on an even more respectful expression. When he spoke instinctively, he suddenly saw Su Ming lifting his right hand to seize the space beside him, and the beast skin in his hand immediately flew out appear in Su Ming's hands. Su Ming held the beast's skin and cast it a few scrutinizing looks before turning around and leaving. The old man's heart trembled, and his expression changed several times. He did not expect that this person would leave just like that after coming to this place in such an aggressive manner and killing all the members in his family. He came in such a flashy manner, yet left without a sound. This made all the preparations he had done to have completely turned to waste. This made him anxious, and he took a few steps forward to speak again. Senior, please wait. I haven't given you all the gifts yet. There are still a large amount of crystals I would like to give you to help you succeed in whatever you want to buy during the auction. These words had no effect on Su Ming, but the moment they were spoken, the bald crane's figure appeared in the space beside him. Its eyes shone and sparkled brilliantly, as if there were crystals contained in its eyes as it looked at the old man. How many crystals? It instantly shouted excitedly. The old man hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, 3 million crystals! The bald crane let out a shrill scream, and as its body shivered, it stared intently at the old man. Its expression and gaze were filled with a ferocious air, as if it wanted to swallow the old man whole. Its body also grew larger in space, as if it could not control itself. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown to become several hundreds of feet big. When the old man heard the bald crane's shrill scream and saw its gigantic body as well as its ferocious expression, his heart shuddered and he took a few steps back to quickly speak up once again. 3 million crystals are just the start. There will be 3 million more to come. Senior, please calm down. Please calm down. It would have been better if he had not said such words. Once they left his mouth, the bald crane screamed even louder, and the shudders in its body seemed to have reached an extreme state. Its expression caused the old man to be nervous, but Su Ming knew that the bald crane was just too excited. The shock from the 3 million crystals was enough to make the bald crane go mad. But when the old man said that there were 3 million more to come, that number turned into an even greater stimulation that caused the bald crane's mind to become a mess. 10 million. I'm willing to give you 10 million crystals as an apology. When the old man saw that the gigantic featherless bird-like creature behaving in such a ferocious and crazed manner, he thought that the number of crystals he was offering was too few, enraging it, which was why he grit his teeth and quickly offered 10 million. At the instant he offered 10 million crystals, the bald crane's eyes bulged out and its body shuddered a few times before its eyes rolled backwards and it fainted. This scene made the old man become even more nervous. Su Ming sighed. He knew that the bald crane had never expected that it would get 10 million crystals. This shock came too suddenly, and the crane was stimulated so much that it fainted. Su Ming shook his head and no longer chose to leave. Instead, he turned around and looked at the old man. A chilling glare shone in his eyes. There was something about this old man. It was something Su Ming had thought when he appeared in this place just now, and after probing around a little, he obtained his answer. The old man seemed to be thinking of ways to lure Su Ming towards where he was. Is the person you're waiting for still not here yet? He asked flatly. When he said these words, the old man's heart trembled, but his expression remained as it did, though he did put on a stunned look. Senior, I promised the woman that as long as she continued running, I wouldn't kill her, and since you didn't go after the Abyss Dragon, I originally did not consider taking your life, but planned to just punish you lightly. But since you schemed against me, then there is no need for me to let things end this way. Su Ming cast the old man a look, and his lips curled up into a cold sneer. He lifted his right hand and pointed towards the old man. With it, distortions instantly appeared in space, and a destructive power gathered together with a bang to rush towards the old man. The old man's expression changed. At the instant he retreated, he shouted, "A strong enemy has invaded our territory. Main family, please take action." At the instant he said these words, the meteor on which he stood exploded with a loud bang. The ripples of power that belonged to a rune rose out. That meteor was a relocation rune that not even Su Ming had managed to discover just then. This was a two-way relocation rune. It connected two places, allowing people enter and leave through either of the sides. If Su Ming had stepped on that meteor just now, then since the rune was in constant ready more, once it went into operation, he would have been forcefully relocated to a specific region, and the powerful warriors from the Yu family in that place would have attacked at the same time. Su Ming might not have discovered that there was a relocation rune contained within the meteor, but he had determined that there was something off based on the old man's actions. The other's attempt to hide was too fake in Su Ming's eyes. However, there were some strange aspects to this sort of concealment. Su Ming had indeed been unable to discover the man even though he had scanned the area with his Atman, just like how he had been unable to discover the relocation rune. However, once Su Ming destroyed a large portion of the meteors with the runic symbols, the old man seemed to have been forced out. Yet in truth, if he truly wanted to flee, he could have left the area beforehand. However, he did not leave. Instead, he chose to pretend to hide, then to come out. All of this was just to bait Su Ming into taking action and destroying some of the meteors. This destruction was like a signal, like he was trying to achieve some sort of goal. This area was where Yu family's external faction stayed. The first thing the old man had said was a hasty conveying of his status and an explanation whom this area belonged to. All of this might seem normal, but in truth, he had done so intentionally. Because of that, Su Ming could mostly determine what that person's goal had been. To ascertain that Su Ming had offended Black Ink Planet and the Yu family. If the old man had needed to ascertain this, then it would be much easier to explain what he had previously done. Chasing down the Abyss Dragon had been his personal decision, and even if trouble arose because of this, it had nothing to do with the Yu family, because it was all merely what he had done personally. However, if Su Ming destroyed the meteors, then the old man could set up a gigantic sham and make this matter, which was originally just a personal matter of his, into a fight against Su Ming and his entire family. After all, each and every single relocation rune set in the external factions were of great importance for a powerful family that could set a stronghold in Black Ink Planet and have their name ring through the entire barren lands of divine essence. Those relocation runes were part of their status. Once they were destroyed, it would be as if they had been slapped in the face, and they would definitely be unable to let this slide. However, it was a pity for the old man, because Su Ming had managed to see that there was something off with his actions, and he did not step on the meteors, but had instead turned around to leave. This immediately caught the old man off guard. The members of the family would definitely look into the matter of the meteors being destroyed, and if Su Ming left, then with how strict the family was to its members, they would definitely be able to find clues leading to the truth, and at that time he would have to face severe punishment. After all, in his eyes, Su Ming was at the very least a cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. In fact, there was a high possibility that he was a powerful cultivator in the later stage of World Plane Realm. Unless absolutely necessary, even the main family would not offend this sort of person. That was why he had used the map as bait, wishing to lure Su Ming over. When he failed, he had spared no pains in using crystals as bait. However, when Su Ming had looked towards him with that gaze of his that seemed to be able to see through him, the old man knew that a deviation had occurred in his plan. That was why he had changed his plan without any hesitation. Since the other refused to come over SP, the old man could not send Su Ming to the main family. Then he absolutely could not let him leave. If he could summon the main family here when Su Ming was still around, then, once they started fighting, this would no longer have too much connection to him. Even after they found the reason for this in the future, the enmity would have already been born between the main family and this person, so they would no longer have a choice. Loud booms came from the rune. A piercing white light instantly spread out and swept through the area from the meteor. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area, and as the rune was activated, 3 figures immediately walked out. They were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a middle-aged man, and he had a somber expression. The other 2 behind him were young adults, but all 3 of them were sending out ripples of power that belonged to those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. The middle-aged man had already reached the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. With this level of cultivation, he could already fight against Zhao family's progenitor. Even if he was still slightly weaker than the other, this man could already become an overlord of a region. At the instant he saw the 3 people, Su Ming formed an impression towards Black Ink Planet. Just one Yu family in there had let Su Ming see 4 cultivators in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, 3 cultivators in the initial one, and numerous in Heaven Cultivation realm. This was also clearly just the tip of the iceberg of the Yu family. Even though Su Ming did not know what sort of status Yu family had in Black Ink Planet, he could tell from this hint of their power alone that Black Ink Planet was an ancient planet that had existed even before the 5th True World was destroyed. It was the only planet that had broken the seal many years before Su Ming had arrived, and the living beings within had been able to venture out and escape from being suppressed by the 4 great true worlds. It allowed this planet to become a cultivation planet that was not controlled by the 4 great true worlds. It was a free, lawless planet that became a gathering place for many old monsters in the barren lands of divine essence. The powerful were the rulers of Black Ink Planet. The 4 great true worlds did not pay attention to them, and no true guards would dare come to the planet rashly, causing this place to seem rather chaotic. However, in truth, this planet became the place that gathered the most attention in the barren lands of divine essence. Most of the powerful warriors in the barren lands of divine essence gathered in this place. Cultivators in the later stage of World Plane Realm, or those who had attained completion, as well as those in Lunar Culpa Realm along with those in Solar Culpa Realm, might be here as well. If anyone compared sinful barren lands to a jail, then the existence of Black Ink Planet would become the darkest place of this jail, but would also be the only source of dawning light at the same time. Its geographical location prevented the 4 great true worlds from conquering it from afar, because on the other side of Black Ink Planet was Divine Essence Star Ocean, the place that made the 4 great true worlds wary. It was the true place that they were fending against. Because the alien races were in Divine Essence Star Ocean, some of the members of these alien races were remnants of the 5th true world in the past. However, most of them were mysterious alien races that possessed divine essence and were filled with an intimidating presence even while the 5th true world was still around. No one knew where the alien races with divine essence came from, and very few people knew just how many of them there were in Divine Essence Star Ocean. They seemed to have formed their own cultivation system and rarely formed any form of contact with the world outside. However, based on his conversations with the Duke of Crimson Flame, Su Ming had been able to tell that besides the legendary existences that were the Culpa Lord and the true progenitor of the 5th true world, the powerful cultivators that were believed to not belong to the 5th true world were from outer space. This outer space could mean that they had come from other worlds, and could also mean that they came from Divine Essence Star Ocean. As the only transition point between Divine Essence Star Ocean and the 4 great galaxies of sinful barren lands, it was impossible for Black Ink Planet to not become the most eye-catching place in the barren lands of divine essence. Su Ming had learned from some of other people's memories that Black Ink Planet connected Divine Essence Star Ocean with the 4 great galaxies. That was why it became a transition point for those who wanted to take the risk to enter Divine Essence Star Ocean. Over the course of numerous years, a large amount of items, treasures, and almost every sort of item imaginable had appeared in Black Ink Planet. In fact, there were even members of alien races appearing in Black Ink Planet. These people could come and go as they pleased, which made this planet to become the only spot where members of both galaxies could trade. Hence, a tradition was formed in Black Ink Planet countless years ago that shocked the entire barren lands of divine essence, and was even able to make true guards hide their identity to come to this place. That tradition was the auction. Auction halls of various sizes became incredibly grand places in Black Ink Planet, and each one was managed by a family. The size of the auction hall was always the deciding factor for the family's status and power in Black Ink Planet. It would decide their rise and fall. Since auctions were celebrated for being honest and strict, that was why the families that managed these auctions would gradually start forming their own family rules as they continued growing. These rules were mostly used to provide service for auctions, and they would offer different forms of protection as well as punishment towards a family member's overbearing attitude. Su Ming had come to know these things when he obtained the memories of the people he devoured using the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. He looked at the 3 people walking out of the rune with his usual calm expression. "I am Yu Chenhai. Greetings, fellow Taoist. How may I address you?" The middle-aged man who walked out of the rune cast Su Ming a glance with a somber expression on his face. He might not be able to tell Su Ming's level of cultivation, but he could sense the murderous aura and the mighty pressure coming from him. Yet even so, His expression did not change as he wrapped his fist in his palm and spoke. Su Ming. Su Ming answered languidly. He did not use Mo Su's name because that name had quite the reputation in the barren lands of divine essence. He did not know anything about Black Ink Planet, so it would be best for him to not make a fuss. I see, so you are fellow Taoist Su. May I know whether the Yu family has offended you? The middle-aged man asked in a somber tone. The old man who was tasked to keep watch over the region was feeling incredibly nervous at that moment. He knew how strict the rules were in the family, but had thought that the family would take action immediately after they arrived once they saw that most of the meteors had been destroyed. As long as they attacked, everything would be simple. However, the members of the family who appeared did not immediately take action but instead started communicating with the person. I can't let them continue talking with each other. The old man grit his teeth, then cast a swift glance at the unconscious Yu Luo by the side, then began roaring. He went to Yu Luo's side, and when he lifted his head, his eyes were bloodshot. Rage burned in his eyes as he stared at Su Ming. You killed nearly 100 of my family's disciples, made Yu Luo's fate unknown, destroyed most of the meteors here, and even wanted to kill me. I will definitely not let this slide. If you want to fight, then fight. As the old man spoke, he rose up from the ground and charged towards Su Ming. When the old man moved, a light crease appeared between the middle-aged man's brows. He could not figure out Su Ming's level of cultivation, but once he came to this place, he had scanned the area with his divine sense. When he saw the meteors and the old man's reaction, he formed his own judgment of the situation. He was originally hesitant, but once he saw that a member of his family had attacked, he decided to attack to judge Su Ming's strength. However, just as he was about to move, a bright light suddenly appeared, and his foot, which had already taken a step forward, froze. He saw Su Ming waving his arm as he stood in space, and immediately, a large amount of shining runic symbols appeared out of nowhere. As they spun in space, they surrounded the old man who was charging towards Su Ming. Once they formed multiple rings around him, they contracted, and as if they were sealing him, they encircled him and prevented him from moving. No matter how hard the old man struggled, he could not move even a single inch. A seal that can make a cultivator in the middle stage of world plane realm be unable to move. The middle-aged man's eyes shone brilliantly, and once he cast an attentive glance at the runic symbols on the old man's body. He let out a hearty laugh and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing to Su Ming. Fellow Taoist Su, with your power, it is clear that the members of the extended family have provoked you first. Please forgive us in regards to this matter. I will definitely report this to the family and punish this man as a response for you. This time, the somber expression was gone from his face. His laughter was hearty, and there was a friendly attitude that was just pitched to the right level. Yu Chunhai's expression was sincere as he said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Su, do you happen to have a place to stay in Black Ink Planet? If you don't mind, would you like to be a guest of the Yu family and receive our offerings? Yu Chunhai's laughter was bright. The sincere expression on his face made it seem as if he already knew everything about what had happened here. Just like he had said. He knew that his family member was the one at fault. However, Su Ming did not believe it. No matter how strict the rules in a family were, they would still be protective of their own blood. Besides, his attitude had changed completely from a person who had a somber expression on his face and had seemed to want to attack at any time to test him without asking him anything and without trying to understand the situation just because Su Ming had executed a divine ability. If there was something strange, then there definitely was something wrong going on. A guest? Su Ming asked lightly. Yu family is one of the many families in Black Ink Planet. We have our own auction hall, and it's one of the top 3 middle-sized auction halls in the planet. Fellow Taoist Su, if you're willing to become our guest, then you will receive 30,000 crystals per month as an offering. You will also receive the white jade plate, which will allow you to obtain discounts in our auction hall and receive honorable treatment. We will also provide you a cave abode within our territory. There will be sufficient spiritual aura in it. You can request from us whatever you need. As long as it isn't a clone, we will agree to all your requests. The Yu family will also not tie you down in any manner. You may leave at any time you please. You will have freedom in all your actions, and we won't need you to do anything on usual days. You just need to lend a hand during crucial moments. Every single time you help us, we will also offer you additional rewards. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? Yu Chunhai asked with a smile. Su Ming was the only person in his eyes, and he did not even look at the old man from his family who was sealed. In fact, in Yu Chunhai's mind, Su Ming, who had a seal that could seal a cultivator in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, was far more important than most other people. Even though Yu Chunhai did not have the right to invite someone to become their family's guest, and the recruitment of guests was incredibly strict in all families, it did not matter to him. He knew that only family elders had the right to invite guests, and those guests' backgrounds had to be thoroughly investigated. But when he thought of Su Ming's sealing art, his heart burned with eagerness. As long as Su Ming agreed to it, he could investigate his background on a later date and could use his own resources in exchange for the status of a temporary guest. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that I am a person with ulterior motives? Aren't you treating this as too much of a child's play by hastily inviting me to be your guest? Su Ming's expression remained the same as he smiled faintly at Yu Chunhai. A glint appeared in Yu Chunhai's eyes, and the smile on his face grew wider. As he shook his head, he rapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. It is only expected that you would be doubtful, Brother Su. I have indeed been rash in my actions. Once he said these words, Yu Chunhai hesitated for a moment. When he looked at Su Ming once again, he spoke in a decisive manner. Brother Su, I won't hide from you. I don't have the right to invite you as a guest, but I can invite you to be our temporary guest. Even if you do have an ulterior risk, I am willing to take this risk. I will take this gamble and believe in you. Yu Chunhai's expression was incredibly sincere as he bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Oh? Let's hear it in detail, Su Ming said flatly. I might be a direct descendant of the family, but my status isn't high. Thanks to the kindness of the older generation, I have finally been given the right to host an auction. However, there are too few people by my side who can help me, and I also lack a person who is skilled in laying down seals. That is why I've thought of convincing you to be a guest once I saw your sealing art. Please forgive me for not being honest just now, Yu Chunhai said sincerely. He could tell that Su Ming was not trying to get closer to him by saying these words, because Yu Chunhai had only just learned that he was going to host an auction, and it was impossible for his competitors in the family to arrange a stranger who had extraordinary power to get closer to him in such a manner. More importantly, it was by pure accident that he was relocated to this place and met Su Ming. The person who was originally supposed to come here was not him, but his father. He was merely coming to this area in his place, and his father, who was a family elder, would naturally not have let his son be harmed. Besides, he could tell from some clues that Su Ming did not know just how important sealing arts were in Black Ink Planet. However, there was also something off about this. After all, the first attack Su Ming had delivered was to cast a seal. You need a person who is skilled with seals? Su Ming looked at Yu Chunhai. Brother Su, this must be your first time in Black Ink Planet. There are quite a number of people who know a few sealing arts in Black Ink Planet, but only a few of them can seal cultivators in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. With this sealing art of yours, you would be valued highly no matter which auction hall you went to. In fact, if someone acted as your recommendation, you could even be a valued existence in the 3 large auction halls. Forget the fact that those family members of mine would not be able to invite a powerful warrior like you to be our guest. Even within the Yu family, only 3 people are capable of doing such a feat as yours. If that is the case, then what should I be afraid of? Brother Su, please help me. I will definitely reward you greatly. Yu Chunhai looked at Su Ming sincerely as he waited for his reply. Su Ming pondered over his words for a moment before he stated slowly, You still haven't told me why you need those sealing arts. To seal the treasures that will be auctioned. This time, I will be hosting the auction, but I don't have the resources to ask for the assistance of the 3 guests who are skilled in sealing arts in my family. I only have with me a few guests who are under the command of the older generation with whom I share my blood, but they might not be up to my satisfaction. This time, I will be putting a number of treasures from the alien races up on auction, and I will need a powerful warrior skilled in sealing arts to seal them so that they will not undergo a transformation, Yu Chenhai quickly explained. In truth, he had only told Su Ming about a fifth of the truth. It was only natural that he did not tell him everything. That this time, Yu family's auction would be the first official competition among the people of his generation. There were 6 auctions in total, and there would be 6 different people who would host them. All of the older generations were not allowed to provide them with too much help, and it would entirely depend on their own abilities on how well they could organize the auctions. This would determine the 6 people's positions in the family in the future. The fights both in the open and in secret have already started a long time ago. In fact, even the auctioned items during the auction would be determined by their abilities. If they managed to bring to their side a cultivator that could seal those within the initial stage of World Plane Realm, then they could apply to auction off treasures that would require people to seal these treasures. If they managed to bring to their side a cultivator who could seal those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, then they could apply to auction off even higher quality treasures. Yu Chenhai was certain that if he could auction off treasures of this caliber, then his chances of standing out among the other 5 would be incredibly high. As long as you agree to it, then I am willing to give you 5 million crystals as thanks in advance. Once I complete hosting the auction, I will give you 10 million crystals extra to thank you. Brother Su, don't worry. The very first rule in Yu family is that we must fulfill our promises. Yu Chenhai wrapped his fist in his palm once again. Right when Yu Chenhai finished saying these words, the unconscious bald crane by Su Ming's side opened its eyelids to reveal a pair of eyes that were shining with a brilliant light that was akin to the light of crystals. It was so excited that its body began trembling once again, eager to immediately agree to this matter. However, just as it was about to speak to agree to the matter in Su Ming's place, it saw Su Ming glaring at it, and it immediately swallowed its words, but its heart was already bleeding in pain at the loss. Crystals, oh my crystals! When the bald crane put on a dejected expression and looked as if it had suffered injustice, a focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not expect that this family in Black Ink Planet would have such financial power that 10 million crystals would seem like a small number. This was a great difference compared to the other planets in the barren lands of divine essence. Based on his experience, he could tell that Yu Chenhai had not told him the full story. However, the general picture he had given Su Ming should not be fake. At that moment, as he opened and closed his eyes, a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. All those from the Yu family will definitely fulfill their promises as long as they gave their word, you say? That's right. This is the rule in Yu family. You do not need to worry, Yu Chenhai said with a smile. Is it the same for everyone? Su Ming looked to the side. Yu Chenhai hesitated for a moment, but still could not truly grasp what Su Ming meant. It's the same for everyone. Su Ming let out a fake cough, then lifted his right hand to point it towards the old man he had sealed by the side before he spoke in a relaxed manner. This person had promised to give me 1 billion crystals just now as an apology. Brother Yu, since you're here and you heard him make this promise, you should be a witness for me. As Yu Chenhai was momentarily stunned by his words, the old man who was sealed but still had his ability to hear widened his eyes and began struggling violently. Anger appeared in his eyes, and it was so great that it looked as if it could burn everything around, making him look as if he would definitely cry out in rage with all his strength if he could break free. There was also despair and resentment amid that anger. It was a despair that came from his soul as well as a resentment that came from his heart, and they almost drove him mad. The bald crane's eyes went wide, and its breathing quickened. Its body trembled in agitation as it looked at Su Ming again. Suddenly, it felt heartfelt admiration towards Su Ming, and felt that he had become incomparably great. Well, damn me, I thought that I was devious enough, but I didn't expect this. I honestly didn't expect this. This Su Ming usually doesn't reveal his real character, so I didn't expect him to be so sly. He just promised 10 million crystals, but this Su Ming said it was 1 billion. That middle-aged man named Yu Chenhai wants to bring Su Ming to his side and will definitely act as a witness. He's too unbelievable. Devious, truly devious. Little devious Su, he's even more devious than I am. Looks like I'll have to learn from him. Yes, I'll definitely master this. and I'll surpass his abilities. 1 billion. Yu Chunhai was momentarily stunned before he instinctively asked again to make sure. The eyes of the two people behind him also went wide, filled with a strange expression. They naturally saw that there was something off about this. They had never seen such brazen extortion in their lives. Brother Yu, didn't you hear with your own ears just now that this person promised me 1 billion crystals? Could it be that he was lying to me? Su Ming frowned and let out a cold harumph. I was thinking of becoming your guest, but if this person had so shamelessly lied to me, then I'll have to rethink this. Yu Chunhai could only laugh wryly. He cast a pitying glance at the old man, who was almost going mad in his despair but could only struggle and not speak, then immediately nodded towards Su Ming. That's right, I heard just now. But this person should not have that many crystals with him. Don't worry though, Brother Su, all his savings will belong to you, and if it's not enough, he will pay with his life. Once he said these words, a resolute and ruthless look appeared in Yu Chunhai's eyes. He's just a cultivator who forcefully rose to the middle stage of world plane realm with the use of a treasure from the alien race, and he won't be able to improve even the slightest bit for the rest of his life. He's also a member of the extended family. Even if he's under father's command, it'll be fine to sacrifice him. Yu Chunhai had already made his decision in his heart. When he looked towards Su Ming once again, his impression of him had changed by far too much. Thank you for upholding justice, Brother Yu. Then, when will we head to Black Ink Planet? Su Ming smiled faintly. Oh, endless galaxy. I want to praise the great little devious Su. His deviousness is a light that the galaxy cannot conceal. His deviousness is a dream that all manner of lives in the world cannot hope to obtain. Oh, boundless universe. I want to praise the little devious Su who is even greater than me. His deviousness can conceal the universe and cause the galaxy to turn black. His deviousness can cover all manner of living, causing all the people's hair to turn black. His deviousness also symbolizes my determination. Little devious Su, continue showing off your devious nature and infect all manner of lives with your deviousness. I will be by your side and walk down this black path. The bald crane looked at Su Ming's back with a pious expression as it followed behind him. During that moment, it looked up to Su Ming with unparalleled admiration. In fact, in its eyes, Su Ming was a light that would point it towards the peak of the path to get even more crystals. The bald crane was almost in tears. Those tears were due to it being touched, to have found someone walking down the same path, and the excitement of having its ideals resonate with someone else now that it had found someone who was even more devious than itself. The bald crane's excited thoughts and musings echoed in Su Ming's mind. No one else could hear them, but Su Ming still felt awed. He let out a fake cough, and under Yu Chunhai's invitation, stepped into the relocation rune with him. Yu Luo and the old man were naturally taken away by the other two people. As the relocation rune shone with a brilliant light, booming sounds echoed in space, and the people disappeared. Su Ming might seem to have left with them in a relaxed manner, but he had not relaxed his guard even a single bit. At the instant the rune was activated, he had made preparations to attack immediately if anything went wrong. After all, to other people, the manifestation of Su Ming's level of cultivation was rather indistinct. He seemed like he was in the initial stage but also like he was in the middle stage of world plane realm, and they were unable to tell which was the truth. Unless someone had witnessed Su Ming engaged with another person in a battle of arts with their own eyes or saw him bring out all his power in the form of pressure, they could only guess his level of cultivation based on what they could sense. Even the old man who had been sealed and extorted could not tell what Su Ming's actual level of cultivation was. He could only guess that Su Ming might be in the later stage of world plane realm, but he could not be certain about it. It was much less so for Yu Chunhai, which was why it had become Su Ming's hidden tactic. Once he fused with divine essence, he could execute the terrifying power of those in the later stage of world plane realm. This was also one of the powers he possessed that made him dare come to Black Ink Planet. The light from the relocation rune blocked his field of vision, and as the light gradually faded away, Su Ming sensed the power from the relocation rune reverberating in space. The booming sounds in his ears gradually became weaker, and at that moment, Su Ming immediately spread his Atman. The world around him instantly appeared in his mind. They were in a towering hall that had 9 pillars of crouching dragons around them. On each pillar was a person sitting cross-legged. There was no aura spreading out from these 9 people, which made it seem as if they were dead. Su Ming did not sense any danger, but he did not pull back his Atman. When the light from the relocation rune completely disappeared from his eyes and their figures showed up in the hall, Su Ming lowered his head to look at the ground beneath his feet. There was a complicated relocation rune on the entire floor, and he could vaguely see the word Jade written indistinctly at one point. Su Ming could not see anything else wrong in the other areas of the rune, but he did not know much about runes. If Hu Zi was in this place, he would definitely be able to tell with just one look where the core of the rune lay. "Welcome to the Yu family." Yu Chenhai remained friendly. When he spoke with a smile at Su Ming, he extended his right hand to show him the way forward. "Brother Su, I will take you to where you can rest first. I still have some things to discuss with you later. This way, please." As he spoke, Yu Chenhai became the first to walk out of the rune. Su Ming nodded in agreement. As he walked out, he swept his gaze across the 9 people who were sitting cross-legged around the rune. These people are the guards of the rune. They practice a unique cultivation method and do not have any signs of life about them. The only thing remaining in them is the aura of death, but each of them can bring out the power equivalent to those in the middle stage of world plane realm. Yu Chenhai smiled faintly and offered an explanation. It was not without the intention to show off. "This place is where your family is located, so it's only natural that you do so." Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. Yu Chenhai did not notice that a barely noticeable glint had appeared in Su Ming's eyes when he looked towards the 9 people just now. Perhaps other people could not find any clues about them, but Su Ming had sensed a hint of the shaman's presence from these 9 people. These 9 people did not practice any unique cultivation methods. They were shaman puppets that only soul catchers could create. Just what level of cultivation had these shamans reached to be able to create shaman puppets at the middle stage of world plane realm? When Su Ming averted his gaze, he suddenly found that he no longer felt that Black Ink Planet was an unfamiliar place. Instead, he found a sense of familiarity to it. This did not mean that he had come to this place before, but because he had sensed the shaman's presence. "I didn't expect that there would be shamans in this place. Why would they be here?" This race was born after branching out and evolving from the Berserkers. That's right, the Berserkers were once one of the alien races in the 5th True World. There are plenty of other alien races within the vast divine essence star ocean beyond Black Ink Planet. Perhaps there are also shamans there. By the looks of it, the first god of Berserkers, Xianxia, should have been the first person to venture out and search for the entrance to the 5th True World. Then, could he also be in the barren lands of divine essence? If he is, then, is he alive or dead? Is he on Black Ink Planet? Or could he be in divine essence star ocean? Su Ming had made many connections between various thoughts from the shaman puppets. All these things caused him to develop great interest towards Black Ink Planet. It also seemed to have formed a connection with the land of Berserkers in his memories. He stopped pondering over the matter. At the moment he walked out of the hall, he saw blue sky and white clouds. This was the first time he had seen such a blue piece of sky in the barren lands of divine essence. Most of the sky in the other cultivation planets was dark and dim. Even those planets that did not have a dark sky would have muddled and clouded colors above. Only the sky in this place was as blue as a piece of silk, so people could not help it but look up. A gentle breeze lifted Su Ming's hair. The wind was refreshing, and there was even a spiritual aura contained within it. With one breath, it felt as if all pores in his body had been opened up. It had been a long time since Su Ming had felt this sort of wind against his skin. This was a completely different place compared to all the other planets in the 4 great true worlds. This was like paradise. There was a smile on Yu Chenhai's face at that moment. He might seem calm, but in truth, when Su Ming walked out of the rune, he had been observing him. He might not have been able to see the glint in Su Ming's eyes when the other looked towards the 9 puppets, but he had seen him looking at the sky and taking that one breath instinctively. These were just minor details, But Yu Chunhai had always believed that minor details could determine everything. From these details, he was certain by 7/10 that this was the first time Su Ming came to Black Ink Planet. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and said slowly, "This place is completely different from all the other planets I've gone to." More accurately speaking, Su Ming had never been to a normal planet. He had previously been in Yin Death region and was later sent to the barren lands of Divine Essence. All the planets he went to were barren wastelands. Could be said that Black Ink Planet was the first planet Su Ming had ever stepped into. "Brother Su, since you've decided to stay in Black Ink Planet, then you will be a cultivator in Black Ink Planet from now on. You can have everything here permanently." Yu Chunhai smiled and became even more certain in his heart that this was the first time Su Ming had come to this place. "Brother Su, let us head to your lodgings first. I still have some things I would like to discuss with you." Su Ming nodded and averted his gaze from the sky to follow Yu Chunhai into the distance. Wherever he went, there would be tall towers all around. As Su Ming sent his Atman outwards, he found that were quite a number of places that repelled his presence. His true level of cultivation was not as high as his physical bodies. That was why his Atman was much weaker than of those that belonged to the later stage of World Plane Realm. Once he scanned the area, he pulled back his Atman and no longer looked around. This simple scan had allowed Su Ming to see that this was a gigantic manor, and it was built on a flat piece of land. There were faint figures of lush, green mountains in the distance. Soon, Yu Chunhai stopped next to a small courtyard, outside a double-story tower. "Brother Su, please treat this place as your temporarily lodgings for now. I will go report to the older generation of the family that you are my temporary guest. If everything goes smoothly, then I will be able to help you obtain the plate immediately, but if things don't go smooth, then you will need to be tested. I will have to trouble you for this. I hope you will not mind." Yu Chunhai wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming. His expression remained sincere. "This won't take long. A decision will be made by sunset. During the process, try not to venture out. I hope you won't mind this offense. As for the 1 billion crystals, I will ask someone to handle this. Soon. Someone should be here to give you the crystals." Yu Chunhai was worried that Su Ming would be displeased and provided detailed explanations. "I will remain in the room." Su Ming cast Yu Chunhai a glance. He did not harbor any dislike towards this person, and since he had been polite all this while, Su Ming nodded. When he saw Su Ming agreeing to stay in his room, Yu Chunhai smiled and bowed to him before turning around to leave. Su Ming stepped into the courtyard but did not enter the tower. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the grass. It was quiet all around him. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow past him. He looked at the sky as if he was meditating, but also seemed to be deep in thought. Gradually, he forgot about the flow of time. The Duke of Crimson Flame manifested beside him and bent his body slightly, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. The bald crane was lying by Su Ming's feet. Its eyes were moving about, though no one knew what it was thinking about. However, from the occasional drop of saliva that would fall from its beak, all those who saw it would definitely be able to tell that it was definitely thinking about something related to crystals. Xiao Huang was still sleeping in Su Ming's storage bag, but all of its injuries had already healed, and it should wake up soon. 2 hours later, the Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes sparkled, and its body gradually turned indistinct. However, its gaze was fixed on the door to the courtyard. After a moment, the sound of knocking on the door could be heard. Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it, opening the door to the courtyard. A young man walked in. He was one of the 2 people who had followed Yu Chunhai previously. There was an incredibly respectful look on his face. Once he placed a wooden box and a storage bag before Su Ming respectfully. He bowed and left. The eyes of the bald crane immediately went wide, and it charged towards the storage bag in excitement. But before it even got close to it, the storage bag flew up on its own and landed on Su Ming's palm. When the bald crane saw that the storage bag was taken by Su Ming, it changed directions and pounced on the wooden box to quickly open it. At the instant it did so, a bloody stench spread out, for there was a human head contained within it. It was the head that belonged to the old man who had promised Su Ming the crystals. Su Ming cast a glance at the head, then scanned the storage bag with his Atman. 17 million crystals. Is this all his money? Su Ming put away the storage bag and ignored the bald crane who was giving him a bitter look. He closed his eyes and meditated. Damn it! So many crystals. What should I do? What should I do? When the bald crane saw that Su Ming was not paying any attention to it, it immediately clenched its teeth in anger. Darkness gradually covered the sky. The bright, blue sky that stretched to the ends of the horizon just 1 moment ago was soon hidden by dark clouds. When the sun was about to set, there were numerous dark clouds above. When the muffled sound of thunder rang through the air, it looked as if rain was about to pour. Su Ming opened his eyes. When he looked at the sky, the door to the courtyard was pushed open, and Yu Chunhai walked in with an incredibly sullen expression. Brother Su, these are the crystals I promised you. They've gone overboard. I'm not hosting the auction anymore. Yu Chunhai brought out a storage bag. He was feeling incredibly resentful at the moment, and if he had not been suppressing his emotions continuously just now, he would have burst out a long time ago. Calm down. When Su Ming said these words calmly, he averted his gaze from the sky, and his eyes met Yu Chunhai's. Yu Chunhai had been in a gloomy mood originally, but after he cast Su Ming a look, it was as if everything before his eyes had disappeared, and the only thing that remained was the other's eyes. The sun, moon, and stars were contained within his eyes. The 3 celestial bodies grew larger in Yu Chunhai's eyes before completely replacing his world, making him feel as if he was in a galaxy. There, he was as insignificant as an ant. When he was compared to the galaxy, all of his frustrations became insignificant. They were not worth feeling frustrated over. At that moment, he could see snow floating down within the galaxy formed by the sun, moon, and stars. It made him feel that everything was so hazy that it felt unreal. However, when that snow landed on his body, the chill spreading out from it made him feel as if he was in an ice cave that would last for eternity. He felt a frigid cold fill his entire body and heart. That cold did not chill him to the bone, but froze his body and even soul for a moment. That pause calmed his heart, and Yu Chunhai sucked in a deep breath. He instinctively took a few steps back, and when he looked at Su Ming again, the other had already shut his eyes. Yu Chunhai was then unable to tell whether he had recovered from being frozen because Su Ming had closed his eyes, or because he had freed himself from it. Even though that feeling just now had disappeared without a trace, Yu Chunhai believed he absolutely had not mistaken what he sensed. There was definitely something abnormal about Su Ming, or else he would not have been able to make him lose his composure with just one glance. In fact, he had felt that his soul and his body had been separated from each other during that instant just then. If Su Ming had wanted to bring him harm, then Yu Chunhai would have definitely been unable to fight back. He would have been at Su Ming's mercy. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When Yu Chunhai looked at Su Ming again, wariness rose in his heart. As he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, he lowered his head and said softly, "I lost my composure. Thank you for waking me up, Brother Su." Yu Chunhai might have been courteous with Su Ming earlier, but that courteous attitude had been one that was used between equals. However, when he spoke at that moment, even he did not notice that he had clearly placed himself at a lower position. Sometimes, there was no need for people to attack to show their strength. One glance and a few simple words would be enough to garner respect from others. "Sit," Su Ming said in that flat tone. Yu Chunhai sucked in a deep breath and sat down cross-legged before Su Ming. In his eyes, Su Ming was now completely different. That calmness within him was one that would not be shaken even if the sky collapsed and the ground shattered. Yu Chunhai could sense it incredibly well. "I have made a fool of myself. I made a promise to you earlier, but it made me come under the suspicion of the other branches of the family. They want to hold the 3 gates of heavenly Tao test on you, which only a few of even the true guests of the family would be able to pass. And they will definitely not allow you to pass the test. If it wasn't because the lineage with the family ancestors' blood mostly doesn't care about the matters in the world and have ventured in divine essence star ocean, these people wouldn't dare to oppress you in such a straightforward manner. They were so unfair, and that was what caused my anger." Yu Chunhai explained with a bitter laugh. Dark clouds filled the sky at that moment. As the muffled sounds of thunder roared in the air, huge drops of rain poured down, causing dust fog to rise from the ground. However, before this dust fog could rise into the air, it was immediately struck back down once more, until no dust dared to rise up. Su Ming did not speak. He looked at the dust, watched the rain mercilessly pouring down from the sky, and witnessed the downfall of the dust fog. After some time, he cast his gaze at Yu Chunhai. What is fair, and what is unfair? Su Ming asked calmly. That is... Yu Chunhai was momentarily stunned. The height of mountains is not the same, hence it is unfair for them. The ground is not completely flat, hence it is also unfair. All manner of lives are not equal, so it is unfair for them as well. The length of the rivers is not the same, hence it is unfair for them too. Planets rise and fall, and even for galaxies, there is no such thing as equality. So then, how would you think of obtaining fairness? Fairness has never existed in the world. This so-called fairness is just a form of mercy from the strong to the weak. It's a form of self-pity of the weak as they bemoan their own fate. Su Ming said lightly. When those words landed in Yu Chunhai's ears, his heart started trembling. This sort of theory and words overturned his way of thinking. They formed an impact that caused his breathing to become slightly quicker. Look at the dust fog. The fog is like a person's life, and the might of heavens is like its life. The unknown is the rain, and when it falls onto the ground, the dust will first rise into the air, then will fall back. Is this fair? He asked flatly. Yu Chunhai was momentarily stunned. When he turned his head back to look at the falling rain, he was silent for a moment, then looked like he had come to an understanding. The rain poured down from the sky without end, but there were several black spots in the horizon in the distance. Those were swallows that had not been able to find shelter from the rain in time. They struggled in the rain, and because their wings were drenched, it became incredibly difficult for them to fly, and they seemed as if they were about to plunge down at any moment. There was one swallow that flew to the area near the courtyard with great effort. Just as it was about to fall, Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it in the air before him. Immediately, the swallow trembled, and its feathers were no longer wet. It was as if an empty space had appeared around it, preventing the rain from entering it, and so the falling body of the swallow drew a beautiful arc once again before it landed in the eaves of the courtyard around the tower where Su Ming stayed. This swallow seeks shelter in the rain, but the rain falls continuously, and it cannot fight against it. Is this fair? When Su Ming asked calmly, while Yu Chunhai remained silent. I helped it and allowed it to avoid falling in the rain, so it could hide under the eaves. But the other swallows do not share its serendipity. Is this fair? Su Ming looked at Yu Chunhai. Brother Su, do you mean that I am the dust fog, and the older generation of my family is the rain that is the might of heavens, so when the rain falls to make me sink into the ground, this is unfair to me? After a moment, Yu Chunhai hesitated for a moment, then asked, the swallows in the rain are also like the competitors in the Yu family. Brother Su, please give me a straight answer. What do you mean? He was a little unclear of what Su Ming was thinking. He had some form of understanding in his heart, but it was not very clear. Su Ming's expression was calm. He did not answer Yu Chunhai's words, but instead lifted his right hand to seize the air in the direction of the eaves. Immediately, the swallow he had protected just now was captured and brought into his hand. The swallow did not dare to struggle, but it was shivering. I chose to help it instead of the other swallows because it was the closest to me, and because I liked this feather on its body. Su Ming lifted a feather from the swallow's body with his left hand. With a light tug, he plucked it off. There was a hint of blood at the root of the feather. He loosened his grip over the swallow, and it immediately flew back under the eaves while shivering nonstop. Su Ming looked at the feather in his left hand and brought it closer to Yu Chunhai. His face remained as impassive as ever, and not a hint of emotion could be detected on it. It was as if he was ruthless, but also gentle. When Yu Chunhai caught sight of it, his heart trembled. He sensed a hint of a devilish and mystifying air about Su Ming, and a chill ran down his spine. Fellow Taoist Yu, do you still need my help? Su Ming smiled faintly and brought the feather before Yu Chunhai. Yu Chunhai fell silent at the sight of that smile, but a moment later, he gritted his teeth and took the feather before standing up and bowing towards Su Ming. If you can help me during the auction to become the most striking presence, then I am willing to become that swallow. If there is anything that you need, I will do my best to fulfill your wishes. As he smiled, Su Ming stood up and patted his clothes before walking towards the door to the courtyard. Fairness does not exist in the universe. The only things that exist are deals made under this unfair situation. Let's go. If they want to test me, then I will take the test. Oh. The 3 gates of heavenly Tao art weren't from the 4 great true worlds or even from sinful barren lands. Instead, it came from an alien race known as the Gate of Tao from Divine Essence Star Ocean. It's said that this is a divine ability unique to those of that race. They can bring up never-ending illusions, and there is only one main point to their art. As long as you believe it, it will exist. I don't know how to say this clearly either. The art and the materials to cast it were all obtained by coincidence by those of the older generation from Divine Essence Star Ocean. They could only activate it slightly after many years of research, and it is the test used for the guests who want to be promoted to guest elders within the Yu family. As long as they pass at least 1 gate, then they can become a guest elder. From what I remember, 5 guests have managed to pass the test. 4 of them managed to pass the first gate of Heavenly Tao, while only 1 managed to pass the second gate. There has never been a guest who passed the 3rd gate. The 3 gates of Heavenly Tao are also what the members of the Yu family must go through once they reach a certain level of cultivation. However, over the course of numerous years, only 11 people in the Yu family have passed the 1st and 2nd gates with different results. Progenitor Wuxia was the only one who passed through the 3rd gate 8,000 years ago. There were numerous towers all around them. In the mid of the area made indistinct by the rain, Su Ming walked in front while Yu Chunhai gave him directions from the side while describing the 3 gates of Heavenly Tao art. He was still worried, but he felt much better than before. He had originally thought that Su Ming would not accept the 3 gates Heavenly Tao test, and even if he accepted it, he would most likely not succeed. After all, there had been numerous guests within the Yu family over the years, but only 5 people had succeeded. Most of those did not care much about the world and would isolate themselves to meditate throughout the year. As for the guests who were more active in the family, none of them had managed to pass the 3 gates of Heavenly Tao and could not become guest elders. They could only remain as guests. However, the difference between the rights and resources of guests and guest elders could not be compared. The request from the older generation from the other lineages was a form of unconcealed suppression in Yu Chunhai's eyes, but he was unwilling to accept it. That was why, when he went to Su Ming's place, he had been furious. Most of his sullenness had been just a show, though, his goal being stimulating Su Ming into taking the test. In fact, he had already prepared a series of words as a follow-up to continue stirring up his target. However, he did not expect that with just a few words and 1 gaze, Su Ming had caused his heart to tremble. It was as if everything had become different. Even though Su Ming agreeing to take the test was in alignment with his goal, the change in the process had left Yu Chunhai feeling like he was on the passive end. That faint ghostly smile Su Ming had while he plucked the feather off the swallow's body had especially shaken Yu Chunhai's heart. It was a devilish air that could not be described with words. He did not know whether it had been the right or the wrong decision to bring Su Ming to the Yu family. As complicated thoughts ran through his head, Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt. Yu Chunhai immediately cast his thoughts away. Instinctively, he had brought Su Ming to an incredibly big square among the numerous towers. Almost at the instant the 2 of them arrived, the square distorted as if the universe was moving in reverse and the mountains as well as the rivers were moving. In an instant, the towers around them disappeared along with the square without a trace. What appeared before them was a tall mountain. That mountain towered over them. It did not look like a mountain, though, but a gigantic statue instead. The summit looked like a head which had long hair falling down its shoulders. It looked as a hideous, malicious spirit. The body of the mountain was its body, and it stood sideways to them. The right hand was lifted in the air, and there was a gigantic bat about to fly out on its palm. From the distance, it looked like a giant was looking down from the summit, half of its body revealed by the side. In fact, since the mountain was a mix of blue and white, it was not that different from the colors of the sky, and at first glance, it was as if the mountain and sky were one, so people might confuse the two as they looked up or straight before them. It was as if the mountain was there, but was not at the same time. What existed was only that gigantic, hideous ghost that had the side of its body turned towards them. This is Dao Avenue Mountain. At the instant Yu Chunhai whispered that to Su Ming, several divine thoughts came from the mountain in an incredibly domineering manner. Without any hesitation, they pressed down on Su Ming with an awe-inspiring might that belonged to those who considered themselves superior. Cultivator from the world outside, it is your fortune to see Dao Avenue Mountain. Now kowtow 3 times to worship the mountain. Su Ming lifted his head, a freezing glare shining in his eyes. Even if I have yet to perfect my Dao, I am not in the habit of easily worshipping anyone. A freezing light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He let out a cold harumph before he took a step forward. Since he was going to take Yu family's test and wanted to blend into Black Ink Planet as fast as possible, he needed a pivot point. This pivot point was the Yu family and Yu Chunhai. With them, he could step straight into the ranks of the cultivators of Black Ink Planet, and his status would also change to someone from the planet instead of an outsider. Once that happened, it would be easier for Su Ming to search for clues about the bald crane. It could also allow him to obtain more answers towards why the shamans were in this place. That was why Su Ming chose to help Yu Chunhai. In the face of the provocation, he chose to no longer keep a low profile and instead decided to flaunt his abilities within a certain limit. With a cold snort, he took a step forward, and a powerful will erupted swiftly from his body with a bang. That will was born from Su Ming's soul, and it had nothing to do with his cultivation base. This was the monstrous will that had been born when he fought head-on against Dekang's will and forcefully possessed it. Will is born from the soul, and divine thought is born from cultivation base. These two are different, but in terms of nature, they are both without form, yet the will can create a mighty pressure. In terms of divine thought, Su Ming could not hope to fight against those that were pressing down on him, but in terms of will, these people were like the light of a firefly compared to Su Ming. They were overestimating their strength by daring to fight against the bright light of the moon. As Su Ming's will erupted forth, an invisible form of resistance swept through the area in all directions from where he was during that instant. The air around him distorted, and ripples spread out intensely from where he was. The one step Su Ming took forward caused the weather to change and the sky to dim. As booming sounds spread through the area, the divine thoughts that had come to push down on him immediately fell backwards. Yu Chunhai was following behind Su Ming. Once he witnessed all this, his breathing quickened, and when he looked towards Su Ming, there was shock and extreme joy within his gaze. He had valued Su Ming greatly since the beginning, and after the scene with the swallow in the rain, he had also become respectful of him. However, all of these could not be compared to the shock he felt at the moment. After all, this was the first time he saw Su Ming attack. He knew clearly the levels of cultivation possessed by those of the older generation who had sent those divine thoughts towards Su Ming just now, and it was precisely because he knew of this that he had been shocked by his strength. Almost at the moment the divine thoughts around Su Ming tumbled backwards. Low shouts immediately came from Dao Avenue Mountain. 5 figures turned into 5 long arcs and charged towards Su Ming. As they came over, divine abilities instantly manifested in the area, having been executed by the 5 people. Due to those abilities, people seemed like they had turned into sharp swords. Instantly, their killing intent spread out in all directions. Needless to say, once I perfect my Dao, you will not have the right to make me worship anything. Even this Dao Avenue Mountain does not have the right to make me worship it, Su Ming said lightly and took a second step. At the instant he did so, the palm contained in his left eye shone. Boom! The sky changed, and a gigantic palm appeared and came charging down at the ground. This might have seemed to have occurred over a long period of time, but in truth, in the blink of an eye, that palm had already crashed into the 5 people's divine abilities. Boom! 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 Violent gusts of wind swept through the area, and the world trembled. The gigantic palm that Su Ming had formed disappeared into the sky, and a violent jolt wrecked the 5 people who were rushing towards him. Their bodies froze in midair for an instant, and they came to a complete halt. Their faces were then revealed. They were 5 old men whose gazes alternated between shock and bewilderment while their faces radiated sullenness. As for Su Ming, when booming sounds echoed in the air and the gigantic palm disappeared, he took 3 steps back. With each step, the ground would tremble, and when he took his 3rd step back, a dash of red appeared on his cheeks. 3 of the 5 were at the peak of the middle stage of world plane, 1 had attained great completion of the middle stage, and the last of them was even halfway through to reaching the later stage. The combined attack of these 5 people was equivalent to an attack of a cultivator in the later stage of world plane realm. It might have seemed like Su Ming had gotten the short end of the stick, but the shock Yu Chunhai experienced was incomparable. He clearly knew that the 5 people from the older generation in his family had worked together to fight against Su Ming's divine ability. They might have seemed to have gained the upper hand, but in truth it was only on the surface. While Su Ming might have stepped back, he had not been injured in the slightest, and it was a telling sign of how strong he was. When Yu Chunhai saw that the 5 people from the older generation had become wary of Su Ming while they remained in midair with sullen expressions on their faces, a myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind. He then took a few steps forward and immediately spoke. "Progenitors, what is the meaning of this? You were the ones who mentioned that you wanted to test Senior Su. Now that I've brought our guest here, you're preventing him from taking it. I might be of the younger generation in the family, but I do know that there is a clear mention of this within the rules of our family." As Yu Chunhai spoke, he addressed Su Ming as a senior. While keeping a low profile, he intentionally raised Su Ming's status. As his words echoed in the air coldly, the 5 people in the sky let out cold harumphs. Hesitance had appeared in their hearts due to Su Ming's strength, which was why they had decided to use what Yu Chunhai had said as an excuse to not attack. An old man with white hair among them cast Su Ming a profound look before he pointed towards Dao Avenue Mountain. "Sir, since you want to challenge the 3 gates of Heavenly Mountain, then by all means go on ahead. This place is the first gate." Su Ming had already used his power to demonstrate his level of cultivation, and it was a strength that left these 5 people apprehensive. They were no longer willing to continue making things difficult for him, much less mention the matter about wanting him to worship the mountain earlier. To them, Su Ming challenging the 3 gates of Heavenly Dao was an extremely conceited act. Over the course of years, very few people had succeeded within the Yu family. Even if he had extraordinary power, there had been others who had even higher levels of cultivation who had tried to challenge the 3 gates of Heavenly Dao. In the end, there were only a few who succeeded, which was a telling sign that the deciding factor for clearing the 3 gates of Heavenly Dao did not lay in a person's level of cultivation. In fact, they could already imagine how this person would walk out of Dao Avenue Mountain in an incredibly pathetic state before long. At that time, he would naturally know what it means to overestimate and humiliate oneself. Su Ming cast a cold glance at Dao Avenue Mountain. This Dao Avenue Mountain originally did not belong to the Yu family, but is something that came from Divine Essence Star Ocean. One of the progenitors of our family had brought it back in the past. It has another name. Dao Avenue receives bats. That is the name for the first gate of the 3 gates of Heavenly Dao. There is a second gate after the first, and it is known as the sun and moon shines together. Senior, I will have to ask for your favor in this. Yu Chunhai sucked in a deep breath and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained calm. He averted his gaze from Dao Avenue Mountain and cast Yu Chunhai a glance before he spoke flatly. "It doesn't matter what sort of thoughts you harbor in your head, but do not forget the swallow's feather." Once he said that, he swung his arm and walked towards Dao Avenue Mountain. He moved swiftly, like a rainbow, and in an instant, he arrived at the mountain, then flew straight into the gaping mouth of the hideous ghost's face that was the summit. Su Ming's words echoed in Yu Chunhai's ears, and his heart froze. The voice seemed to have turned into a brand in his mind and refused to leave even after a long time. In the end, it turned into a purplish-gold runic symbol that was left behind deep within his mind in the mid of his shock. It seemed like an illusion, but also felt real, and he could not distinguish whether it was real or fake. As Su Ming disappeared into Dao Avenue Mountain, the 5 old men from Yu family sat down cross-legged in the sky and completely ignored Yu Chunhai. No one else came to this place. They were the only ones in the area. Originally, challenging the 3 gates of heavenly Dao was a huge matter in Yu family. But as time passed and almost every single person who tried failed, it gradually turned into a decoration. If it had not been because the rules in the family stated that each member of the family must challenge the mountain once in their lives, and if it was not the only path for guests to become guest elders, no one would even remember the existence of the 3 gates of heavenly Dao. Because of that, Su Ming's challenge of them that should have caught the Yu family's attention only had a few people watching. This person will definitely fail and walk out within 3 days. We just need to wait here for 3 days. 3 days? Even if he has extraordinary power, there were only a few, both from the guests and the family, who could last for more than 10 days in the first gate. Some managed to continue to 7 days, but most failed with a day or even a half. This person can at most last 1 day. True. Based on past experiences, those who last for more than 10 days are considered to have passed the first gate, and Dao Avenue's voice will speak up, but since ancient times, very few have succeeded. This person had been really conceited just now. I wonder if he will still act the same way when he comes out. As the 5 people spoke with cold sneers on their faces, Yu Chunhai sat in the distance quietly and watched Dao Avenue Mountain with his heart filled with nervousness. He hoped that Su Ming would succeed, and that hope turned into a great desire in his heart. As Yu Chunhai waited, time trickled by. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Half a day passed. The expectation in Yu Chunhai's eyes grew stronger. As his heart pounded against his chest, he kept his gaze fixed on Dao Avenue Mountain. Gradually, when an entire day passed, the 5 old men's expressions changed, but they were still certain that Su Ming would not last for more than 3 days in the first gate. However, this certainty in their hearts was shaken slightly when the second day passed. This person is quite remarkable. He actually managed to stay in there for 2 days, but he should be struggling in there right now. He won't last for more than 3 days. Humph. This is the strangeness of the first gate. The longer a person stays in there, the more changes will occur. Didn't we also last for nearly 3 days in the past? Just watch. When the sun sets tomorrow, this person will be unable to persevere. When the 3rd day passed, the excitement in Yu Chunhai's heart had already reached its limit. Red filled his eyes, and his body trembled lightly. At that moment, it was as if there was a voice shouting excitedly in his heart. You have to succeed. Yu Chunhai's breathing quickened. Compared to his excitement, the expressions of the 5 men had turned incredibly dark. That dark mood of theirs turned into shock and disbelief when the 4th day passed. At that time, they stood up swiftly. This was because a shrill voice that was like the screech of a malicious ghost spread out in all directions from Dao Avenue Mountain. This voice came from the ghost's mouth, and it hadn't been heard for several thousands of years. This voice was Dao Avenue's voice, and it meant that someone had cleared the first gate of heavenly Dao. Dao Avenue's voice. This is impossible. The 5 people's disbelief and Yu Chunhai's indescribable shock, as well as extreme joy after being momentarily stunned, became increasingly stronger as the ghost's voice echoed in the air. At that moment, the weather changed and roars rose into the sky. All the members of the Yu family heard the ghost's voice no matter what they were doing. In fact, some of the old monsters in the family that isolated themselves throughout the year to train opened their eyes. In the span of a breath, numerous silhouettes charged over to Dao Avenue Mountain from all directions. In 4 days, Su Ming had made this sort of sound come out from Dao Avenue Mountain. This was something that had never happened before in the Yu family. Most of those who cleared the first gate could only cause Dao Avenue's voice to shout out after they had lasted for 10 days. Even the only progenitor who had cleared all 3 gates of heavenly Dao within the Yu family had used 7 days to bring out the sound. When the voice rang out once again, it immediately caused a ruckus within the entire Yu family. The silhouettes of people charged towards the place from all directions, and the 5 old men in the area sported changes in their expressions. The shock in their hearts caused their breathing to quicken slightly. Only Yu Chunhai clenched his fists excitedly. Who managed to clear the first gate out of the 3 gates of heavenly Tao? At that moment, a buzzing sound reached them, and along with it was the first member of the Yu family who had rushed over. He was a middle-aged man who had a fair complexion and had no facial hair. He was dressed in a long gray robe, and his long hair was untied. He appeared from the air to stand before the 5 old men. These 5 people immediately stood up and wrapped their fists in their palms to bow towards the middle-aged man. "Greetings, third family elder," the 5 people said at the same time as respect appeared on their faces. They might all be members of the Yu family, and the middle-aged man before their eyes did not seem to be as old as they were. But these 5 people knew that the middle-aged man's true age was not to be known. Several thousands of years ago, this person had appeared before them with this appearance. Now, thousands of years had passed, but he remained the same as he did in the past. Besides, even if they were older than he was, they would still have to be respectful towards him. It was especially so since this middle-aged man looked almost identical to a certain ancestor within the family ancestral hall, which they would see every single time when they held the ceremony to offer sacrifices to their ancestors once every 60 years. Even if this was not mentioned, just his status alone would similarly be able to make these 5 people unable to regard themselves as his equals. They had to be respectful towards him because he was the 3rd family elder of the Yu family. That was why he was known as the 3rd family elder. In the face of the middle-aged man's questions, the 5 people hesitated for a moment after they greeted him, but then still answered in low murmurs, not daring to hide anything. The child of the family, Chunhai, tried to obtain the support of somebody, and he agreed to come to this place to go through the 3 gates of heavenly Tao to test. When has the Yu family ever needed our temporary guests to challenge the 3 gates of heavenly Tao when the children of our family try to bring them to our side? When the middle-aged man spoke lightly, he cast his gaze towards Yu Chunhai, who had stood up a long time ago and had a respectful expression on his face. "Greetings, third family elder." Yu Chunhai was feeling slightly anxious. With his rank in the family, he could not meet this middle-aged man on normal occasions. He could only see him in the distance when they held the ceremony to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. At that moment he quickly knelt down on the ground, oppressing others and fighting among the lineages. This is the interaction between all of you in the younger generation. I will not interfere with this, but using the 3 gates of heavenly Tao, the 5 of you after this go and isolate yourselves. Do not let me see you for 1,000 years. The middle-aged man said flatly, then directed his attention to Yu Chunhai before speaking languidly towards him. You are a descendant of Yu Mai's blood, correct? Third family elder. I am indeed a descendant of progenitor Yu Mai. Yu Chunhai did not dare get up as he answered in a low murmur. Tell me what happened. The middle-aged man placed his hands behind his back and looked at Dao Avenue Mountain as he waited for Yu Chunhai's words. Yu Chunhai quickly told him the entire process of how he came to know Su Ming, from the start right to the end. As he spoke, other people came one after another from all directions. When they saw the middle-aged man, looks of respect appeared on their faces and they bent their backs to greet him. When Yu Chunhai finished speaking, there were nearly 100 members of Yu family in the area. They had surrounded the 2 of them while listening to Yu Chunhai recounting his tale. The middle-aged man's expression remained as calm as before while he listened. When the tale was finished, he asked, "What is the name of the temporary guest you tried to bring to your side?" "His name is Su Ming." Yu Chunhai immediately answered in a low voice. "Su Ming?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything more, but kept his gaze fixed on Dao Avenue Mountain. Within 4 days, you managed to make Dao Avenue's voice appear. How did you do it? I wonder if you will fail after this, or you will be able to make the spirit bat fly after a few days to bring out the second gate's phenomenon of the sun and moon shining at the same time. The middle-aged man remained calm as he spoke softly. He seemed to be mumbling to himself, but also seemed as if he was talking to the others beside him. Time trickled by. The third family elder's presence in the place caused Yu Chunhai to be incredibly nervous, and it was the same for the other members of the family. Even the noise of the discussions wasn't present. so the place fell into a dead silence. Oh! Su Ming was sitting on an unbroken chain of mountains. When he looked over the area, he saw boundless land. Mountains rose and fell, and there were valleys everywhere as well as pieces of flatland. Over here, he forgot the flow of time. He looked at the sky calmly, and the sun, moon, and stars in his eyes spun. The illusionary art he had come to understand on his own was executed to its limit during the past few days. However, he still could not prevent his body from rotting away and being slowly destroyed. Most of his body, which was still in a seated position, had already decayed, to the point that there were only bones left. From the moment Su Ming stepped into Dao Avenue Mountain, he had been sitting cross-legged in this place without moving. He did not sense any danger in this boundless world, and it was as if there was no threat that lay in this place. However, he did not move an inch, because the ground, mountains, flatlands, valleys, and everything here had caused his heart to tremble at the moment he first saw them upon his arrival. He was definitely the first cultivator who had recognized what this place was at first glance among all those who had challenged the first gate of Dao Avenue Mountain. He recognized what this place was because several years ago, he had seen the same thing with his own eyes when he was in the region where the forces of power from True Sacredine World were stationed. It was also because of this thing chasing after his life that the Tenakang souls had burst forth from Western Ring Nebula's foreign land to fight against it in a great battle. A master of fate, lives, and death. The ground beneath his body was the palm of a master of fate, lives, and death. The mountain ranges were the palm lines, the flatlands were the empty spaces between the palm lines, and the valleys were the crevices caused by those palm lines. However, this land was even bigger than the one he had seen in the past. This made Su Ming remember the gigantic statue of the mountain when he was outside Dao Avenue Mountain. The existence that was akin to a ferocious ghost and the huge bat that could not fly out from its right hand. The bat's color was black, just like the color of his body as he continued decaying. As long as you believe it, it will exist, Su Ming mumbled. These were the words Yu Chunhai had told him. It was what the Yu family had concluded based on the experiences they obtained. However, even if people learned of it beforehand, it was still of little use. There were very few from the Yu family who managed to clear the first gate. There is a power that I've never come into contact with before surrounding this place. This power is very strong, and it's great enough to exist together with the universe. Su Ming said softly as his body continued rotting away. As he spoke, the bones in the places they had decayed started disintegrating. From the distance, he looked as if he had turned into a bat that could not fly out from a palm. Su Ming looked at the changes in his body calmly, taking note of how he was turning into a bat as his body rotted away and disintegrated. He felt the wings rapidly growing out of his back, and with a whoosh, those wings unfolded behind him. Once they were stretched out, it showed up that they were hundreds of feet long. This gave Su Ming a strange, enchanting air. A bat, he smiled faintly. This caused him to remember the fire berserkers and the wings of the moon, which he saw when he was still young. The outward appearance is rather similar, but what is inside is completely different. Su Ming closed his eyes and did not bother about the changes in his body. He continued letting time pass by. He had no idea how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes once again, his body had turned completely into that a big black bat. It felt incredibly real, so real that even Su Ming could not help but feel slightly shaken. The bat, just like the one I saw on the right palm of that malicious ghost when I was outside Dao Avenue Mountain. However, illusions of this level aren't strong enough to affect my intellect. Light flashed past Su Ming's eyes. He let out a cold harumph, and the sun, moon, and stars in his eyes spun rapidly. Immediately, he shuddered, and flesh as well as blood rapidly grew back on his body. From the distance, he looked to be rapidly changing from the bat into a human. The process lasted for only the span of a few breaths, and at the instant Su Ming stood up, he was no longer a bat, but had returned to his original body. Almost at the instant he did that, the ground, which Su Ming knew was really a gigantic palm, trembled, and he sensed something familiar. The 5 fingers of the palm were rapidly furling back with loud booming sounds, intending to crush his body inside the palm. Since it's an illusion, then I'm omnipotent in this place. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He leaped up from the ground and charged towards the sky at full speed. As he rushed up, the world rumbled. The first finger charged towards Su Ming from above. That finger replaced the sky, and as it descended on him, it closed in on him instantly. Su Ming's expression remained calm, and when he lifted his right hand, a sun manifested in the air. When he extended his left hand, the moon appeared. As he moved forward, stars began to follow after him. He had used the illusion of stars, sun, and moon to its full extent. Boom! Su Ming pushed his right hand against the first finger that was descending on him. As loud booming sounds reverberated in the air, the finger was bounced thousands of feet away. Then, the second finger, which was right behind the first, came down on Su Ming. Boom! Boom! The sun and moon in Su Ming's hands rotated as they crashed into the second finger. It was bounced off after the clash, and Su Ming became even faster. As he flew up, the third and the fourth fingers swiftly came down on him. Stars, sun, moon. Su Ming swung his arms forward, and the sun in his left hand as well as the moon in his right hand, accompanied by the stars behind him, rushed out together to crash against the 2 gigantic fingers. Boom! 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 Loud bangs surged into the sky. As the weather changed, the 2 fingers trembled so violently that they froze for a moment. Su Ming rushed out swiftly. Just as he was about to fly out of the ground made of that palm, the thumb descended swiftly on him as if the sky had collapsed. The whistling sound was piercing to the ears. At the instant the thumb descended, the divine essence runic symbols immediately appeared around Su Ming's body. They gathered on him, turning his body into a sharp sword that thrust forward at the incoming thumb. Boom! 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 The world trembled. The sword pierced through the incoming thumb, but did not bring with it any blood. Su Ming rushed out of the gigantic palm. At the instant he did so, he felt as if he had broken free of some sort of shackles. The runic symbols around him disappeared, revealing his body, and he looked downwards. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He saw Dao Avenue Mountain, the 5 older members of the Yu family sitting cross-legged not too far away while meditating, and also Yu Chunhai. At that moment, Yu Chunhai's face was filled with excitement. As for the 5 older members of the Yu family, their faces were dark and sullen. Su Ming smiled faintly. His body shrank swiftly, but at the instant he descended, his expression changed. A gentle voice spoke slowly by his ears. All beings in the world possess life. These forms of life cannot live long. However, my race unraveled the secret of nature by coincidence. If we offer up lives, we can obtain eternal life. Those who clear the 3 gates of heavenly Tao can obtain eternal life. Thou hast cleared the first gate, and I shall bestow upon thee the art of vitality, allowing thee to take others' life to allow thyself to possess limitless life. The voice was coming from the mouth of the malicious ghost of Dao Avenue Mountain. When its word entered Su Ming's ears, they turned into a vortex in his heart. This vortex turned slowly, and a great amount of life force spread out faintly from within it. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. During the time he was stunned, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Yu Chunhai immediately took a few steps forward and went before him. He bent his back to bow to him with an excited expression on his face. But just as he was about to speak after he bowed, his expression changed drastically. Senior Su Yu. Yu Chunhai's voice turned into a shrill scream of pain in the blink of an eye. He retreated swiftly, and as he moved back, his body began decaying rapidly. Within an instant, he had already rotted away until he was only bones. When Su Ming looked over, Yu Chunhai's body completely shattered and turned into ashes. Wisps of life force surged rapidly into Su Ming's body. This life force contained years of life, and an indescribable feeling immediately rose in Su Ming's body. He could sense clearly that his life had become even more exuberant, but his expression changed. This was not what he wanted. In fact, he did not even want to kill Yu Chunhai. How could this be? This is... Su Ming looked at Yu Chunhai remains with a dumbfounded gaze. He spread his Atman outwards and found that he truly could not sense Yu Chunhai's presence anymore. All of this was telling him that Yu Chunhai had truly died. At the instant Su Ming was shocked by this scene, the expressions of the 5 older members of the Yu family in the distance changed drastically. They stood up swiftly and disbelief appeared on their faces, as if they did not expect that Su Ming would kill someone, and Yu Chunhai at that. How dare you kill a person of the Yu family? What nerve! As the expressions of the 5 people changed, 4 of them charged towards Su Ming quickly. The other person lifted his right arm and swung it towards the sky. Immediately, the sky rumbled, and a layer of blood-red clouds appeared. These clouds came out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, they turned into gigantic letters that formed the word Jade in the sky. This was clearly a signal to notify the other members of the family. All of these things were happening too quickly and too suddenly. Su Ming was completely unprepared for it. At that moment, the 4 people closed in on him with low shouts. However, the moment they did so and Su Ming looked towards them, the 4 let out shrill screams of pain. With shock and pain on their faces, they immediately gave up on moving forward and instead retreated rapidly. They had only retreated dozens of feet backwards when their bodies began decaying rapidly, like what had happened to Yu Chunhai. In an instant, they turned into ashes, and their life force surged into Su Ming's body, allowing Su Ming to experience that comfortable feeling of his vitality, becoming even more exuberant while he was still at a loss. This comfortable feeling was enough to make a person addicted to it. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe with words. The only old man left had a pale expression on his face at that moment. As he retreated swiftly, long arcs appeared around him. They were the members of the Yu family rushing over after they had seen the blood clouds. How can this be? Su Ming held back the indescribably comfortable feeling in his body. He could already feel a slight addiction to it, which made him eager to obtain even more of it, but he held himself back forcefully. There's something wrong with the power in me. Su Ming gritted his teeth hard and flew up to charge into the sky. He instinctively wanted to leave the place. However, by the time he flew up, the members of the Yu family had already arrived. Nearly 100 people surrounded the area, and all of them charged towards Su Ming. Yet the moment they closed in on him, shrill screams of pain immediately escaped the lips of everyone within 3,000 feet around him. While they screamed, their bodies turned into ashes. Wisps of life force surged into Su Ming's body, and he could not help but let out a roar towards the sky as that comfortable feeling appeared in him again. Just what is this power? Su Ming could feel that he had lost some control over his own body. He gritted his teeth again and rushed forward, but almost 1,000 members of the Yu family had come to surround him. While seething in anger, they executed numerous divine abilities. "Don't come here, leave!" Su Ming roared, but it was already too late. At the instant the near 1,000 people around him got close to him, they let out screams of pain and turned into ashes. The comfortable feeling in Su Ming's body seemed to have stirred up a windstorm in his mind, and it lost some of its clearness. The shadow of the gigantic bat appeared around him right away. That shadow seemed to be laughing ferociously as it was forming swiftly. Su Ming pressed his hands against his head, and red appeared in his eyes. The light shining in them was filled with greed and madness. His body swayed abruptly, and he immediately rushed towards the incoming members of the Yu family. Wherever he went, shrill screams of pain would ring in the air endlessly. The comfortable feeling in his body grew even stronger, and the shadow of the bat behind him became clearer. However, the struggles in his heart also reached the peak at that instant. Something's not right. Could it be that I'm still in the illusion? Su Ming's face filled with a ferociousness. He forced his body to stop and he trembled. Oh! Beyond Dao Avenue Mountain in Yu Family Square within Black Ink Planet was Yu Chunhai with a nervous expression on his face. At that moment, he saw a faint light shining on the bat in the malicious ghost's palm. The 5 old men from the Yu family beside him were as white as sheets. Around them, There were hundreds of people from the Yu family who had arrived after hearing the ghost's voice. All of them did not make a sound as they looked at Dao Avenue Mountain. Yu family's middle-aged third family elder had a calm expression on his face, but a brilliant light shone in his eyes as he looked at the shining bat. No one knew what he was thinking about. Bang! Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood and removed his right fist from his chest. The punch he had just thrown was aimed against his own body. The intense pain coursing through his body cleared up his mind, but even if it did, everything around him was still around. The entire house of Yu family had become empty, and the area was filled with dead silence. Su Ming did not know how many people he had killed, and neither did he know how many people had their life force absorbed when they got close to him. He stood on the ground, just outside Dao Avenue Mountain. There was no one alive around him. The sky was gradually turning darker, but the hideous expression of the malicious ghost on Dao Avenue Mountain was incredibly clear. Su Ming's expression was filled with anguish. He could not tell whether everything around him was just an illusion and he was truly in this current condition or whether this was fake. As long as you believe it, it will exist. Yu Chunhai's reminder echoed in Su Ming's ears. I've never believed in it. So could it be that all of this is true? As Su Ming mumbled this under his breath, his eyes sparkled. I'll know whether this is real or fake if I go to see other places in Black Ink Planet. Su Ming moved, becoming a long arc. But just as he was about to leave the grounds, which had become silent, his body trembled. Strong light then shone in his eyes. His breathing quickened. As he remained in the sky, he turned his head around slowly and stared fixedly at Dao Avenue Mountain. He remembered now. It was not true that he had not believed in this since the start to the end. At the instant he walked out of the palm and looked towards Yu Chunhai as well as the 5 old men on the ground, he smiled. That might have seemed like a simple smile, but it showed that Su Ming believed what he saw at that instant. When he looked towards Yu Chunhai and the others, he had thought that he had cleared the first gate. It was wrong. It was also at that moment that everything had began. It was precisely because he had believed during that moment that everything changed. Su Ming fell silent. After a long moment, he sucked in a deep breath and returned to the ground. When he sat down, a dark light appeared in his eyes, showing off his sullen mood. What a powerful illusory art. No wonder it's rare for anyone to pass this test, even though the members of the Yu family know of the secrets in the art. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, he lifted his right hand. The power of the art of time from the Abyss Builders was contained in his right hand, and he was ready to have his finger tap the center of his brows. Once that happened, the power of time would immediately spread out. Then, he could change the flow of time and allow this place to return to the time before the change happened. Let's see whether your race's illusory art is stronger, or whether the Abyss Builder's divine ability is stronger. At the instant Su Ming was about to touch the center of his brows with his right index finger, his finger suddenly froze. He opened his eyes, and a bright sparkle shone within them. That's wrong. He remained silent for a long time before he put his finger down. If I use the Abyss Builder's art of time to fight against this, then it means that I believe in this illusion. It doesn't matter whether it's an illusion or whether it's the truth. As long as I believe it, it will exist. There are plenty of ways to understand this sentence. Su Ming whispered softly to himself. After a moment, he did not use any other method and instead chose to just sit quietly. Once he closed his eyes, he let his heart sink into a state of calmness. Shrill screams of pain gradually rang in his ears, but he did not open his eyes. After those screams of pain came countless pleas for mercy, but he did not open his eyes. Time passed, but Su Ming continued to sit with his eyes closed. No matter what he heard, his heart remained unshaken, and in the mid of this state of calmness, he did not think of anything. Su Ming, a faint voice said into his ears. It was Bai Ling's voice. Su Ming trembled. He looked as if he was about to open his eyes, but after a moment he calmed down. Su Ming, you grew up. When the elder's voice reached his ears, he remained silent. Are you my son? Are you the baby I held in my arms in the past? A faint woman's voice said with a tone that felt familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time to Su Ming. Su Ming, I'm Lei Chen. What are you doing sitting here? Aren't we supposed to go to the mountain to pick herbs? This was Lei Chen's voice. My dear disciple, I'll let you see what is the sky and what is the earth, said Xianxia's voice. After that came second senior brother, eldest senior brother, Hu Zi, and all the other people from his memories. Their voices reached him one after another. Then Su Ming opened his eyes. At the instant he did so, he saw many people, many sights, and many scenes from the past he could no longer see. He simply watched all of these silently, allowing himself to see it all as time continued to pass for his friends, family, and for these scenes, until an unknown amount of time had went by. As long as you believe it, it will exist. I don't believe it. Su Ming stood up and moved forward. The old friends he came into contact with all disintegrated, and the ground he moved past gradually faded in color. The land behind him tumbled about. The layers of earth rolled around like the layers of skin that fell off from a snake as it shed it. As they disseminated in succession, the ground was still the land that had the shape of a palm. His old friends, family, and the familiar sights were calling to him from behind him. But as Su Ming moved into the distance, they slowly turned into emptiness. However, even after he had already traveled very far, the sky remained as boundless as ever, and the ground was still in the shape of the palm. Su Ming's hair danced in the air. With the calmness in his heart and the relaxed manner in his gait, he continued walking forward. The sky gradually darkened, but in the mid of that darkness, a bright entrance appeared in front of him. He got closer to it, and when he walked out, the darkness was no longer around. He saw a bright piece of sky and the Yu family's square. He saw Yu Chunhai and the 5 old men on the square, along with hundreds of other people. He also saw a middle-aged man standing right in front of the crowd. When the members of the Yu family on the entire square saw Su Ming, buzzing instantly rose into the air. It mattered little whether one considered the members of the family or the guests. It had been a long time since someone had managed to clear the first gate. Yet, at that moment, they had witnessed a success. They also saw the bat from the palm that belonged to the malicious ghost that was Dao Avenue Mountain letting out a brilliant light at the instant Su Ming walked out. As it spread out in all directions, a hazy feeling was created. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on clearing the first gate of the 3 gates of heavenly Dao. The middle-aged third family elder in the crowd put on a smile, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming as a greeting. Yu Chunhai was looking at Su Ming with an excited expression as he stood by third family elder's side. The hope and excitement in his eyes could not be described with words. He knew that the moment Su Ming had walked out of the first gate, his status in the family had risen by a huge margin. As the light from the bat spread out, more people from the Yu family rushed into the square from all directions. This was an incredibly important matter to the entire Yu family. When Su Ming walked out of Dao Avenue Mountain, he looked at the crowd beneath him. Then, with a calm expression, he wrapped his fist in his palm to greet the middle-aged man. He did not speak, because at the instant he walked out, the bat on the palm that belonged to the malicious ghost shone with a boundless light, and booming sounds instantly rose into the air above Dao Avenue Mountain. As they spread through the entire Yu family and shook the sky, distortions appeared in a large portion of the sky, and 2 gigantic mountains manifested in the area of the distorted sky. Instead of saying that they were 2 mountains, it would be more accurate to say that they were 2 huge statues. One of them was entirely black and had a ferocious expression on its face. It was holding loosely onto a red sun in its right hand. The other statue was shining with moonlight, and it had a more indifferent expression on its face. It looked like a woman, and on her right hand was a moon. It was shining with a gentle light that illuminated the ground. The sun and moon shine together. We finally saw the phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. This is the second gate of the 3 gates of heavenly Dao, and it will only appear when the first gate has been cleared. Since ancient times, this gate has only appeared a few times. It's the first time I've seen it in my life. I feel truly fortunate to see it. The sun and moon shine together is even stronger than Dao Avenue Mountain. My dear guest, I wonder if you will be able to clear this gate. The buzzing of the crowd rose in the square. Once the mountains appeared, more members of the Yu family rushed towards the square from all directions. There were even a large number of those who had previously not been interested in this rushing over. There was even a long arc with an indescribably domineering air arriving from the distance, which then turned into an old man with crimson hair. He stopped beside third family elder. At the moment he arrived, all the members of the family around the area felt their hearts tremble, as if this man's arrival could make the ground shiver. Greetings, second family elder. All the members of the family besides the third family elder bowed respectfully towards the old man with crimson hair. Yu Chunhai's expression became even more excited as he, too, bowed down and worshipped the old man. As for the 5 old men who had previously deliberately made things difficult for Su Ming, they showed unceasing reverence on their faces as well, even if they were as white as sheets of paper. The old man with crimson hair ignored the members of the family around him worshipping him and looked at Su Ming standing outside Dao Avenue Mountain, then asked languidly with sparkling eyes, "Who brought this guest to our house?" "This young boy from Yu Mai's lineage brought him here." The third family elder smiled faintly by the side and cast a glance at the excited Yu Chunhai. The old man with crimson hair turned his head around and looked at Yu Chunhai. A faint smile appeared on his face. Once he nodded, he looked at Su Ming, who had his head lifted to look at the statues of the sun and moon shine together while standing in the sky. Then he wrapped his fist in his palm in a greeting and spoke to Su Ming. "Fellow Taoist, since you cleared the first gate, then from now on you are the guest of the Yu family. You can make any requests you want of us. We have always valued our guests highly in the Yu family. If you manage to clear the second gate, then you will become our guest elder, and you will have an incomparably respected status. You will be equal to the 2 of us." As he spoke, the 2 statues of the sun and moon shine together shone with a light that reached the ends of earth. A loud boom drowned out all other sounds. When it traveled in all directions, Su Ming lifted his foot and walked toward the sun and moon shine together. He could choose not to challenge the second gate, but Su Ming had his own thoughts. When he was in the first gate, he had sensed the strange power contained within it. That power was a strange force that he had never seen before. As long as he believed in it, it would exist. This was an illusion, but was also not an illusion. Su Ming wanted to understand how this power worked, and even wanted to be in control of this power to fuse it into his own illusion of the stars, sun, and moon. Once he managed to do so, his illusion of the stars, sun, and moon would become incredibly powerful. Su Ming's eyes shone with a glint. Under the gazes of all the people in the square beneath him, he walked towards the sun and moon shine together. When his body disappeared into the statue holding onto the sun, expectation immediately appeared on all the faces of the people in the square. It was especially so for Yu Chunhai. In fact, he even had a feeling like he was dreaming. He was afraid that all of this will show to not be true. Instinctively, he pinched his own arm. His breathing quickened, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Over the years, most of those who cleared the second gate needed nearly half a month to do so. I wonder if this person will succeed or fail. The old man with the crimson hair said softly, "Second brother, are you still lamenting over your failure in the past? Big brother managed to clear the second gate, but you failed." The middle-aged man beside him smiled faintly. "Let's not talk about the past. I do hope that he succeeds. The progenitor is going to be in his isolation for a long time, but he once said before he entered isolation that if anyone clears the third gate, he will come out. Too much time has passed now, and the development of the Yu family in Black Ink Planet has not been successful. The rise of the Lai Shan family has left us in a very passive position." The old man with the crimson hair shook his head. "The level of cultivation of this cultivator named Su Ming is slightly unclear. Even I couldn't find any clues about it just now. But I do think that the second gate will be his limit. Even now, I still can't forget the experiences I had when I was going through the second gate, and I don't have the courage to challenge it again. I'm afraid of losing myself. As for the third gate, it's impossible." The middle-aged man sighed. "Losing yourself? Ha!" The old man with crimson hair sighed. As for Lai Shan family, humph, if it wasn't for the progenitor entering isolation, how could that Lai Shan Xiu have been able to achieve hegemony? But there are plenty of rumors regarding this Lai Shan Xiu's origins. We've investigated him for many years, but we still haven't managed to find his real background. With his own power, he managed to build a family that can threaten our Yu family in just a little over 10,000 years. We can't underestimate this person. But I've heard that there's a high possibility that he came from Divine Essence Star Ocean. The old man with crimson hair's eyes sparkled when he spoke languidly. It's most likely true. The middle-aged man nodded. As these two people spoke to each other, Su Ming opened his eyes within the statues of the sun and moon shine together in the sky. Before he stepped into the statue, there had been piercing light shining into his eyes, which was why he had decided to close his eyes and walk over. At that moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw a vast ocean. The sounds of waves crashing against the surface of the ocean spread in all directions. Sea breeze blew against his face, and the smell of an ocean filled the air. Su Ming was standing on a cliff. When he looked around, he saw two statues in the ocean. Half of their bodies were submerged in the ocean, and the other half was standing above like mountains. These two statues were what Su Ming had seen previously, the sun and moon shine together. "What do you want?" A mighty voice rang out like thunderous booms. It echoed in the air and traveled into Su Ming's heart. That booming voice came from the mouth of the sun statue. "Believe and worship the sun god and moon goddess, and you will obtain everything," a voice said from the moon statue's mouth. It was very gentle, and it could make a person relax because of it. Living creatures that can come into the second gate of heavenly Tao all possess extraordinary tenacity. Those who did not lose in the first gate can obtain the protection of the gate of Tao race. "Tell us your desires, and we will let you obtain them." The voice from the sun statue resounded in the air once again, and a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. "Who are you?" he asked calmly. "We are gods." This time, the statues of the sun and moon spoke together. The fusion of the man's and the woman's voices formed a strange tone. As it echoed in the air, the dignified feeling they exuded became even stronger. "The gate of Tao race worships the eternal god of time. I am the god of bright Sunday. The gate of Tao race worships the sun and moon, which are the source of power. I am the god of luminous moon." Su Ming remained silent. He looked at the two statues and did not speak for a long time. "If you do not have any desires, then I will choose for you. I, God of bright sun, will bestow upon you endless power." The eyes of the sun god statue shone, and the sun he held in his right hand shone with a brilliant light. As that light spread out, Su Ming's body trembled, and a feeling of power erupted within him. His power increased exponentially with a bang at that moment, which was completely out of Su Ming's control. He was already nearing the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. As his power increased, he reached a breakthrough instantly and reached the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. "I can make you even stronger." As the sun god's voice boomed, the power of Su Ming's clone, which practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, experienced an increase in power once more. Loud, booming sounds echoed in his body, and as veins popped up on his skin, the powerful aura spreading out from him showed that he had broken through the middle stage of World Plane Realm and reached the later stage of World Plane Realm. The feeling of power in the later stage of World Plane Realm felt incredibly real. He had a sense that it truly existed. At the instant his heart trembled, he looked at his palm, and a feeling that he could destroy the heavens with just one punch rose in him. "You can become even stronger." As the sun god's voice rang out again, Su Ming's body trembled furiously. An incredibly terrifying presence erupted from him. As that presence erupted forth, Su Ming could not help but roar towards the sky. The rocks on the mountain around him shattered, and he floated up in the air. During that moment, his physical power had reached the peak of the later stage of World Plane Realm. "In fact, I can make you even stronger." The sun god's flat voice echoed in the air again. With a bang, Su Ming attained completion of World Plane Realm from the peak of the later stage of World Plane Realm. With just one step, he could break through and head into a new realm. That was Lunar Culpa realm. Do you believe me? The sun god's voice had a tone to it that could cause people's hearts to beat in excitement. As it spread out, Su Ming's power erupted with a bang once again. This time, his hair moved without wind, and his body trembled even more furiously. He could sense his blood boiling in this physical body of his. As his blood boiled, wisps of blood smoke came out through his pores as his blood evaporated. They gathered above his head and turned into a bright moon. At the instant this happened, Su Ming let out a long howl that shook the sky and earth. The sky trembled, and the mighty strength within him that was difficult to describe with words brought with it a sense of the power of Lunar Culpa realm. In fact, he even had a strong feeling that as long as he believed in the statue's words, his power would move to this realm, and he would become a powerful warrior in Lunar Culpa realm in one go. You can become even stronger. The sun god's voice was still as indifferent as ever. It was filled with a mighty pressure as it spread out, and Su Ming's cultivation base erupted once more. This time, the blood moon around him grew larger and gradually moved from a crescent to being a full moon. When it became a full circle, it was no longer a moon, but a sun. This was solar culpa. This is impossible. If he truly had this power, then it would be impossible for the Yu family to be in this state now. They would definitely have been able to conquer the entire black ink planet. Su Ming told himself that this was fake, but the feeling of the power in his body being real clearly showed him that all of this was real. All cultivators had one deadly desire. There might be many different varieties to this desire, but in the end, they all came down to two things. One of them was eternal life and the other was power. Eternal life was what all manner of living desired, and powerful might was the dream of a cultivator. When any single one of these two were placed before a cultivator, it was incredibly rare for anyone to be able to resist it. Su Ming had resisted the temptation of eternal life, but even though he knew that this was not real, in the face of his level of cultivation being risen, all of this was not something that he could truly not believe with just a simple declaration that he did not believe in it. The cultivation system used by the Yu family is not suitable for me to help them raise their levels of cultivation. To them, I would not do so, but you are not the same. I can sense that your soul and everything about you does not belong in this galaxy. You belong to our region. You belong to our land. Worship me, and I will make you strong. I can even make you a master of fate, lives, and death. As the sun god's voice echoed in the air, Su Ming's cultivation base erupted once again. This time, the crimson sun above his head looked as if it had been lit in flames and turned into a red palm. This palm struck hard the top of Su Ming's skull. With it, a loud bang shot up in his mind. He sensed the presence of the master of fate, lives, and death. It was a power that exceeded his imagination. It was a maddening power that could stand up against the universe. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his palm. In his eyes, his palm had turned blood red, and he had a strong feeling that as long as he lifted his hand, he could destroy all lives. Worship me, and from then on, you will become the master of fate, lives, and death. The temptation lying in the sun god's voice this time was even greater, and it echoed in Su Ming's mind non-stop. Su Ming remained silent. After a long time, a cold sneer suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. He lifted his head and looked at the statue of the sun god. Is making me the master of fate, lives, and death your limit? At the instant Su Ming said these words, the statue of the sun god at the ocean suddenly looked as if it had come alive. Powerful light shone in its eyes, and a bright light that could make the world disappear suddenly erupted from the bright sun in its right hand. You are not satisfied? I can worship you, but the power of a master of fate, lives, and death isn't enough for me to worship you, Su Ming said calmly. Perhaps becoming a master of fate, lives, and death was the desire of many cultivators. But this was far from enough to Su Ming. With his experiences and knowledge, how could he worship this statue just to become a master of fate, lives, and death? The sun god fell silent. Then what if I give you this as well? The statue of the moon that had not spoken for a long time said in her gentle voice. As she spoke, a hazy illusion immediately appeared on the surface of the sea in front of Su Ming. Within it were all the people who had died in his memories. All of these people had their eyes closed and did not move. Believe in me and worship me, and I will resurrect them. Su Ming remained silent. After a long while, he shook his head. If I get sufficient power, I'll also be able to resurrect them. What you offer isn't enough to make me worship you. Then what is it that you want? The sun god's voice might be sounding calm, but there was a slight difference to it. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, and a barely noticeable glint shone in his eyes before he spoke slowly. Power that surpasses those that belong to the masters of fate, lives, and deaths. Very well. This time, the sun god and moon goddess spoke at the same time. At the instant their voices echoed in the air, the sun and moon in their hands shone. Su Ming's power erupted once more. He thought he could see the beginning of the universe, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. It was as if he could control the rising and the setting of the sun, as if he had reached the realm of the rise and fall of fate. Su Ming closed his eyes. At the moment he did so, within Western Ring Nebula, which was beyond Black Ink Planet, his Akang clone sitting in the cosmos within the galaxy's foreign lands opened his eyes swiftly. Ardor and desire appeared in his eyes. 3 gates of heavenly Tao. So this is the 3 gates of heavenly Tao. They are formed by the sun and moon worshipped by the gate of Tao race. They possess the power of divine essence in their bodies. But this divine essence does not come from the 9 great divine essences, but from the outer world. Their power comes from faith and worship. As long as someone believes in them, they will exist. Outsiders cannot hope to stand up against their power, but since I have Akang's clone, I can overcome it. I have to make sure that the divine essence illusory art cast on my clone that practices the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole is even stronger. Only then can I make my will descend into the 3 gates of heavenly Tao without getting harmed. As Su Ming's Akang clone lifted his hands, the galaxy where he was instantly turned into a big purple tree. As the tree swayed, a brilliant, purple light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At the same time, as he continued closing his eyes in the world within the 2nd gate of Heavenly Gate, his power rose once more, and he moved from the rise and fall of fate to a new realm. That realm was the reincarnation of life. This realm already surpassed Su Ming's understanding. He did not know what sort of power he possessed. However, he had a feeling that, with one thought, he could make this place go through a cycle of life and death. It was also at this moment that booming sounds rang out in Su Ming's body as the sun and moon shone together, and he could clearly feel that his level of cultivation had reached an even higher realm. This realm gave Su Ming a strong feeling that, with just one thought, he could destroy the universe. In fact, at this moment, as he looked at the piercing light from the sun and moon shining together, he found that the light had become much dimmer. He could even see that within the 2 statues, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged. They were a man and a woman. They were both sitting on the surface of the sea, and due to them sending out their power from their bodies, the statues were formed. The man had a handsome face, and the woman looked like a goddess. The 2 people's appearances were perfect, and not a single flaw could be found on them. However, this feeling of perfection made it seem like they only possessed human form and did not have souls. Su Ming also sensed the presence of divine essence within their bodies. Divine essence. A powerful light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, the voices from the statues of the sun and moon echoed in his mind once more. That is enough. This is the limit of how high we can raise your level of cultivation. However, it is a mere illusion. If you believe in us and worship us from the bottom of your heart, then the power will solidify, and you will become our apostle. With this sort of power, it will be enough for you to stand at the peak of the world outside, and it will also be enough for you to be able to do all the things that you could not do before. If you believe in us and worship us, then you will be able to obtain it. Believe in us and worship us, and you will obtain all of these. If you don't, then your power will be taken back, As the two of them spoke, Su Ming's level of cultivation instantly started plunging down, as if the source that had been supporting him to become so strong was being taken away. The two of you are the ones who will worship me. A cold sneer suddenly appeared on Su Ming's lips. You foolish ant, you overestimate yourself. Since you gave up on our goodwill, then, The moment Su Ming spoke, the sun god's majestic voice echoed in the air with a loud bang. But before he could finish speaking, his words froze for a moment, shock seeping into his voice. What caused this shock was Su Ming swinging his arms outwards. The world behind him immediately distorted, and a gigantic purple tree appeared. As that purple tree manifested in the air, a sinister and cold presence filled with madness and a domineering air erupted forth with a bang in all directions. As the presence burst forth, everything in the world was dyed in purple. Ikang! When that purple tree appeared, two cries of surprise rang out at the same time from the two statues. Those voices were filled with shock and disbelief. Damn it! During the era when all lives died, Ikang was still recovering. Why is it here? By then, the power that had gathered on Su Ming's body dissipated like a receding tide. As it swiftly disappeared, Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized the air before him quickly. Come back! As he spoke with a cold harumph, the purple tree that occupied the world immediately started swaying. Countless branches started stretching ferociously outwards, turning into a huge hand in midair, and with a loud bang, it seized the statue of the sun god. The world rumbled, and a powerful light spread out from the statue of the sun god. As it came into contact with the hand of Su Ming's Ikang clone, loud booms reverberated in the air, and the statue started showing signs of cracking. At that moment, right before the eyes of the hundreds of people standing on Yu Family Square, which was located right beyond the second gate of Heavenly Tao, a huge crack appeared on the statue of the sun god in the sky. This was something that had never happened before. All the people who had challenged the second gate previously had never brought something like this about. While in shock, the crowd started buzzing with noise. What's going on? How could the statue of the sun god shatter? What's going on with the guest that is challenging the second gate of Heavenly Tao? How did he make the statue of the sun god shatter? While everyone was in shock, the old man with crimson hair and the middle-aged man had drastic changes to their expressions. Even with their levels of cultivation, they were shocked by the sight, and disbelief appeared on their faces. The statue of the sun god is shattering. This is something that had never happened before. Just what did this Su Ming do in the second gate of Heavenly Tao? I can sense anger and fear from the shattering statue. The middle-aged man beside him sucked in a sharp breath. It was at that moment that a loud, booming sound rang out, and in the mid of the crowd's shock, the statue of the sun god shattered completely. As it did so, a purple aura spread out with a bang. The sinister air spreading out from that purple aura was filled with madness and a domineering will. Within an instant, it shook everyone's heart. Members of the Yu family, move back! An ancient voice spoke suddenly from beneath the ground that belonged to the Yu family. Once it did so, a mighty power erupted from the ground and swept up all the members of the Yu family backwards. Then, an old man with a hunched back emerged from within the ground. At the moment he appeared, the old man with crimson hair and the middle-aged man, who were the only ones who were not pushed back, wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the old man. Big brother! The statue of the sun god shattered with a bang. This was something that had never happened before in Yu family's history. Most of the members of the family and the guests were gentle in their actions as they challenged the gates. But this time, there was an incredibly unyielding and strong will contained by the challenger. Booming sounds surged into the sky. An endless amount of shards was swept in all directions in the sky, as if the sky had shattered. With a powerful force, the shards swept through the sky, and wherever they went, the weather would change. In fact, quite a large number of towers in the Yu family shattered and collapsed as they came into contact with the shards that came towards them with loud booms. These booms echoed in the air and shook the area within tens of thousands of lis. For a moment, the members of the Yu family were filled with apprehension. Some of those who had not arrived to the square yet sped up and rushed towards the place with their expressions changed drastically. It looked as if a strong enemy had invaded the Yu family, and a piercing screech even spread out within. Screens of light appeared out of thin air, and that was the sign that Yu family's great protection rune had been activated. As an endless amount of figures charged towards the square, nearly 10,000 figures soon appeared around Dao Avenue Mountain. These were the members of the Yu family that had stayed behind instead of venturing out to Divine Essence Star Ocean. If anyone cast their gaze towards them, they would find that there were quite a large number of people still rushing over to the place. Yu Chunhai stared blankly at the shattered statue of the sun god in the sky. He seemed to have forgotten how to breathe, and his mind was completely blank. His expression was changing swiftly, and even he did not know what was in his mind at that moment. His family members around him had shocked expressions on their faces. As more people arrived and Yu Chunhai saw 4 people whose ages were similar to his and whose levels of cultivation were also the same as his appearing in the crowd from different directions, a chilling glare alighted in his eyes, and a dark expression appeared on his face. These 4 people were 4 out of the 5 competitors in the auction. Only if he showed outstanding results against these people would he be valued highly by his family. The appearance of these 4 people immediately made Yu Chunhai's heart stable. His originally collapsing mind calmed down. He knew that no matter what, he had to stand by Su Ming's side. The more powerful Su Ming was, the more advantageous it would be for Yu Chunhai. This was a chance given by heaven itself for him to rise in power in his family. At the same time, the statue of the sun god in Yu family square shattered and the entire Yu family was shaken. The gigantic hand that was formed by the purple Akang tree behind Su Ming was lifted up from the collapsing statue of the sun god in the second gate of heavenly Dao. He stood in midair, and his hair was moving without wind. A strange light shone in his eyes. Then, without pausing even in the slightest, he lifted his left hand and seized the air in the direction of the statue of the moon goddess. Shatter! Su Ming let out a cold shout, and immediately, the purple Akang tree behind him started swaying intensely. The tree crown rocked slightly, and a violent gust of wind charged forward. At the instant Su Ming lifted his left hand, the endless branches grew longer as they twisted about. In the span of a breath, they turned into a gigantic hand that shot past Su Ming to seize the statue of the moon goddess. The statue of the sun god was still shattering, while the statue of the moon goddess was letting out a gentle light. However, while the light seemed gentle, if anyone looked at it for a long period of time, that light would cause them to lose their sight without their realization. A low shout came from the statue of the moon goddess. As she lifted her head, the bright moon in her hand flew into the sky on its own to crash forcefully into the incoming Akang hand. Just that simple crash stirred up booming sounds that caused the ocean to roar, the seawater to raise 100,000 feet into the air, so its curtain would cover the surface of the ocean and the world within an instant. As everything turned obscure, booming sounds surged into the sky. Su Ming's Akang hand shuddered and was bounced thousands of feet away. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As he let out a cold harumph, the Akang tree behind him roared. In the blink of an eye, the Akang hand that was bounced off changed from the form of trying to seize something to the form of going to slap something. At the same time, the hand of the master of fate, lives, and death appeared in Su Ming's left eye. With this epiphany, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole might only be able to make the hand gain form. But if his Akang clone executed it, the hand would possess mighty power. Almost at the instant the shadow of the palm shone in Su Ming's left eye, the Akang hand in the sky swiftly struck the statue of the moon goddess hidden behind the curtain of water. You are merely 2 gods with incomplete souls. How dare you manipulate my level of cultivation? What right do you have to give me power? What right do you have to make me believe in you and worship you? Can you pay the price of making me do those things? Su Ming was in the air. As his voice, no one could tell if they saw from the distance whether Su Ming's Akang hand had pushed down on the 100,000 feet curtain of water, or had pushed down on the statue of the moon goddess, hidden behind the curtain of water. Boom! 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 Loud booming sounds surged into the sky continuously as if they wanted to cause the world to collapse from the vibrations. Cracking sounds reverberated in the air. That was the sound of the statue of the moon goddess shattering. Under the power of Ikang, which now belonged to Su Ming, the sun god and moon goddess, who were clearly incomplete, were no opponent. Even if they might have been at the same level as Sui Zi in the past. The life form that was Ikang was an existence that surpassed these two statues, and if they were to compare based on the levels of life forms, then Su Ming, who had possessed Ikang, surpassed Ikang's existence. He had nothing to be concerned about in this battle. The sun god and moon goddess who possessed divine essence from other worlds wanted to make Su Ming believe in them and worship them, wanted to turn him into their apostle that listened to their commands. Perhaps they had some other motives. But it was just as Su Ming had said. They could not pay the price of making him believe and worship them. Since they could not pay the price and still attempted to do so, the only result of this could be Su Ming snatching their divine essence and them become a way for him to become more powerful. Booming sounds that were deafening to the ears rang in the air, and the breathing of the near 10,000 people from the Yu family quickened, their eyes going wide as they stood near the second gate of heavenly Tao. From there, they saw clearly that once the statue of the sun god shattered, the statue of the moon goddess by its side also started cracking. Huge cracks went down its side, and wisps of purple fog that brought with it a sinister intent as well as a ghastly presence spread out from within the cracks to occupy most of the sky. The people found themselves staring at a purple sky when they lifted their heads to look at it. The malicious feeling from the purple hue also left a deep impression within the hearts of those who saw it with their own eyes. Most of them suddenly found the purple color to be strange and bewitching. Boom! The statue of the moon goddess shattered. The cracks on her face made it seem as if they were tears. At the instant this scene shocked all of the people who saw it. The cracks continued expanding, and the statue of the moon goddess shattered. Of the three gates of heavenly Tao, the second gate, the sun and moon shine together, disappeared from the face of the earth, removed from existence. The three grand family elders who were closest to Tao Avenue Mountain had differing expressions compared to the other members of their family. The old man who had appeared from the ground just now had an incredibly grim expression on his face, while the other two kept their gazes fixed on the spot where the statues once were. This purple hue is making me want to tremble and worship it. I can even sense a power that seems to be able to destroy the universe from that purple hue. Just what level of cultivation does the person our kin has brought back possess? The three of them looked at each other, and they could see the shock in the eyes of one another. Once the statues of the sun god and moon goddess shattered completely, the 100,000 feet curtain of water gradually fell down within the second gate of heavenly Tao. The booming sounds were then reduced to lingering echoes. Su Ming stood in midair with a calm expression. Before him, the statues of the sun god and moon goddess had already collapsed into the sea. As the shards from their bodies scattered everywhere, the indescribably handsome man and the flawlessly beautiful woman appeared from within the collapsed statues. The two of them stood on the surface of the sea and glared at Su Ming with endless hatred on their faces. During the era when all lives died, we were all recovering. This is where all of our divine clones lie. You went against the promises we made in the past, and you will receive the punishment of the Spirit King. Get out of here. Divine Essence Star Ocean is not a place where those of you from the 9 great universes can come. The pact of the Spirit King is still around, and if you devour our divine essences, the Spirit King's will is going to descend in this place. And you will die for sure. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as usual, but his heart was shaken slightly. Once he possessed a Kang and turned it into his clone. He had obtained its jumbled memories, and time was needed for him to slowly fuse with those memories. Right then, there were plenty of things that he did not know of, such as the Spirit King and the promise they spoke of. He had absolutely no memory of it. You don't know Spirit King's pact? Could it be that you're a cultivator? You possessed a Kang. With some unknown method, the man and woman had managed to read Su Ming's mind, and at that moment, their expressions changed drastically. Su Ming let out a cold harumph and did not speak. These two people's bodies were formed completely by divine essence. Su Ming could sense a strong desire from his Ikang clone. If he could devour these two people, then his Ikang clone would become much stronger. Su Ming did not know what that Spirit King's pact was, and neither would he be bothered by it. Almost the instant the two people's expressions changed, the Ikang tree behind Su Ming shook with a bang, and as it grew endlessly larger, it replaced the entire world. A gap was revealed on the Ikang tree's trunk, and it looked like a gigantic mouth. It sucked in a sharp breath in the direction of the two people in the sea. With it, the sky, earth, and naturally the sea as well, instantly shrank to be sucked into Ikang's mouth all at once. Despair showed up on the man and woman's faces in the mid of their anguish. They could not hope to fight back. Without their statues, they were just a bundle of divine essence. The world turned purple in an instant. After a moment, everything vanished, and even the tree that was formed by Su Ming's Ikang clone disappeared without a trace. Two bundles of divine essence appeared before Su Ming's Ikang clone in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. One of them was in the shape of a moon, and the other in the shape of the sun. They surrounded the Ikang clone, and as they slowly shrank, Su Ming's Ikang clone lifted his head and roared before swiftly becoming stronger. At the same time, Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole let out a roar towards the sky in the broken world. He might already be near the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but at that moment, as he roared, his level of cultivation showed clear signs of rising. Clone that practices the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Execute the art and bring forth the sixth disaster. The aura from Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole erupted forth. However, as it did so, Su Ming realized that his level of cultivation was kept within the limits of nearing the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm no matter how much his power increased, and he could not break through that level. The clone that practices this art is imperfect. That's why my level of cultivation won't increase. If I want to make it complete, then I must fuse with something. Su Ming lifted his head. With a glint in his eyes, he took a step forward. With that one step, the broken world around him distorted and instantly started disintegrating. He saw black ink planet sky and earth before him, and he also saw the near 10,000 members of the Yu family, along with the 3 cultivators with great levels of cultivation standing at the foot of Dao Avenue Mountain. Almost at the instant Su Ming walked out from the shattered statues of the Sun God and Moon Goddess, the gazes of the near 10,000 people immediately gathered on him. There was shock, astonishment, and also complicated feelings contained within those gazes. The buzz of discussions rose up among the people, and all of it was because of Su Ming. Is that him? He's the one that cleared the first gate in Dao Avenue Mountain, and during the second gate, the sun and moon shine together, he made the statues of the Sun God and Moon Goddess shatter. Who brought this person here? There's no way a normal member of the family could get in contact with such a powerful warrior. Could it be that the family elders asked him here? Could he be considered to have cleared the second gate of Heavenly Dao? Would the third gate of Heavenly Dao appear? The noise from the commotion rose and fell. The eldest family elder, who had the highest status among the 3 family elders in the Yu family, wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed and he rapidly moved back. Almost at the instant he moved back, Su Ming spread out his arms in midair. He had no time to deal with other people at that moment. Once he devoured the Sun God and Moon Goddess, his Ikang clone was swiftly digesting the divine essence and becoming stronger. At the same time, the divine essence which was controlled by Su Ming's soul also became stronger. In this situation, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole would also become stronger. However, he was still kept at the state where he was near the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. If he wanted to break through that level, he would need to mend the flaws in this clone of his. Su Ming's eyes shone. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the ground, and the shards that came from the statue of the Sun God shuddered and tumbled in all directions. Then, with sharp piercing whistles, they went towards Su Ming. These shards were disintegrating swiftly in midair, turning into thin threads that looked like flesh that charged into Su Ming's right hand. Once they fused with him, they filled his entire body. The fusion happened too quickly, and within an instant, Su Ming was enveloped in those threads. From the distance, he looked like a gigantic cocoon. Soon after the cocoon was formed, the shards from the shattered statue of the moon goddess charged towards him from the area as well. They enveloped him within an instant, causing Su Ming to look as if he was covered in a grave. Su Ming had activated the earthen script art on himself. With the unique characteristic of the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, he devoured the quintessence of the statues of the sun god and moon goddess in an attempt to mend his clothes somewhat. This was the only method Su Ming could think of at that moment. There was no other way for him to make this clone of his become complete within a short period of time besides this method. And if he missed it, he would have let this opportunity to grow stronger disappear. A grave that was several thousands of feet tall floated in midair. It looked like a statue and was shining with sudden flashes of bright and dim light. There were also a large number of runic symbols around the statue, which gave it a bizarre feeling. This scene astounded all the members of the Yu family in the area. Even the pupils of the three family elders had shrank at the sight. He's absorbing the quintessence of the statues of the sun god and moon goddess to mend the flaws in his life. The expressions of the three people turned dark. The statues of the sun god and moon goddess belonged to the Yu family, and now they could only watch as they were absorbed. The three elders could not help but be slightly displeased by it. However, the sinister and majestic mighty pressure spreading out from the grave at that moment made the three of them slightly hesitant. Just as they did not know what they were supposed to do, a sigh echoed through the entire Yu family and caused the world to tremble. Let him absorb it. As the voice spoke, a figure walked towards them from the distance. That figure was obscure in the beginning, but as the person walked over, it gradually became clear. The person was a woman. There was a veil over the woman's face, and her features could not be seen clearly. However, there was a wave of ripples that could not be described with words spreading out from her body to the entire area. As the woman walked over, the members of the Yu family were mostly stunned. Only the expressions of a few of them had changed immediately when they saw this woman. At the same time shock appeared on their faces, they immediately knelt down while trembling. Progenitor! The three family elders shuddered when they saw the woman and knelt down to worship her together. Their expressions were filled with reverence, along with a form of fanaticism. As the three people knelt down and her title rang in the air, the members of the Yu family in the area who were still perplexed swiftly remembered the portrait of a woman among the few other portraits they saw when they were offering sacrifices to their ancestors. Greetings, progenitor! As they remembered her identity, all the members of the Yu family knelt down to worship her. This woman was the only person who had cleared the three gates of heavenly Tao in the Yu family, their progenitor. She might not be the oldest among them, but was the strongest in the Yu family over the course of countless years. Even the founder of the Yu family could not compare to this woman in terms of level of cultivation. She stood there quietly, her head lifted to look at the grave in the sky, without saying a single word. Her silence made it seem as if the air around them had been frozen up, so all the people kneeling down did not dare to say a single word. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours went by. At that time, cracking sounds suddenly came out from the grave that encased Su Ming. Those sounds swiftly became stronger, and after a moment, they practically connected into one unending noise. In the end, a loud bang shot up into the air, and most of the grave shattered. No shards resulted from the parts that shattered. It was as if they had turned into ashes and had disappeared on their own. At the same time, a muffled sound came from the grave. The sixth disaster. At the instant that voice spoke, the world rumbled, wind and clouds were swept to the side, and a red lotus appeared in the sky in the form of an illusion. The lotus blossomed, and as it bloomed, its petals fell off one by one. When the first petal fell, the grave in which Su Ming was shuddered. The second petal, the third. They continued to fall one by one. The grave in which Su Ming was located shuddered even more furiously. and a low growl that seemed to have emitted by someone who was enduring tremendous pain faintly came from inside. When the final petal fell off, a booming sound rang out from the grave in which Su Ming was. A right hand stretched out. It looked normal, but if anyone took a closer look, they would have the misconception that no one in the world could destroy it. At the instant the right hand extended out of the grave, a power that surpassed the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm and belonged to the later stage of World Plane Realm erupted with a bang. At the instant the presence of the later stage of World Plane Realm spread out, the lotus in the sky disappeared. Su Ming had overcome the sixth disaster in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. The seventh disaster. When Su Ming's voice came from the grave once again, the grave shattered once more. This time its destruction reached its full extent. As layers upon layers of the grave disintegrated, Su Ming's body was revealed before the people. The grave was no longer around him, and neither were there any shards that belonged to the statues of the sun god and moon goddess. He did not seem any different, but only Su Ming himself knew that the flaws of this clone of his were mended due to the quintessence from the statues of the sun god and moon goddess, though he was still not perfect. Still, this was enough proof to show that this method to make his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was feasible. The sky trembled. The presence of Su Ming's power erupted from his body, making it seem as if he was about to become even stronger. However, almost at the instant this presence appeared, it disappeared the next moment. Su Ming had experienced this feeling before. He knew that this was due to the flaws within this clone of his. Absorbing the statues of the sun god and moon goddess had only mended some of the flaws, which allowed the chi in his clone to break through the middle stage of World Plane Realm and reach the later stage of World Plane Realm. However, once he reached this level, he could no longer go any further. Su Ming opened his eyes. At the instant he did so, the sun, moon, and stars in his eyes shone with an incredibly brilliant light. "Greetings, Lord Apostle." When Su Ming opened his eyes, all the people were kneeling down on the ground except for one woman. This woman, who was the only standing in the area, looked at Su Ming before she bent her body slightly. Her voice did not echo in the air, but appeared straight in Su Ming's mind. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant he looked towards the woman, he was suddenly stunned. The woman was incredibly similar to the beautiful woman he saw within the statue of the moon goddess. They might not be completely the same, but the incredible similarity meant that the woman possessed unparalleled beauty. Su Ming could also sense the gentle power from the moon goddess coming from her body. In fact, when he looked towards the woman, he had a strong feeling that he could control her life and mind. If he wanted her dead, then she would immediately sacrifice her life without any hesitation. "I am Sacred Lady Yu Ro of the moon goddess lineage. Greetings, Lord Apostle. My lord, you have the presence of the divine bodies that belong to the moon goddess and the sun god in you. It is also not just the presence of the statues, but also the vibes from their divine essence. The line of the moon goddess found the family's sacred item of the gods before the recording of history. Over the years, we have tried to have others inherit the power of the gods, and after so many years of waiting, you have arrived among us," the woman said softly, and only Su Ming could hear her words. A barely noticeable glint appeared in his eyes. Those not involved might not know that he had devoured the sun god and moon goddess, and it was logical that the woman had mistaken what had happened. After all, he had indeed used his Ikang clone to devour the sun god and moon goddess divine essence. As for those so-called divine bodies of the statues, Su Ming had indeed absorbed them, thought it was to make this clone of his more complete. It was apt for him to be known as the apostle of the sun god and moon goddess. In fact, it was even apt for him to be known as the sun and moon god. "Lord Apostle, please retrieve the divine vessel from the third gate of heavenly Tao. I will offer up the power of Yin essence to help you obtain the final legacy from the gods, in order to complete my family's mission." Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The woman's appearance and her words were rather mystifying, but after focusing his mind on the matter and falling into pensive silence, he could discover some clues. The Yu family to which the woman belonged to in the ancient past was clearly not cultivators at that time, but were members of an alien race. This race might have been known as the Gate of Tao race, but might have also been a branch of the Gate of Tao. The Gate of Tao worshipped the gods of the sun and moon. In an age that once existed, perhaps they had reached an age of glory as well, but as the era when all lives died, which the gods of the sun and moon spoke of, came about, the Gate of Tao gradually fell to ruin. The members of the race left their homeland and arrived in Black Ink Planet. From then on, the Yu family appeared. The Yu family's ancestors had never forgotten the gods they worshipped. That was why they had returned to Divine Essence Star Ocean numerous times, and in the end, brought back the enchanted vessel that belonged to the Gate of Tao. It was the 3 gates of heavenly Tao. They brought it back, and perhaps they had also communicated with the gods of the sun and moon who had woken up from their slumber. That was why all members of the Yu family were required to challenge the 3 gates of heavenly Tao. It could be that even this was not enough, and so in an attempt to cover up something, they also had guests join in the challenge. They longed for their family members to clear the 3 gates of heavenly Tao and obtain the legacy from the gods, and from there, become the apostle. Su Ming's arrival had caused him to be mistaken as an apostle due to this coincidence. That was why Yu Rou had spoken to him previously. The shamans are in Black Ink Planet, and so I've suspected that there are members of alien races who have disguised themselves to be here. Now that I look at it, this guess had been correct. As he was deep in thought, Su Ming did not speak. However, at the instant the woman finished speaking, the members of the Yu family in the area closed their eyes and fell to the ground slowly. In fact, even the 3 family elders fell into deep sleep. Only Su Ming and the woman remained. One of them stood calmly in the sky, while the other stood respectfully on the ground. At the same time, as the members of Yu family fell asleep, distortions appeared at the spot where the statues of the sun god and moon goddess shattered. As booms echoed in the air, the final gate of the 3 gates of heavenly Tao appeared. It was a cream-colored mountain rock. The size of the mountain rock surpassed the size of the statues that belonged to the sun god and moon goddess, and an elephant was carved on that mountain rock. The elephant had its nose wrapped around a scale. At the instant this strange carving appeared, a mighty pressure spread out from it, and it was so strong that Su Ming's heart trembled. The mighty pressure filled the entire area, and if it was not because the rune of the Yu family had been activated and the Yu family had been waiting for the apostle to appear, hence had been ready for this since a long time ago, then this mighty pressure and presence would have spread through the entire Black Ink Planet during that moment. The 3rd gate of the 3 gates of heavenly gate. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. By all means, Lord Apostle. As the woman from the Yu family spoke softly, she bent her body slightly to bow to Su Ming. He looked at the gigantic mountain rock. Then at the image of the 3rd gate on its side. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. He might have seemed calm at that moment, but his heart was trembling. He could sense that this was an enchanted vessel. This was an enchanted treasure that contained an endless amount of power, and in fact could only be activated by the power of divine essence. A divine essence enchanted treasure. While looking at the 3rd gate, Su Ming suddenly asked, "Who brought the 3 gates of heavenly Tao from Divine Essence Star Ocean to Black Ink Planet?" Yu Rou was momentarily stunned before she answered him softly. "The 4th progenitor of the family. He obtained the enchanted vessel tens of thousands of years ago. This matter is a secret within the family, and most normal family members do not know the details of this. What is the name of your 4th progenitor? Is he still around?" A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His voice was normal, so others would not be able to tell why he would suddenly ask this question. "The 4th progenitor's name is Yuhan. He used up all his life to activate the 3 gates of heavenly Tao in the past. Once he brought the enchanted vessel back to the family. He left a will. Then his form and spirit were destroyed, and he died." Yu Rou's voice was as gentle as a piece of jade, just like her name suggested. "I once heard someone mention that someone from the Yu family cleared the 3rd gate. Was it you?" Su Ming averted his gaze away from the 3rd gate and looked towards Yu Rou. "It is indeed me. It was also at that time that I became the sacred lady of the moon goddess lineage. I obtained divine essence and awakened to my mission, but I was restricted in my movements and could not leave the Yu family. My body cannot bear sunlight. So now, what stands before you is just a shadow. Only by completing my mission will I be able to walk out of the Yu family, Yu said softly. Lord Apostle, please enter the third gate and obtain enchanted vessel. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. The Yu family will look upon you as our God and from then on worship you. You want me to enter the third gate as soon as possible? Su Ming smiled faintly, then cast the woman a profound look. When he looked towards her, his eyes shone brightly. The woman's expression remained the same and not a hint of change could be detected on her. She lifted her head and looked into Su Ming's eyes before she spoke to him softly. This is my mission. Su Ming continued to smile faintly. Once he turned around, he took a step towards the enchanted vessel and instantly appeared before that gigantic mountain rock. With a flash, he disappeared inside it without a trace. Yu looked at Su Ming disappearing, but even when he was gone, her expression remained the same and did not change. It was as if emotions could not be detected on her. She stood there quietly and did not move, as if she was waiting for Su Ming's return. Once every 100 feet under the ground where she stood was a layer of fine golden sand. They formed layers upon layers of obstruction, and these layers continued for 100,000 feet under Yuro's feet until a gigantic underground palace could be found. With the spiritual sand acting as an obstruction, even a god's divine thought will not be able to penetrate through. After all, this spiritual sand is a relic of the ancient past. As long as we believe that it can prevent all forms of investigation, then it will be able to do so. An old voice that sounded as if teeth were grinding against each other gradually echoed in the darkness within the underground palace. Once that voice spoke, green candle flames suddenly lit up in the underground palace. As the place illuminated by the green light, it looked very eerie. As the candle flames swayed, it looked as if there was a sinister gust of wind made by a malicious spirit roaming about in the underground palace. We've waited for tens of thousands of years, and the day has finally arrived. It's a pity that this person isn't from the Yu family, or else we wouldn't have to be so cautious. Yu is a pragmatic person. She won't let anyone discover any clues, and even we cannot be certain whether she leans more towards the family or the gods. Voices that were similarly as old as the first echoed in the underground palace. As the green candles were lit up and as most of the palace was revealed, it could be vaguely seen that there were 13 old men sitting cross-legged in there. Each of the 13 old men was older than the last. A decaying presence was spreading out from their bodies, and they looked as if they were dead. In fact, there was a faint green light shining from their eyes under the candle flames, and they looked incredibly horrifying. Their skin was dry and shriveled, and their flesh had withered, making it look as if they were only skin and bones. However, with the light from the candle flames, it could be vaguely seen that there were plenty of complicated pictures drawn on their bodies. Even if she leans more towards the side of the gods, she is still a member of the Yu family. All the pros and cons will tell her that she only has one choice. We've waited for tens of thousands of years, and the day has finally arrived. The apostle has truly appeared, and it's not a waste that we have been suffering for so many years in this place. We did not dare be exposed under the sun, and did not dare walk out of the underground palace. We hid the secret of the 3 gates of heavenly Tao, and not even our family members know about this. In truth, over the course of tens of thousands of years, Yu was not the only one who cleared the 3rd gate. Including us, there were 14 people who cleared the 3rd gate of heavenly Tao. All of it was worth it, as long as the progenitor's plan is successful, and as long as the progenitor can possess the apostle to become God. Then, from then on, our branch of the Gate of Tao will only believe in ourselves and worship our own people. The Yu family will rise to power, as long as the progenitor's plan is successful. We shouldn't fail. We've prepared for so many years, and the 13 of us have even given up everything to help the 4th progenitor, Yuhan. In fact, we've already destroyed the life souls of the 3rd, 2nd, and even the 1st progenitor. All of these, if we still don't succeed, we'll definitely succeed. That's right, we'll definitely succeed. The 4th progenitor accidentally fused with the 3rd gate in the past. Over tens of thousands of years that we have offered help, we've suppressed the vessel spirit that had originally fallen asleep and turned it into a new vessel spirit. What the progenitor needs is just possession. We've prepared for this for tens of thousands of years to possess the apostle. Humph, apostle, my foot. It's just a body formed by the wills of the spirits of the sun and moon gathering on that person. The others don't know the truth, but we've known since a long time ago that the moment we chose to worship them, we would lose all forms of intelligence the moment we become apostles. As long as you believe it, it will exist. Such a mighty power. This is the source of the spirits of the sun and moon's divine essence. We must have control over this power. The gods have already died, and the path of immortals have already faded away. This is an era when all lives will rise to power. As the 13 old men in the underground palace spoke with excitement and anticipation, Yu stood calmly on the ground above. Her face remained indifferent, as if she was not concerned with any of these, but also as if she did not know what could possibly cause her emotions to change. Above her, within the third gate in the sky, within peace arrives when the elephant is here, a majestic sea of clouds appeared before Su Ming's eyes. The sea was boundless, covered the entire region. When he looked over, he could see that there seemed to be an elephant crying out in the clouds in the far distance. The sound of the elephant's trumpets was echoing faintly. As it shook his heart, the divine essence in his soul boiled because of it. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. Su Ming took a step forward and moved swiftly through the sea of clouds. The Yu family might seem normal, and while I can't find any clues from that Yu, not even from her words, all of this is just too smooth. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. While remaining wary, he gradually approached the trumpeting elephant. Fortune comes from risks. Su Ming had originally come to the Yu family with the intention of gaining a foothold in Black Ink Planet and blending into its crowd at an even faster pace so that he could investigate the things related to the bald crane. In fact, if he had the chance, he even wanted to go to Divine Essence Star Ocean so that he could take a look at what sort of universe was contained within the place that was known as the Star Ocean within the land of Divine Essence, and just how many of the alien races he had never seen before. Then he would wait for a chance. Once his Akang clone became stronger, he would search for a way to leave the barren lands of Divine Essence and rush into the region where the forces of power from the 4 Great True Worlds are stationed and return to the 4 Great True Worlds. Then he would go back home. However, this plan had changed slightly after Su Ming sensed the shaman's presence when he stood outside Yu family's relocation rune. He had discovered the existence of the shamans, and this caused him to come up with a myriad of interconnected thoughts, and he had also thought about Xianxia. In fact, in the depths of his heart, Su Ming had another hope. He hoped to see berserkers here. After all, if the shamans could be here, then there was no reason for the berserkers to not be here. That was why Su Ming had chosen to help Yu Chunhai and challenge the 3 gates of Heavenly Tao. He had not needed to challenge the gates in such a flashy manner, and he had not intended to do anything in a high profile, but after going through the things in the first gate of Heavenly Tao, he had sensed a power that tempted him. As long as he believed in it, it would exist. That was why Su Ming had not hesitated stepping in when the second gate of Heavenly Tao appeared. Within it, he had received a great serendipity with his Akang clone, but even so, he had not received the power that had tempted him just then. However, it was already enough. If the woman had not appeared and he had not detected the presence of an enchanted treasure within the third gate, he would not have challenged it. However, an enchanted treasure that could only be activated by Divine Essence and could stir up Divine Essence had tempted Su Ming into making such a choice. That was why he challenged the third gate, having decided to take the risk. Even if he suspected that the Yu family had an ulterior motive, he believed that his act of devouring the sun god and moon goddess had not been seen through by anyone. He had the Akang clone with him, and with it, his chances of success became greater in this gamble. As Su Ming approached the elephant's cries in the sea of clouds became incredibly clear. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He moved forward and instantly shot through the sea of clouds. At the moment he closed in, he saw the elephant. It was a gigantic elephant that was covered in fur which was purplish-black and was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its limbs were bound by the clouds, and it was swaying its nose continuously in agony. Its cries spread out in all directions, because of which the clouds kept tumbling about. Its eyes were murky, and it had huge tusks. A ferocious intent spread out from the elephant. As it roared, the tusks looked to possess a power that could destroy the world, and fear would raise within anyone who felt it. There was a gigantic round bowl under its body. That bowl was also several tens of thousands of feet wide, and it had the elephant completely contained within. Su Ming immediately saw that there were 4 chains that extended upwards from around the bowl, and only when they were nearly 10,000 feet above the bowl did Su Ming see a black staff. It was a scale. The bowl was part of a hanging scale, and the black staff was the beam. It stretched out endlessly, and it was clear that there should be a weight somewhere in the distance, above the beam that could weigh this elephant. Su Ming's heart trembled at this scene. He was unable to distinguish whether the elephant or the scale was the enchanted treasure. There was even a possibility that both of them were the enchanted treasure. This is the enchanted vessel that belonged to the sun god and moon goddess when they were at the peak of their power. If that's the case, then it's accurate to say that there are 2 treasures. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not immediately take action, since that would just be reckless, but instead leaped up and charged along the beam. However, even when he saw the end of the beam, he did not find the weight of the scale. This was a scale that did not have a weight. No promise. At the moment Su Ming realized that there was no weight, a cry that seemed to be emitted due to pain suddenly rang through the world with loud, booming sounds. No promise. Where is the promise? Where are your promises? I swallowed the weight because I swallowed the promise. Do not believe in the promise. The promise is the source of my strength. Believe in me, and I will exist. I am the enchanted vessel. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. I do not have a promise. I want to weigh a promise and find out how heavy it is. I want to know how heavy a promise is. I want to know just what is a promise. There was endless suffering contained in that voice. It sounded like roars as it echoed in the air. When Su Ming's heart trembled, that voice suddenly became gentle. You came. You inherited the divine essence that belonged to the sun god and moon goddess. You brought the promise here. Give me a promise. I will follow you and find out how much a promise weighs. Give me a promise. What promise do you want? Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. When he spoke, he had already noticed that the one who spoke was the elephant in the distance. It was the one speaking while crying out. However, its eyes were murky, as if it was deep in sleep. It was like the words that were echoing in the air came from its soul. Promise me that you will take me away. Make this promise with me, and I will become your strongest supreme treasure. I will use this body of mine to stomp over all galaxies. Give me a promise, that voice roared. This time, it was no longer in pain, but instead had a form of madness contained within it. In the mid of this madness, the sea of clouds roared and swept out in all directions, causing the endless sea to swiftly rotate before turning into a gigantic vortex. Loud, booming sounds spread out, and as the sea of clouds tumbled about before spreading out non-stop, the center of the world no longer have any clouds. Because of this, Su Ming could finally see the entirety of this enchanted vessel with just one glance. Su Ming did not speak. He looked at the enchanted vessel known as Peace Arrives When the Elephant Is Here, looked into the elephant's eyes, and a freezing glare gradually appeared in his eyes. As long you believe in it, it will exist. Su Ming's lips slowly curled up into a cold sneer. The Abyss Builder's inborn ability was possession, and he had even performed it twice. As he looked at the elephant's murky eyes at that moment, he could tell it was clearly deep in sleep, which could only mean that the voice's appearance. There might seem to be no temptation in this place, but in truth, it was waiting for Su Ming to make a promise. If he believed in those words, then whoever said those words would come into existence. It might seem abstruse and insubstantial, but in truth, this was the source of this power. Are you intending to possess me? Then I'll play with you. Su Ming chuckled coldly. At the instant a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth slowly and said, I promise to take you away. At the instant he said them, a crazed bout of laughter cut off the elephant's voice. There was an ancient air contained within that laughter, along with extreme joy as well as a craziness that came from finally being set free after being oppressed for tens of thousands of years. I will fulfill your promise. At the instant the laughter shook the sky and earth. A great will suddenly erupted from within the enchanted vessel known as peace arrives when the elephant is here. The strength of that will cause the world to tremble. And in an instant, it charged towards Su Ming to possess him. Possession. Su Ming stood at where he was and did not take even a step back. He had long since guessed most of what was going on. When he saw the vessel spirit from the enchanted vessel known as peace arrives when the elephant is here, a glint appeared in his eyes. He even took a step forward, as if he was willingly offering himself up to be possessed. The great will closed in on him instantly. Yet when he saw that Su Ming had not retreated but had instead moved forward, he became uncertain. However, the chance now was one that had arrived after he waited for tens of thousands of years. There was no way he would give it up due to a moment of uncertainty. As the will came upon him with loud booming sounds, it descended on Su Ming's body. That will was like flowing streams of water that surged into his body through his pores. A crazed laughter also echoed in Su Ming's mind. It's your serendipity to become my body. Since you promised to take me away, then you will belong to me. A booming sound rang out in Su Ming's mind, but his expression remained calm. It was as if he was completely unconcerned about being possessed. As the booming sounds reverberated violently in his mind, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The Abyss Builder's inborn ability allows us to possess others to live. You are just a vessel spirit in an enchanted vessel, and there is even a possibility that you aren't the real soul, but a soul fragment that had accidentally fuses with the enchanted vessel. How dare you possess me? At the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, his thoughts burst forth in his mind and soul with a loud sound that was like thunderous boom that could shake the sky and earth. Once the great will surged into Su Ming's body, the elephant's eyes slowly became clearer, and it fell into deep sleep. The light on its body became dark. Even the scale lost its luster. Then this world formed by the sea of clouds became dead silent. There was no tumbling of waves, no movement of clouds. Everything seemed to have been frozen. However, compared to the tranquility of the world, a storm was now raging in Su Ming's mind, and booming sounds as loud as those when mountains collapse reverberated in him. Su Ming's mind was like a purple galaxy that was as boundless as the universe. At that moment, within the purple galaxy was a layer of gray fog that covered an area of some several tens of thousands of feet. This might not seem big, but if anyone looked at it from a close proximity, they would be greatly shocked. As that gray fog tumbled about, a contour of an old face emerged. The expression on that face was twisted, with an extreme joy as well as a madness born due to being oppressed for tens of thousands of years. Now that face was spreading out endlessly to devour the place. Ha ha! I've waited for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. And the apostle has finally arrived. I'll possess you and treat your body well, and I will let you have a taste of the pain of losing your body. The gray fog laughed madly in the purple galaxy as it continued spreading to cover the entire area. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown 10 times larger than its original size. If anyone looked at it then, they would find that the gray fog had become even greater in mass and would be slightly terrified. Ha ha! Playing hide and seek with me, Very well then, I will find your soul. Your mind might be big, but you can't escape. I will search for your soul slowly and devour you. What I have is time. Madness appeared on the old man's face in the gray fog. It spread out once more, tumbling into the distance. Time trickled by slowly. The gray fog continued expanding through the galaxy, but Su Ming's soul could not be found. The old man that was the gray fog looked at the boundless purple galaxy, and his expression slowly turned dark. I'd like to see where you can run to. He looked as if he had sucked in a deep breath before he let out a quick breath. When he did so, the gray fog immediately grew in size exponentially before tumbling outwards into the endless area. In the blink of an eye, the gray fog occupied most of the galaxy. If someone looked over, they would find that this galaxy was filled with the old man's gray fog. When he sucked in another deep breath, all parts of the purple galaxy turned gray with a bang. The place was completely filled with the gray fog. The purple galaxy, which was Su Ming's mind, no longer seemed like it belonged to him but to the old man. The old man laughed madly, but then he came to an abrupt halt, and his expression turned dark once again, because he, who thought that he had occupied Su Ming's mind, found that he could not find Su Ming's soul. "Damn it, brat, you sure can hide yourself well, but I'll still be able to find you." The old man let out a low growl. No one could say what sort of divine ability he executed, but the gray fog immediately exploded with a bang before turning into an endless amount of gray threads. As if they wanted to break apart this galaxy, they moved outwards with loud, booming sounds. Time continued passing. Several hours later, the old man's crazed voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. "Just where are you? I've already occupied your entire mind, so why can't I find your soul? That's impossible. Your soul has to be hidden here. Even if you don't come out, even if you hide for tens of thousands of years, it's still useless. I'll go and control your body right now, and if you dare to come out and interfere with me, I'll immediately devour you." The old man roared, but soon his expression changed, because he realized that he could not leave this place, much less control Su Ming's body. What's going on? How can this be? The old man's expression changed drastically. Unwilling to accept this, he tried once again to leave the galaxy that was Su Ming's mind and control Su Ming's body. But after multiple tries, he discovered to his shock that he still could not do so. Based on what he knew, this was something that should be impossible. He could not think of any reason. As he roared, he looked as if he had gone crazy. Fog tumbled about, as if it wanted to cause Su Ming's mind to burst like a balloon. "Damn it! I'll find your soul. I have ample time, just you wait. Once I find your soul, I'll make you know just what pain is." As he was raving, a calm voice suddenly traveled out indifferently from all directions. "You want to see my soul? Come here." When the old man heard that voice, he immediately roared. This roar came from the gray fog, and it was as if the galaxy he had occupied was roaring. "As you wish." When Su Ming's cool voice traveled into the galaxy calmly, a galaxy that was the same size as the one occupied by the old man's gray fog suddenly appeared beyond the one that was occupied. Then, another one and another one and another one appeared until an endless amount of boundless galaxies were in all directions. There was a total of 100,000 galaxies. The old man had only occupied one out of 100,000 galaxies. Su Ming's soul actually formed a complete universe. This scene completely stunned the old man, and a dazed look appeared on his face for an instant. This surpassed his imagination. He had never imagined that a person's mind could be so terrifying. A shudder ran through the old man's mind, and he gritted his teeth and roared, "Where are you? I am right before you. Lift up your head, and you will see me." The thing that answered the old man was a loud boom formed by all 100,000 galaxies speaking at the same time. The old man instinctively lifted his head, and he started trembling furiously. He saw a mysterious object of an indescribable size within the boundless cosmos. It was difficult for him to compare what he saw with anything else. It seemed like a gigantic pillar, but the breadth of it seemed to have replaced the entire cosmos, causing all those who saw it to feel as if they were looking at a barrier. This is... The old man's mind trembled. The gray fog, which was him, started rising and falling violently due to the changes in his emotions. He slowly raised his head to the limit, and he found that he could still not see the top of the gigantic pillar. When he activated his vast divine sense and used it to look at it, the fog, which was him, suddenly stopped trembling, as if it had become still. It seemed a single bit of emotion could be stirred up in his heart. He was stunned speechless. His mind went blank, and there were no longer any thoughts in his head. The only thing that remained was the absent-minded state that came upon him due to extreme shock. He could see that the surface of the gigantic pillar seemed like tree bark, but he could not believe that such a big tree that was completely inconceivable could exist in the world. However, after a moment, when he saw the gigantic tree crown, the endless branches, and the entirety of the boundless tree, he descended into madness. What is this? Who are you? He shivered. During that moment, his heart was filled with fear and disbelief. I am the person you wanted to possess, Su Ming's gigantic purple Akang clone stated flatly. His voice immediately reverberated in the cosmos with loud, booming sounds. Just the spread of his voice alone already caused the gray fog to tremble so much that it almost disintegrated. That's impossible. You're the apostle. The apostle inherits the sun god and moon goddess legacy, but the sun god and moon goddess were injured badly during the era when all lives died. Even if you obtained their legacy, it's impossible for this sort of soul to appear in you. You aren't the apostle. As the old man shouted shrilly, the gray fog which was him immediately started tumbling about and moving backwards, trying once again to escape from Su Ming's mind. However, he had already attempted this previously, and even if he tried it again at that moment, it was of little help. This was Su Ming's mind. This was the cosmos formed by all 100,000 of his galaxies. This was the place where his soul was at its strongest. This was the place where Su Ming was the master. Su Ming had been able to possess Akang, and because of this, there were few lives in the world that could possess him, because this task would be even more difficult than Su Ming possessing Akang in the past. Almost the instant the old man descended into madness and the gray fog was about to escape at all cost, a gap tore open at the trunk of the Akang tree that was Su Ming. The gap looked like a gaping mouth that could devour everything. Su Ming did not act quickly, but it was precisely because he was acting slowly that it brought such fear to the old man. That fear erupted endlessly from within him. He tried time and again to escape from the place while roaring in despair, but it was of no use. He could only watch as the tree that was Su Ming slowly opened its mouth and gradually revealed a ferocious sight that caused him to scream. No! Let me go. Don't swallow me. I can become your servant. I can make the entire Yu family become your servants. Don't kill me. I can conquer the entire Black Ink planet for you. The old man was already rambling at this point. The chance that he had been longing for tens of thousands of years had turned into the shadow of death. He had thought that this would be a chance for him to succeed, but in the blink of an eye, the tables were turned against him. He was about to pay with his life, and all of this was something that the old man could not accept. What is your name? Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air with an unparalleled pressure. His voice was the will of heaven, and it was something that could not be refused. Su Ming's question gave the old man hope that he had a chance to survive. He immediately answered without a single bit of hesitation. Yuhan. I am the fourth progenitor of the Yu family, Yuhan. However, just as he said these words, the gaping mouth on the Akang tree that was Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. With it, the 100,000 galaxies roared at the same time. All of them trembled violently as if the cosmos was about to collapse and as if the universe was about to be destroyed. During that instant, a shrill scream of pain filled with despair came from the gray fog that was the old man. The gray fog was sucked in, and in an instant, it turned into wisps of smoke that charged into Akang's gaping mouth. I've waited for tens of thousands of years. I've had the help from a dozen-something generations of descendants throughout the ages. And after waiting for so long, someone had finally arrived. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The old man's distorted face appeared in the wisps of fog that had been sucked into Akang's mouth. Hatred, despair, and a strong refusal to accept defeat filled his expression. Yet he could do nothing to stop any of this. He had thought that what would come to him would be a cultivator that he could exploit at will. Never had he expected that what would come to him would be a terrifying existence surpassing those of ancient ferocious beasts. Oh! At the time, no one knew anything about what was happening in the third gate of Heavenly Tao. They could only see that the image of peace arrives when the elephant is here, which was the third gate of heavenly Tao in the sky at that moment and which was as huge as a mountain rock, was shining brightly. The light continued changing non-stop, so the image of peace arrives when the elephant is here looked as if it had come back to life. There were also loud booming sounds coming from within it that were reverberating in the air and spreading in all directions. Standing in the mid of the endless unconscious members of the Yu family was Yu Ro, who was looking at the sky with a calm expression. Her lips slowly curled into a faint smile, though it went unnoticed by all. That smile was very faint. In fact, even if anyone looked closely, it would still be very hard to see it. Only she herself knew just how happy she was during that instant. How dare you attempt to snatch the apostle's body? Progenitor Yuhan, under the light of the sun god and moon goddess. You won't succeed. These words echoed in Yu Ro's heart, and they caused that faint smile on her lips just moments ago. As the third gate in the sky shone with a light that reached 100,000 feet wide, the ground beside Yu Ro started trembling violently. As it did so, cracks formed. These cracks intersected with each other and gradually spread out, turning into huge ravines. As they did so, 13 intersecting spots were formed around Yu Ro. Wisps of gray fog erupted forth from those places. As the fog spread out and gathered together, it turned into 13 figures that were several dozens of feet large. Within the 13 balls of fog, 13 incredibly old men could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was as if the fog around them was their protection, or else they would be unable to venture out. These 13 old men were the 13 people from the underground palace. Their faces were filled with excitement at that moment, and all of them had their heads lifted to look at the image of peace arrives when the elephant is here in the sky. Based on their numerous interactions with the fourth progenitor throughout the ages, they knew that when the apostle the progenitor had been waiting for arrived and they attempted to possess each other, the image of peace arrives when the elephant is here would shine with this sort of light. And there was no way that the progenitor, who had prepared for tens of thousands of years and could even use the strange power within the three gates of heavenly Tao, would have any chance of failure, unless he chose not to possess the apostle. Once he began the process of possessing, then eventually the one who would walk out would be the progenitor. That was why all of them had walked out of the underground palace. They wanted to be there to welcome the progenitor when he ventured out. In fact, in the mid of their excitement, they could already imagine that when the progenitor ventured out, then he who possessed the treasure that was peace arrives when the elephant is here, had control over the body of the sun god and moon goddess apostle, and was skilled in controlling the strange power within the three gates of heavenly Tao, would be able to lead the Yu family and make their family business incredibly great in Black Ink Planet. In fact, he could even bring them back to Divine Essence Star Ocean in search for the members of the other branch of the Gate of Tao race. They could restore the Gate of Tao to its former glory. It would no longer be impossible for them to do this. The progenitor will definitely succeed. Before long, he will come out of the image of peace arrives when the elephant is here. The day the Yu family will rise into power has finally come. When the 13 old men looked at the sky in excitement, Yu Ro stood by the side indifferently. No one saw the hint of derision that shone briefly in her eyes. During that moment, the light from the third gate in the sky abruptly reached its brightest, looking like the sun in the eyes of anyone who saw it. The light from the gate shone on the ground and even brought with it waves of great, mighty pressure. A figure appeared within the image of peace arrives when the elephant is here. At the instant this figure took shape, the 13 old men on the ground knelt down in the mid of their excitement. We welcome the progenitor's egression. We welcome the progenitor's egression. 13 old voices rang in the air at the same time. The waves of sound formed by their voices were so great that they shook the sky and earth, rising into the sky with loud booms. Yu Ro's face was also filled with devotion at that moment. As she lowered her head and worshipped the figure, she mumbled under her breath, "Congratulations to the apostle's aggression." However, her voice was drowned out by the noise of the 13 old voices, and no one noticed that what she said at that moment was completely different from the words of everyone else. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the span of a dozen-something breaths went by. When the figure within the image of peace arrives, when the elephant is here became clearer, the zealous voices from the 13 old men on the ground became stronger. We welcome the progenitor's egression. All the voices in the world seemed to have been drowned out by this sentence at that instant, making it seem as if it would be the only sound that would echo in the world. The figure within the image of peace arrives, when the elephant is here became increasingly clearer. 9 breaths later, a violent bang forced its way through the waves of sound filled with zealousness. Su Ming slowly walked out from the endless light coming from the 3rd gate. He looked as calm as usual, and there was not a hint of change that could be detected on him. When he walked out, his long hair danced in the air, and his robes fluttered, giving him an ethereal air, but the dignified look in his eyes made him seem as if he was a will that surpassed the will of the universe as he stood in the sky, and if he stood on the ground, he would be the god that would surpass all existences on land. At the instant he walked out, the 13 old men on the ground let out the strongest and most zealous cry of their lives. We welcome the progenitor's egression. Su Ming looked at the 13 old men on the ground and at Yu Rou. Then, an incredibly eerie and strange smile that was difficult to grasp appeared on his lips. Once Su Ming swept his gaze over the 13 zealous people on the ground, he cast a glance at Yu Rou before he turned his head around and looked at the gigantic image of peace arrives, when the elephant is here behind him. He had devoured Yu family's progenitor and obtained some of his memories of the 3rd age. Within those memories were some of the areas of the divine essence star ocean, as well as the reason why he had fused with the enchanted vessel all those years ago. Within divine essence star ocean is a place known as the place where spirits died. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. From the memories he obtained from Yu family's progenitor, he knew that the man had entered divine essence star ocean to search for the signs of the gate of Dao race based on the clues left behind by the previous generations within the Yu family. They had spent a long period of time to find traces of the gate of Dao race during his generation, a lot of it courtesy to Yu Han. When he delved deep into divine essence star ocean, he discovered the 3 gates of heavenly Dao and also that the place was a spot where spirits died. This so-called spot where spirits died could be considered an ancient ruin. It was the place where the tribes at the height of their power worshipped the gods countless years ago, in an age even before the alien races came into existence. After time passed, even though there were still plenty of alien races within divine essence star ocean, most of them had branched out from the prosperous tribes and gradually increased in number on their own. Because of this, very few of these alien races had completely inherited their legacy. As for the tribes that had been at the height of their power in the past, most of them were destroyed due to a disaster that not even Yu family's progenitor knew about. Even the gods they worshipped had either died or fell into deep sleep. That was the case for the sun god and moon goddess of the Gate of Dao. They were severely injured and sank into deep sleep. The place where their real bodies slept was the region known as the place where spirits died in divine essence star ocean. Su Ming was certain that these memories were trustworthy because when he devoured the sun god and moon goddess, he could tell clearly that they had not truly died. He had only devoured a part of them, and based on the words they said before they disappeared, Su Ming knew that their real bodies were not in Black Ink Planet. Based on this judgment, Yu family's progenitor discovered that the place where spirits died was where the sun god and moon goddess slept. It was also due to the mysteries in that place that Yu family progenitor's soul was sucked into the 3 gates of heavenly Dao for some unknown reason. After that, since his body no longer had any life force supplied to it, it became increasingly weaker and soon started rotting away, like a dead man's. He dragged his rotting body and the 3 gates of heavenly Dao back to his family in Black Ink Planet. Since his body continued rotting every single day, by the time he finally arrived, he could no longer persevere. His body disintegrated and he died. However, after his body was destroyed, he discovered that he had not died, but was contained within the treasure that was peace arrives when the elephant is here. In fact, he even realized that the vessel spirit within the enchanted vessel was also deep in sleep, which allowed him to temporarily become the vessel spirit. After tens of thousands of years of examination and puzzling it out, he mastered the strange power within the 3 gates of heavenly Dao. With this, He secretly affected all the family members who came to challenge the 3 gates of heavenly Tao to find those who could help him in his plan to escape. Under his arrangement, some of the incredibly outstanding family members managed to get to the 3rd gate of heavenly Tao, but they had not done so by obtaining the Sun God and Moon Goddess acknowledgement in the 2nd gate of heavenly Tao. They had only managed to get to the 3rd gate of heavenly Tao with his help. However, after multiple attempts, Yu family's progenitor realized that he could not possess the members of Yu family. Because of this, he had guests also challenge the 3 gates of heavenly Tao. Yet, in the end, he discovered that he could possess neither his family members nor the guests. It was as if there was something missing within them. After many years of investigation, he gradually found the reason. They lacked a form of power from the gods. Only by possessing those who had this power would he be able to move out of this place. That was why the subsequent sequence of events had occurred. Yu family's progenitor was incredibly wary of the 2nd gate of heavenly Tao and did not dare to get too close to it. He would only affect it in secret because that place was the key to him becoming free. After mastering the strange power in the place after being trapped in this place for tens of thousands of years, his heart had become twisted. He wanted to devour the apostle, because the apostle had been acknowledged by the 2nd gate of heavenly Tao, and the power of the gods would surely be contained within him. The guests who had managed to come to the 3rd gate were all killed by him in the place. In fact, some of the members of the family who did not have zealous faith in him were also killed. With the cooperation of the handful of family members who ventured out, the information that he was inside was kept secret. This continued until Yu Rou appeared thousands of years ago. When she arrived at the 2nd gate of heavenly Tao, she had been slightly acknowledged. This brought Yu family's progenitor great excitement, and he attempted to possess her. However, he failed in that possession. The power of the gods within Yu Rou was still too little. It was not enough for Yu family's progenitor to succeed. After he failed, he did not kill Yu Rou, but instead kept her around, hoping that she would grow up and become his way out. All of these were the memories Su Ming obtained from Yu family's progenitor. When he turned his head around to look at the 3rd gate, his eyes shone. He was incredibly interested in the place where spirits died, which belonged to the gate of Tao race. He lifted his right hand slowly and pushed it towards the 3rd gate. The elephant's body shuddered, and bright light shone in its eyes. At the same time, the mountain rock shrank under the light and charged over at Su Ming. When it landed on his palm, it turned into a white mountain rock. It looked like a piece of jade and was incredibly smooth. The white elephant on it looked as if it was alive, and the scale beam was even branded on the rock. It was emitting a gentle light. The precious treasure. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. As Su Ming held the treasure in his hand, he sensed the power of divine essence within him boiling, as if it wanted to surge into the treasure completely. However, Su Ming could also sense clearly that unless his Akang clone was here, he would only be able to activate a hint of the power within this treasure with his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Only his Akang clone would be able to awaken the vessel spirit within the treasure with the vast amount of divine essence he possessed, and only then would he be able to have it acknowledge Su Ming as its owner in order to activate part of its might. If he wanted to bring out the full power within the treasure, then his Akang clone would need to devour another soul or even several of the other souls from the other 9 Akang souls. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. What a treasure! Su Ming mumbled. He flung his right hand outwards, and the mountain rock on his palm disappeared. Then, with another swing of his arm, he walked towards the ground from midair. Just as he was about to descend, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and he turned his head around to look at Dao Avenue Mountain. The mountain looked like it was made of clouds who were in the shape of a mountain. The black parts around the white mountain rocks formed the head of the malicious spirit. In fact, if someone looked at it for a prolonged period of time, they would have the false impression that the malicious spirit's hair was dancing. When Su Ming looked at the bat that could not escape from the malicious spirit's right hand, he swiftly seized the air in the direction of Dao Avenue Mountain. The mountain let out a bang and started trembling. "Come here." Su Ming let out a cold harumph. The veins on his right hand popped up, and at the instant he seized the air forcefully, Dao Avenue Mountain began trembling even more furiously. With a bang, the entire mountain rose from the ground and charged towards Su Ming. The swift movement reverberated in the air as the mountain closed in on Su Ming in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he lifted his right hand and swung it. Become small. The mountain shrank swiftly. Smaller. With another bang, Dao Avenue Mountain shrank once again. However, at the instant it shrank this time, a focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he took a step forward to appear before Dao Avenue Mountain, which was now only several hundreds of feet big. When he looked at a certain spot located at the back of the mountain, his eyes sparkled. He saw that there was a huge crack behind the mountain rock, and there were several holes at the top of the crack, as if they had been left there after something with spikes struck it. The crack also brought the image of a club with spikes to Su Ming's mind. The damage to the mountain was clearly caused by this sort of weapon. This Dao Avenue Mountain is clearly also a treasure. I won't need as much divine essence to activate it as I would need for peace arrives when the elephant is here, but it's still considered a large amount to me. Still, it's slightly easier to use compared to peace arrives when the elephant is here, but such a grievous injury has been left on this divine essence treasure, and the mark of this crack seems rather familiar. Su Ming frowned. After thinking about it carefully, a shudder suddenly ran through his body, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He had seen a type of weapon that could cause this sort of crack before. Spiked club. Su Ming's breathing quickened slightly. He remembered why it was familiar now. He once had a spiked club that could change its size at will. When it fell against the ground or mountains, the cracks that would show up would be like this. I obtained that spiked club at the bottom of the sea, from within the endless layer of ice around the region where Great Yu Imperial Palace was frozen. There was an endless amount of strange-looking people frozen in that ice. I was wondering about it in the past. Could it be? Su Ming cast a scrutinizing glance at Dao Avenue Mountain. After remaining silent for a moment, he suddenly had even more speculations towards the mysteries of Death Region. Death Region, my homeland. The place where I grew up. Only now as I come into contact with the worlds outside, do I realize that the secrets there are also fathomless. Su Ming shook his head. He would definitely return to Death Region, and at that time he would find all the greatest secrets of Death Region to answer all of his questions. He pointed towards Dao Avenue Mountain with his right index finger. The mountain shrank once again and turned into an object that looked like a piece of jade on his palm. At the instant Su Ming touched the mountain, a thought appeared in his mind. He lowered his head and cast a glance at the item in his hand before putting it away while looking as if he was absorbed in his thoughts. Then he landed on the ground. At the instant he descended, the 13 old men in front of him prostrated themselves on the ground, as if kneeling was no longer sufficient to express the respect they had in their hearts, and only by prostrating themselves on the ground would they be able to do so. Greetings, progenitor. Prepare a secret chamber for me. I will isolate myself to meditate for several days. Su Ming stated flatly. His words sent the 13 old men into action while they burned with zealous passion. Soon, an incredibly extravagant chamber was prepared for Su Ming. When I come out several days later, I will release all of you from the life of being unable to bask under the sun. Su Ming took a step forward and moved into the chamber. As the door fell shut with a loud boom, the 13 old men prostrated themselves on the ground in respect. Only Yu Ro's eyes were sparkling. She was an incredibly beautiful woman to begin with, and as her beautiful eyes sparkled, they gave rise to a striking image that could take a person's breath away. Su Ming immediately sat down cross-legged in the chamber and sucked in a deep breath. He placed his hands on his knees with his palms turned upwards. White light shone on his hands, and the treasure that was peace arrives when the elephant is here as well as Dao Avenue Mountain appeared at the same time. At the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, his body trembled, and the image of the statues that belonged to the sun god and the moon goddess manifested behind him. The power that will exist as long as I believe in it will now belong to me. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, and booming sounds immediately reverberated in the chamber. On a normal occasion, there would probably be only one type of light. However, at that moment light was divided into two types. One of them was the overbearing, strong type of light, and the other was a gentle, weak type of light. The brilliant light shining from the statues of the sun god and moon goddess illuminated the entire chamber, so each spot in the room was covered in light. The overbearing light did not intersect with the gentle light, but instead divided the room into two halves of a circle with Su Ming at the center. One side was incredibly domineering, while the other side was as gentle as flowing water. There were even two types of different colors shining on Su Ming's shut eyes, so his body looked as if it had been segregated at that instant. A line running vertically down the center of his nose separated his body into two different halves, and those two halves were illuminated by a strong ray of light and a dim ray of light respectively. Su Ming's palms were turned upwards and placed on his knee, with Dao Avenue Mountain lying on this right hand. At that moment, while covered by the light, the treasure gradually gave off a feeling as if it had come to life. As the malicious spirit became increasingly more ferocious, the bat on its hand screeched. After a moment, the malicious spirit on Dao Avenue Mountain whipped its head around. As its entire body was twisted, Dao Avenue Mountain floated into the air, and it turned into something akin to fog. It surrounded Su Ming, swimming between the strong and weak lights and giving him an incredibly bizarre air. Su Ming's expression remained calm. He still had his eyes closed. The treasure that was peace arrives when the elephant is here on his left hand let out a booming sound at that moment. As it slowly came apart, it turned into the illusory image of an elephant and a scale before it also swam around Su Ming with the malicious spirit. Power that will exist as long as I believe in it. Appear. Su Ming opened his eyes swiftly, and the bright light in his eyes looked as if it wanted to fuse with the strong and weak light in the chamber, giving off the feeling that a third type of light had appeared in the place. At the instant he opened his eyes, the malicious spirit that was Dao Avenue swimming around him let out a roar towards the sky. As it roared, it lifted its left hand and seized the scale moving by its side. When the scale was in its hands, it seemed like the malicious spirit had turned into a person that would balance a scale. At the same time he did so, the elephant turned into a long arc and naturally appeared on the scale pan. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, the entire process was completed in the span of a few breaths. The malicious spirit's expression was no longer ferocious, but had instead an awe-inspiring air about it. At that moment, it seized the air and caught the bat to hang it on the scale beam. At the instant this was done, what appeared before Su Ming was a picture of a malicious spirit weighing an elephant. The bat was clearly the weight of the scale. All of this was perfect, so perfect that Su Ming could not find a single flaw in it. It was as if the entire thing was supposed to appear this way. The elephant has two forms. One of them is its physical form, and the other is the illusory form on the scale. An indistinct voice said from the malicious spirit's mouth in the form of a buzzing noise. The physical body of the elephant on the scale is like that of the form of the heavenly Tao, not the power of the antecedental spirit. The thought of weighing this elephant is like a fantasy, and it can allow you to weigh this elephant for the span of 3 breaths. The picture of the malicious spirit weighing the elephant lasted for about the span of 3 breaths in front of Su Ming before all of it turned into 2 long arcs that charged into his eyes. The malicious spirit that was Dao Avenue and the bat acting as the weight seeped into Su Ming's left eye before disappearing without a trace, while the elephant and the pan entered his right, and with a flash they disappeared too. A shudder ran through Su Ming's body. "Believe in me." As Su Ming mumbled to himself, a clouded look appeared in his eyes. He could truly sense the power contained within his eyes at that moment, because that power had taken the form of an incredibly loud voice in his mind. There was a supreme, awe-inspiring might contained in that voice. It sounded like a roar, and it was echoing endlessly in Su Ming's mind. He did not sense any form of danger from it, however. There was no spirit contained in that voice preparing to possess him either. This was a voice that had existed many years ago and seemed to have been left behind in the passages of time. That voice could not be heard normally. Only when a person was illuminated by the light from the sun god and moon goddess while coming into possession of the malicious spirit that was Dao Avenue as well as the elephant that represented peace and used divine essence to activate them so that the picture of the malicious spirit weighing the elephant would appear would that voice show up. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the picture of the malicious spirit weighing the elephant was the core of the three gates of heavenly Tao, and the strange power contained within the three gates of heavenly Tao which Su Ming desired was the three words in that sentence hidden in the picture of the malicious spirit weighing the elephant. Believe in me. The voice continued echoing in his mind, and he had a feeling as if he was taken by it. The voice was hidden in that illusory picture, and the picture was concealed by the three gates of heavenly Tao. The voice and the three words were the core and source of the strange power. I didn't expect that the power I am obsessed with would be developed from this one sentence. Dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he looked incredibly mystifying, and even his mumblings sounded as if they held a vague and insubstantial feeling in them. The ancient air contained in that sentence, with just it alone, such great power was gathered together. This is definitely not something the sun god and moon goddess were capable of doing. The three gates of heavenly Tao might have come into being even before the sun god and moon goddess. Perhaps more accurately speaking, this is a treasure left behind by an existence that is even more ancient than the sun god and moon goddess. Su Ming's heart beat quickly a few times. There was a dark light in his eyes, and he slowly tried to clench his fists without moving them away from his knees. I will need to understand this power. Yu family's progenitor managed to understand some of it after groping about blindly, and he was capable of executing this sort of power. I can feel that if I grasp this power completely and absorb the strong and weak rays of light around me back into my body, then I will succeed. While he was in the process of slowly furling his hands into fists, the light in the chamber began twisting about intensely, as if it had turned into threads, and they were gathering around Su Ming's hands from all directions. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 1 day went by. During that 1 day, Su Ming never blinked. The dark light in his eyes became increasingly stronger, while the edges of the chamber had turned black from their previously illuminated state. If anyone looked over, they would find the chamber to be an incredibly bizarre sight, as if light had been restricted to a particular region and was separated from the darkness around the area. It was as if there was a barrier that had divided them. Su Ming's face was illuminated in flashes of dim and bright light. An endless amount of red could be seen vaguely in the dark light in his eyes. He might have looked calm on the outside, but there was a storm raging in the depths of his heart. That voice still lingered around and echoed in his mind time and again, each sentence roaring in his head. In the beginning, that voice would only in a long while, but now, it seemed to have connected together with Su Ming's mind and continued echoing endlessly. Believe in me, believe in me, believe in me. There was no intonation within that ancient voice, and it had already replaced all of Su Ming's thought processes as well as his consciousness. It was as if his body was empty at that moment, and only that voice was continuously spreading out through him. All of this might seem dangerous, but in truth, Su Ming knew that the danger posed by this was not high. He had never let down his guard either. This was an attempt to gain an epiphany from a voice left behind from ancient times. If he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the power contained in the words, and if he failed, he would only fail, that was all. Another day went by, which meant that Su Ming had already sat in the chamber for 2 full days. There were countless echoes of that voice in his head by that point, and they were slowly showing signs of gathering once again instead of spreading outwards. When the 3rd day passed, the voices in Su Ming's head finally completed the process of merging into one instead of spreading out, and they turned into one sentence once again. Believe in me. This sentence seemed different compared to all the other sentences he had heard previously. He might not have been able to tell the difference, but at the instant the voice reverberated in his mind, a loud bang rang out in his head. In the mid of this loud bang, his consciousness was warped, as if his soul had been forcefully dragged to a strange world by that one sentence. That place was a broken piece of sky, which was dark blue and swiftly crumbling. Loud, booming sounds echoed in the universe. He could see pillars of light shooting through the galaxy to reach this place, bringing piercing whistles in their wake. Wherever they went, space would shatter, and the sky would break down. When these pillars of light landed on the ground, ring-shaped waves of impact were instantly formed, and as they swept outwards, layers upon layers of the ground were destroyed. It was as if this was the apocalypse, and the world was being destroyed at the moment. Believe in me. At that moment, a tremendous voice suddenly came from the ground. Su Ming looked over, and he instantly saw a person standing on a mountain situated on the crumbling ground that was rising and falling like waves. It was a young man dressed in a blue robe, with a head full of white hair. He had average looks, and looked so ordinary that there was nothing outstanding about him. However, there was a thick ancient air about him. It was as if he had experienced far too many things in his life, which resulted in him possessing a shocking presence that could not be described with words but would cause all people to be unable to forget it the moment they saw it. With hands placed behind his back, he stood at the top of the mountain. Grief was in his eyes. His robes fluttered and white hair danced to the wind. He seemed to be looking at the sky as his voice echoed in the air. Believe in me. Su Ming's heart trembled. He looked at the man and saw numerous living creatures kneeling down on the crumbling ground before him. These living creatures were trembling, clearly afraid of the world collapsing around them, but none of them got up to escape. They looked at the man with white hair as if his words were a form of conviction and deserved utmost respect. Someone once told me that those who believe in me will find that I will not die even if the world dies. Even if the world is destroyed, I will not be destroyed. Today I will tell all of you this. Believe in me. Su Ming's heart trembled. Everything before his eyes shattered abruptly and turned into countless shards. As these shards danced about, they slowly disappeared before him. Su Ming opened his eyes. But perhaps it would be more accurate to say that his physical eyes had been opened since the start, so the eyes he opened this time were the eyes of his soul. He was still in the chamber, and everything was dark around him, but in his left hand was a sun shining with a strong, overbearing light. In his right hand was a moon shining with a weak, gentle light. All the light in the chamber was gathered by the two of them. I understand now. An ancient air appeared about Su Ming's face. If anyone took a closer look, they would find that the ancient air about him was rather similar to the one about the man in blue. It had been 17 days since Su Ming stepped into the chamber. The chamber was not located above ground, but was within the huge underground palace built under the many towers of the Yu family. The underground palace had been built tens of thousands of years ago, and it was the most secretive spot in the Yu family. At that moment, in the depths of the underground palace outside Su Ming's secret chamber were two gigantic stone flaps of a door that were interlaced with each other to form a ghastly door of hundreds of feet in size. There were numerous blood-red runic symbols on the door. As they shone in alternating flashes of bright and dark light, a powerful wave spread out from them. In fact, even if a cultivator in the later stage of World Plane Realm attacked at full force, they would find it hard to destroy the door within a short period of time. The 13 old men were sitting respectfully outside the door and meditating there, as if they were Dharma protectors. Their zealous attitude towards Yu family's progenitor made them willing to give up their lives to provide protection for the progenitor. If anyone dared to break in at this point of time, they would find themselves coming face to face against the 13 old men's rabid attacks. Yu Ro was sitting to the side of the circle formed by the 13 old men. Her expression remained elegant as she sat by the side quietly, creating a stark contrast against these 13 old men. Her beauty was also something that did not fit into the eerie and decaying image the 13 people presented. The progenitor has entered isolation for 17 days. Could something have happened to him? After waiting for 17 days, one of the 13 old men could not help but become anxious. After all, before Su Ming had entered isolation to meditate, he had said he would be gone only for a few days. Quiet. The progenitor's level of cultivation is exceedingly high. How could anything possibly happen to him? This is clearly the progenitor absorbing the apostle's life force so that he could get greater control over his new body. Someone beside him immediately retorted. Clearly, the person who had rebuked the old man just now had a slightly higher status, so the old man who had been worried immediately lowered his head and did not say anything else. Not necessary. An ancient voice came languidly from a skeletal old man by the side. Did any of you ever think of the progenitor possibly failing to possess the apostle? That's impossible. With the progenitor's level of cultivation and the preparations he made over tens of thousands of years, there's no possible way he would have failed. That's right. What the seventh said is possible. What if he failed? If he failed, then the person who appeared before us previously was not the progenitor but the apostle. Many pairs of eyes of the 13 old men sparkled at that time as they communicated with each other by sending their thoughts. Only Uro remained in the distance, quiet and not listening to any of their words. In the mid of their long wait and as doubts as well as speculations were gradually born within them, another 3 days passed. 20 days had passed since Su Ming stepped into the chamber. On this day it was dusk in the world outside the underground palace. There was a gentle breeze blowing through the land, swaying the trees. It was at that moment that a booming sound suddenly echoed in the air within the underground palace. The appearance of this sound immediately caused the 13 old men to swiftly lift their heads and fix their eyes on the gate of the chamber. They also moved to kneel on the ground. That booming sound came from the door to the chamber. This was the sound of the door being slowly opened from within. As those booming sounds became increasingly louder, the doors swung open to reveal a slit in between. The slit gradually grew wider. After a moment, when the doors completely swung open, the 13 old men did not care about what sort of speculations they had in their hearts and immediately said respectfully, "We respectfully greet the progenitor." With a bang, the stone door swung completely open. It was dark inside. The green candle flames in the underground palace looked as if they wanted to venture deep into the darkness in the chamber, but were blocked outside the door. It was as if there was a force that could not be seen obstructing all forms of light from entering the room. The sound of footsteps gradually came from the darkness and echoed in the underground palace. That noise suggested that the owner was moving at a leisurely pace. Several breaths later, Su Ming's figure appeared within the stone chamber and was revealed before the people. His footsteps came to a halt, and he did not continue walking forward. He stood in the darkness. The dim green light one step away from him enveloped the area around him. Because of this, Su Ming was able to see the area outside clearly, but the people outside could only see a faint blur when they looked towards him. Su Ming did not respond to the old men's words. He stood in the darkness and swept his gaze across everyone, and a dead silence settled around them. It was as if even the sounds of breathing had disappeared. An oppressive feeling gradually rose in the air. The 13 old men could sense this incredibly clearly. They knelt on the ground and did not dare lift their heads. However, they could feel the pores on their bodies shrinking, and their hair rose. That was the instinctual reaction that a person would get when they were in the face of danger. It was precisely because they did not lift their heads that the feeling within them grew stronger. They could sense an incredibly evil presence spreading out from the chamber. It was a presence born from the perfect fusion between an overbearing and a gentle aura. That presence changed constantly, so no one was able to get a clear grasp on it. When it gave off that overbearing presence, it seemed as if it could destroy all lives. But when it was gentle, it gave a sticky feeling, as if it was a swamp that would prevent a person from climbing out the moment they stepped in. The 13 old men became no longer certain of their guesses, unable to discern the truth of things. As these 13 people were busy being nervous, Uro remained calm by the side. However, that was just how she appeared. In truth, she was also shivering slightly, but those shivers were not distinct. Only after 10 breaths had passed did the presence gradually disperse. At the instant the 13 old men sighed in secret, Su Ming took the final step and walked into the light from the dark. His body appeared fully before everyone. Long gray hair, long white robes, and a boundless ancient air on that handsome face of his that was nigh enchanting. That ancient air did not seem to belong to him, but due to some reasons, some of it had come to temporarily stick around him. That ancient presence was definitely not intentional. If a person had not lived for a sufficient amount of years and had not seen through all forms of illusions, then this presence would definitely not appear. Because of this ancient air, the hearts of the 13 old men trembled. The waning presence on their bodies seemed too thin before that ancient presence about Su Ming. In fact, they did not even have the right to be called old. As the 13 old men's hearts were shaken, Su Ming looked towards them with an indifferent gaze. His eyes were like swamp water, completely calm. But if anyone took a closer look, they would immediately get lost in them. The profound expression in his eyes was hidden deep within them, and even contained a slight presence that would cause others to be compelled to believe in him. It was as if, under this gaze, everything Su Ming said could be trusted. This was the power that would exist as long someone believed in it. This was the epiphany Su Ming had obtained from the three gates of heavenly Tao. Once he fused that epiphany with his illusions of the stars, sun, and moon, it could be said that this divine ability became the strongest and most mysterious of all his divine abilities. Once he used it, the weather would change, and the world would be void of light. "Do you believe in me?" Su Ming asked coolly. He had just recovered from the strange picture in his mind, which was why that ancient air remained about him while the figure of the man with white hair remained in his heart. In fact, even the man's grief as he looked at the sky remained in Su Ming's eyes. That ancient presence, that figure, that grief, and everything that remained about Su Ming at that moment erupted from within him in an unseen manner as he asked that question. Because of it, the air in the underground palace distorted, and ripples spread out through the area and fill it swiftly. In an instant, they filled up the entire underground palace. There was a strange power contained in his voice. As it echoed in the air, even the green candle flames in the place swayed a few times. In fact, during that instant, Su Ming's appearance seemed to have changed as well, giving off an indistinct feeling to others. It was as if he had turned into the man with white hair during that moment, who had his hands placed behind his back as he looked at the sky while the world collapsed around him. This was not Su Ming's power, but the residue of the power he saw while understanding it. In fact, it could be said that this was Su Ming using the power of that man with white hair, who had been able to form a terrifying divine ability with just a single sentence he left behind. This form of borrowing the man's power was only possible for Su Ming at this moment. Even if he tried to gain another epiphany from the sentence, he would not be able to do this, because once he completed the process of understanding the sentence, it had disappeared into the three gates of heavenly Tao, vanishing to return to the time in which it belonged. Unless Su Ming could truly understand it, then this divine ability of his would have reached its strongest at this moment. Indescribably powerful booms rang out in the hearts of the 13 old men who were all in the later stage of world plane realm. In the mid of those sounds, Su Ming's voice shot up in all their ears, their minds and their souls. That voice brought with it a tone that suggested the owner would allow no doubt and resistance to his words, an arrogance that even the world would have to submit and even the universe would have to lower its head. If any forms of life did not obey him, then no matter what level of cultivation they possessed, they would instantly be reduced to ashes. As the booming sound echoed in the hearts of the 13 old men, they coughed up a mouthful of blood and had blood pouring out of their eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. They staggered backwards, and once they moved thousands of feet, they were pale and had shock written on their faces. In their eyes, a ball of fire was contained. That was a purple ball of fire. It was a ball of fire that burned even hotter than the zeal they had for Yu family's progenitor. Even Yu Ro coughed up blood when the residue of that presence erupted from Su Ming's body, and she was continuously forced backwards. Her calmness was gone, her elegance had vanished, and everything within her mind was shredded to pieces during that moment. A single will forcefully made its way into her head. It was a will that compelled her to obey Su Ming, and the same ball of purple flames also appeared in her eyes. "I believe in you." Yu Ro's breathing quickened. As she mumbled out these words, the 13 old men let out zealous roars. "I believe in you. I believe in you." The 13 voices reverberated in the air, and endless echoes rang through the underground palace. As they continued spreading outwards, there was a false impression that the underground palace itself was trembling. As they said these words, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. The residue of the ancient presence about him disappeared, and his body was no longer an indistinct blur. "Your power is to let others believe in you and worship you from the bottom of their hearts. For myself, I will choose to make them obey me." Su Ming opened his eyes. His appearance was strange and enchanting, and the light in his eyes gave others a feeling like they were looking at an endless abyss. As the voices of the 13 old men echoed in the underground palace, the gray fog on their bodies started tumbling about. It originally served the purpose of providing shade from the sun, but that moment, when Su Ming lifted his hand to swing at it, booming sounds rang out. Those who believe in me will obtain the protection of the Akang galaxies that I, Su, possess, Su Ming stated flatly. As he swung his arm, the noise from the fog reached its peak, but soon, the sound disappeared. The fog dispersed to reveal 13 skeletal old men prostrating themselves on the ground. They might only be skin and bones, but there was a presence within them that made it seem as if there was a windstorm contained within them. Thank you for granting us a new life, progenitor. The 13 old men's faces were filled with zeal. The purple flames in their eyes burned furiously, and once they replaced their pupils, their eyes turned purple. That purplish hue in their eyes did not remain stiff and unchanging, but contained the sparkle of life that each person should have. Once these 13 men said their reply, the residue of the ancient presence about Su Ming's body returned to where it should belong, in the passages of time. The Yu family will remain the Yu family. It will be enough for all of you here to know about my existence. You may all leave now. Yuro, stay back, Su Ming said calmly and walked forward. With one step, he moved into the innermost part of the underground palace. There was a flight of stairs there. This area was built like an altar, and there was a gigantic stone chair there. Su Ming stood in front of the stone chair, then turned around and slowly sat down on the stone chair. At the instant he did so, an awe-inspiring presence spread out from his body and filled up the entire area. He referred to himself with his family name before these people. Before this, he would have definitely not done such a thing. However, as of then, these 13 old men as well as Yuro had been turned into existences that were similar to that of an apostle after Su Ming used that residue of the ancient presence and the art of believing on them. Su Ming was doing the exact same thing as what the sun god and moon goddess did to turn others into their apostles after making people believe in them. The 13 old men immediately voiced their obedience. They lowered their heads and left. Soon, they would appear before the Yu family and would shock all of its members, who would then burn with zeal because of them. In fact, they would bring the Yu family to open the curtains to a new struggle for power in Black Ink Planet. Perhaps they would still be unable to lead their family to become the greatest family in Black Ink Planet, but it was more than likely that they would escape their current state. They would become the leading family for all middle-sized auction halls. When the 13 old men left, Yuro lowered her head and knelt quietly in front of Su Ming. She did not say a single word. Even when the area around them was enveloped in dead silence once again, Su Ming still did not speak. Instead, he sat on the stone chair and stared at Yuro. Time trickled by, and Yuro gradually found that she could not keep a calm expression on her face. The purple flames in her eyes were burning furiously, and confusion as well as struggle slowly appeared on her face. Give me a reason why I should not kill you. Su Ming's voice broke the silence, and his words echoed in the air. My lord, why would you want to kill me? Yuro lifted her head to reveal her face, which possessed a beauty that could cause hearts to pound in excitement and could take a man's breath away. Is it because I hid the secrets of the enchanted treasure piece arrives when the elephant is here? Progenitor Yuhan might have planned this for tens of thousands of years, but he is not a god. He cannot be considered an antecedental spirit, much less an ancestral spirit. He is just a cultivator who is a succeeding spirit. If a cultivator who is just a succeeding spirit like him could truly possess you, then you would not be the apostle. As long as you were the apostle, progenitor Yuhan could only fail. Yuro whispered softly. Her voice was incredibly pleasant to the ears, and it moved gently through the underground palace. Not enough. Su Ming shook his head. Yuro bit her bottom lip. After remaining silent for a moment, she spoke once again. Progenitor Yuhan might be an ancestor of the Yu family, but he tried to possess me before. He might have failed in the end, but I will never forget this. I wanted him dead. I wanted him to be killed by the apostle after he failed to possess him. In fact, I once had the thought that I would no longer need to be afraid if the progenitor was possessed by the apostle. Su Ming had a calm expression on his face. This time, he did not open his mouth to speak, but neither did he shake his head. Instead, he closed his eyes and waited for Yu Rou to continue speaking. She lowered her head and fell silent for a time. I knew since the start that you weren't the apostle. After a long while, Yu Rou lifted that enticing head of hers and looked at Su Ming. You might have the presence of the sun god and moon goddess on you, and you might have walked out of the second gate. But I know that you devoured the spirits of the sun god and moon goddess in the second gate of heavenly Tao. At the instant you began devouring them, they sent word to me and ordered me to have the entire Yu family prevent you from devouring them. In fact, if I had chosen to obey them at that moment, then at the moment you started absorbing the souls of the sun god and moon goddess, the 13 progenitors would have attacked, and even you would have found it hard to withstand their attacks. Yu Rou's face was slightly pale. The purple flames were burning in her eyes and were rapidly enveloping her heart and soul. She was not like the 13 old men. They might have incredibly high levels of cultivation, but they did not have a power in them to resist that strange divine ability Su Ming had cast. This was a form of oppression from a superior life form on an inferior life form. However, Yu Rou was different. She was, after all, the chosen one by the sun god and moon goddess. She might not have fulfilled the conditions to be possessed by progenitor Yuhan, but she was clearly different from the average cultivator. Su Ming opened his eyes to reveal a pair of profound eyes as he asked indifferently, "What do you know of ancestral spirit, antecedental spirit, and succeeding spirit?" "This is a legend. Due to the age of the legend, there should be no one who knows whether it is true or false." Yu Rou hesitated for a moment before she chose to tell Su Ming all that she knew. Legend has it that when the sky, the earth, the universe, the heavens, the galaxy, and the cosmos had yet to take form, the first living things that were born were known as ancestral spirits. They created life, which is why we have so many races and so many different types of living beings. These living beings worshipped the ancestral spirits. In the endless passage of time, among the races that did so, life forms that could bear the power of the ancestral spirits slowly came into existence. They were known as antecedental spirits. Some people believe that the word antecedental refers to immortals, since the immortals' Tao will eventually turn them into gods. But there are some that believe that the word antecedental refers to the binary opposite before and after. Since the era was different, the words were different. However, the meaning behind them was the same, despite the fact that the words weren't alike. After saying this much, Yu Rou paused for a moment before she spoke again. A disaster no one knows about caused all manner of living to die or fall to sleep. It didn't matter whether it was the ancestral spirits or those who became antecedental spirits due to their worship were able to escape from the disaster. As the disaster went on, the races fell to ruin. They were either dissolved or destroyed, and in the end they were no more. This was the case for the Gate of Tao race. In the endless passage of time after the disaster, there were no longer any ancestral spirits or antecedental spirits, but the people could see the changes in the universe, could see the world, the planets, could sense the rules and laws in the universe, and from then on, consolidate some of the cultivation methods to slowly create their own cultivation systems. It was a cultivation system that aimed to achieve perfection and become a superior life form. The system for each race was different, but their goal was the same. Over the course of time, the outstanding ones who practiced this sort of cultivation system were known as succeeding spirits. By now, even succeeding spirits are incredibly rare, and due to dissemination and growth of the numerous races in the universe, the people who practice these sort of cultivation systems are known as cultivators. Based on the ancient titles, some of them could be known as succeeding spirits. The sun god and moon goddess were antecedental spirits, and they were very ancient. In fact, I suspect that their slumber had caused them to fall to being life forms that were only succeeding spirits. Yu Rou spoke softly, her words echoing in the underground palace, but Su Ming's expression remained calm as he digested them. After a moment, he asked coolly, "What is in essence?" His question immediately caused Yu Rou's face to turn slightly paler. She did not speak, but with anguish on her face, She slowly lowered her head and lifted her hands to gradually undress before Su Ming. As her robes fell off to reveal a skin-tight singlet that showed off her beautiful figure, her pretty face and figure brought about an image that could make others' hearts pound. It was a feast that no one could refuse. The power of Yin Essence is a type of divine essence that I obtained in the second gate of heavenly Tao. It slowly grows in my body, pushing my level of cultivation to its peak. It will allow me to become a life form in between succeeding spirits and successor spirits. I may even be able to reach a breakthrough and become a successor spirit. At that time, I will be summoned by my mission and will offer up everything of myself to the Moon Goddess. If you could devour the Moon Goddess in the second gate of heavenly Tao, then you can definitely devour my Yin Essence. I can give it to you as long as you give me my freedom back, so I won't be a puppet who can't control its own fate. Yuro lifted her head. The burning purple flames in her eyes had almost replaced all of her pupils. She looked at Su Ming with her pale face as she walked close to him. Su Ming's expression was calm. Not a hint of change could be spotted on him. When Yuro gradually came over to stand in front of him, he looked at her beautiful form and continued watching as she slowly lowered her body, as if she was kneeling down to worship him. He lifted his right hand and placed it on her skin, which looked as if it would break if the wind so much as blew on it, then began to slowly trace his finger through the spots where her curves were. Wherever his finger went, that part of Yuro's body would immediately begin trembling from nervousness. When Su Ming's finger slid to her face, he lifted her chin, forcing her head up. Then, he slowly got closer to her, to the point that they could sense each other's breathing and heartbeat. No matter what reason it is, those who scheme against me will never know freedom in their lives again, he said softly. His words made Yuro tremble, and her face turned even paler. Judging by the method with which you will offer up your Yin Essence, you will clearly become my woman. But your Yin Essence is not enough of a compensation for you to become my woman. Su Ming lifted his head. There was a smile on his lips. A strange light shone in his eyes, giving him an indescribable, mysterious, and enchanting air. Yuro lowered her head and whispered softly, "Has anyone told you before that you give others a feeling that you're incredibly evil?" Evil. I like that word. Su Ming stood up and took a step forward before he disappeared into the underground palace, leaving behind Yuro still wearing her skin-tight singlet and a complicated expression on her face. This was a season with ample rain in Black Ink Planet. It had been cloudy for several days, and on this day, rain poured down from the sky. The rain fell on the ground, filling the entire world with an indistinct feeling. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged in one of the towers of the Yu family while looking at the rain outside his window. There was a scroll made of jade slips placed in front of him. On it was the map of Black Ink Planet, the forces of power in it, and the locations of each auction hall. In fact, there was a large portion of Divine Essence Star Ocean depicted on that jade slip scroll as well. However, while that portion might seem large, in truth, compared to the vast Divine Essence Star Ocean, the area drawn on the map by the members of the Yu family over the countless years was just a small part of that huge galaxy. Su Ming had picked up the scroll, but he did not immediately look at it. Instead, he looked at the rain outside the window with a pensive look in his eyes. The elephant has two forms. One of them is its physical form, and the other is the illusory form on the scale. The physical body of the elephant on the scale is like that of the form of the heavenly Tao, not the power of the antecedental spirit. The thought of weighing this elephant is like a fantasy, and it can allow you to weigh this elephant for the span of 3 breaths. The words spoken when the malicious spirit weighed the elephant while he was in the chamber echoed in Su Ming's mind. This sentence isn't that easy to understand, but now that I think about it, this elephant has 2 forms means that it has a physical and an illusory form. The physical form is the elephant's real body, and the illusion is the scene that people usually speak of. In some sense, this elephant is not referring to a living creature, but a form of atmosphere and environment. A sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes. If that's the case, then I can understand the second and third sentences. Weighing the elephant's real body is like weighing the supreme lord of the gate of Tao race. But all life forms who have yet to become antecedental spirits are unable to do this. Only those who are antecedental spirits can do so. The third sentence can also be understood as weighing an atmosphere and an illusion, but what does the final "it can allow you to weigh this elephant for the span of 3 breaths" mean? Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he shook his head and buried the question in his heart. His gaze fell on the jade slip scroll, and he began looking through it. There was a storage bag beside Su Ming. Once every few breaths, he would put his hand deep into that storage bag, then bring out a crystal to place it on the scroll. That crystal would flash a few times before fusing into the scroll. The jade slip scroll was incredibly mysterious. Perhaps it was because it had been around for a long time, but it would be damaged every time someone examined it. Because of this, it would need to be nourished by crystals once in a while if its contents were examined. There was a veil on Yu Ro's face, who was nearby. Her temperament currently was greatly different from before. In fact, even the ripples of power from her cultivation base were incredibly weak. She looked as if she was only in the initial stage of World Plane Realm and not the later stage of World Plane Realm which she originally had. She sat on her heels by Su Ming's side quietly. She was sitting in the mid of the green smoke spreading out from the sensors in the room, which gave her an otherworldly feeling. There was a pot of wine boiling in front of her. She lifted the pot up with her fair hands and poured the contents gently into a wine cup before she placed it by Su Ming, who was still reading through the jade slip scroll. Her appearance and her actions made it look as if she was a maidservant. This was supposed to be a very artistic scene. Faint green smoke swirled about in the air. An otherworldly maidservant served by her master's side. Rain poured outside the window. The rushing of it echoed in the air like the noise of nature. But in this scene, there were 3 things that did not fit in. The bald crane was rolling about on the ground with a displeased look, and it was doing so non-stop. Crystals. You promised me that you would give me crystals. Why you're going overboard. There are so many crystals. Give me some. Oh, my crystals. Kill me. Those are all my crystals. How can you put crystals in there? Oh heavens, this is the 379th piece. Those are all crystals. Sparkling 379 crystals. You know? As the bald crane screamed shrilly, it stared straight at Su Ming. When it saw him placing the crystals one by one into the jade slip scroll as he read it, the bald crane almost went mad. However, Su Ming completely ignored its shrill screams, and even Yu Ro did not bother with it. She looked at the boiling wine with an elegant expression on her face, as if she did not hear a single thing. The other thing that did not fit in was a big yellow dog. It was lying not too far away and staring at Yu Ro with a hostile look, occasionally letting out threatening growls. It was as if Yu Ro's existence made it sense some form of threat, for some unknown reason. Damn it! How could a woman as pretty as my young mistress be around here? Judging by Su Ming's actions, he has clearly acknowledged her damned presence. I can't allow this. Thoughts fleeted through the big yellow dog's head as it continued thinking about what its young mistress would do if she was around. The threatening glare and hostile look became increasingly more pronounced. The final thing that did not fit in was Yu Chunhai. He sat calmly by the side, having been the one who gave Su Ming the jade slip scroll. Occasionally he would look at Su Ming, but most of the time he would sneak peeks at Yu Ro. He constantly felt that there was something familiar about that woman, but for some unknown reason, he could not remember where he had seen her before. But this was not the main point. It, of course, was that even though the woman wore a veil over her face and covered most of her looks, preventing others from seeing her clearly, there was still a beauty about her that caused other people's hearts to pound in excitement. This beauty caused Yu Chunhai's heart to race. This shouldn't be. With my level of cultivation, this shouldn't happen, but why is this woman giving me a sense of closeness? It's precisely because of this sense of closeness that I'm feeling such a great urge in me. It was with great difficulty that Yu Chunhai quelled the feeling in his heart. He no longer dared to look at the woman, worried that he would make Su Ming misunderstand him. That was why, even though he still wanted to look at her, he had to force that urge down. Senior Su, there are 3 days left before I have to host my auction, he quickly said in a low voice, Su Ming's status had already changed in the Yu family. To the others, he was a guest, but the members of the family were not privy to the real truth. I understand. Su Ming nodded. He picked up a crystal and placed it on the jade slip scroll to continue reading it. About that, if you have time, should we look at the other family's auctions and get familiar with how an auction operates? Yu Chunhai quickly asked. Su Ming looked as if he did not hear his words and did not answer. Yu Chunhai smiled wryly, not knowing what he should say next. He instinctively looked towards Yu Ro again, and at the moment he looked at her, she lifted her head and cast him a glance as well. Then, for some unknown reason, the hint of a faint smile appeared on her lips under the veil. When Yu Chunhai saw that smile, his heart trembled. Then, unable to control himself, he became infatuated with her as he continued looking at her. With the three discordant elements in the picture, the atmosphere in the tower became slightly strange. Su Ming continued reading the jade slip scroll, his right hand reaching deep into the storage bag to take out crystals from time to time. He had already read through most of the jade slip scroll, and what remained were a few things that had happened in Black Ink Planet during the past 10,000 years. At that moment, he picked up a crystal, but just as he was about to place it on the jade slip scroll, his right hand came to an abrupt halt. As his right hand stopped moving, a feeling as if something was being held back immediately appeared in the room. This feeling was instantly noticed by Yu Ro. The bald crane was also momentarily stunned and stopped rolling out while screeching, but instead looked at Su Ming with surprise. Even the big yellow dog, which had been looking at Yu Ro with a hostile expression, blinked a few times before it looked at Su Ming. Only Yu Chunhai remained besotted and could not get himself out of it. Lai Shan family rose to power in Black Ink Planet 10,000 years ago. The progenitor of the family is Lai Xianxia. His origins are mysterious and unfathomable, and his level of cultivation is incredibly high. He is a man of great talent and vision, and in 10,000 years, he brought his family into the list of those who can host middle-sized auctions. This was the sentence Su Ming saw in the jade slip. Lai Xianxia is an ambitious and formidable person. His origins might not be known, but he must definitely be a renowned person in the galaxy from which he came. However, even after the numerous investigations conducted on him, not a single clue can be found about this person from Divine Essence Star Ocean or the 4 great galaxies in the world outside. Su Ming had a calm expression on his face, but a huge storm was raging in his heart. In fact, that storm had turned into loud, thunderous booms that roared and reverberated in his mind. His calmness was just a facade. He might have had a few speculations previously, but when he truly discovered it, he could not find it in himself to remain calm. This was why even his right hand had come to a pause when he was about to place the crystal on the jade slip scroll, and even some of his presence spread out slightly, creating that feeling as if something was being held back in the tower. Several breaths later, that feeling evaporated. Su Ming placed the crystal on the jade slip scroll and continued reading the scroll. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he closed his eyes. Lai Xianxia. Yu Chunhai. Didn't you mention that you wanted to look at the other family's auctions earlier? Su Ming opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Yu Chunhai, but when he looked over, he frowned, and a strange expression gradually crept up his face. At that moment, Yu Chunhai was looking at Yu Ro with a stupefied face. The besotted expression in his eyes could be felt clearly by all. As for Yu Ro, she remained as calm as ever, as if she was completely not bothered by how a member of the younger generation in her family was looking at her in such an infatuated manner. Su Ming let out a dry cough, and Yu Chunhai shuddered, snapping out of his daze. When he saw that Su Ming was looking at him, he instantly felt cold sweat drench his robes. His face turned pale. He could already imagine what would happen, and fear rose in his heart. He did not know what had come over him. When the maidservant smiled at him, he had lost his senses and sank into that infatuated state. When he snapped out of it, intense fear immediately filled his heart. He was afraid that Su Ming would be displeased. Senior, Yu Chunhai was just about to explain as he was filled uneasiness. Su Ming cut off Yu Chunhai's explanations and asked faintly, Does Lai Shan family have an auction? Lai Shan family is a family that can host middle-sized auctions, and they host small auctions once every 3 days. There will be one today. Yu Chunhai quickly nodded. Let's go. Lead the way, we'll go to Lai Shan family's auction. Su Ming stood up. When he spoke, he walked towards the entrance. The bald crane blinked and exchanged glances with the big yellow dog. They immediately moved at the same time and followed Su Ming. Yu Rou stood up incredibly elegantly and put away the pot of wine, then sashayed behind Su Ming. Yu Chunhai let out a huge breath of relief in his heart at that moment and quickly followed after. He looked at Yu Rou's curvaceous body and suddenly remembered how rude he had been, though Su Ming did not seem to be bothered by it, and this maidservant who appeared out of nowhere also did not seem to mind. Yu Chunhai looked as if he had been bewitched. His heart raced, but he did not dare think too much into it and simply followed Su Ming out of the house into the rain.